pay to win. Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in. We pay to win. Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend. We pay to win. And if you need the proof and check stats, I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Stars never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see us straight when they assume. I play the win, I play the win.
All right, good morning, everyone. Ta-da! Surprise, it's me. My name is Blair. Welcome, everyone, to the final day of the group stage of the Perfect World Asia League 2020. I hope you guys grabbed your coffees, your energy drinks, because we have a few banger matchups. Everything's on the line. We still don't know which team's going to be placed on top heading into the playoffs, and we don't even know which team's going to be knocked out yet. But before we get into those games, we have a short little recap video which PGL have, as usual, put together to kind of bring you the action if you might have missed it from yesterday.
A new day, time to change, time to start living. I'm taking on the impossible, and I'll rise up through the fire. I'll rise up through the fire.
STK, that's a nice lineup. 3 kills coming out of nowhere. Jan Young, Zoking, and Kaze brought down with 1 foul swoop, and that's exactly what you want to see from STK as he goes forward for a 4K. He's got a good spot for it, and he's gonna hit the shots on the advent. Damage is being done, and there's the kill. He could get all 3. What? Huge play from QQ. What a round from him.
I'll start today, I'll rearrange the life that I'm living. Things will never be the same. It's time to start living.
A good round from Mayros. 3 kills securing the round there for Beyond. I'm starting to look a little bit scary.
I'm taking on the impossible, and I'll rise up through the fire. I'll rise up through the fire. Take control and let it unfold. Rise up, and I'll rise up through the fire. I'll rise up through the fire.
Oh no! What are you doing,
What?
Niffy? Why would you do that?
Did he just walk into the spray?
He walked into the spray. Let's see you, reality Jesus. Turning water into wine, getting kills through smoke. Micro, he should be dead here. He should be dead. How have they not heard that?
Rise up through the fire. I'll rise up through the fire. Take control and let it unfold. Rise up through the fire.
Just cause. He's turning this back. He's gonna get all 3. A saving grace that shouldn't have been needed, but one that is welcomed.
It's Attacker looking to make the difference for Tyloo. He moves forward and gets a second. That's the bomb down Attacker. That's disgusting. 3 kills and a 9th round for Tyloo.
Oh, nice nade, but danking. Oh my lord, that is sick. He's hiding the smoke, delaying for as long as possible. Finally, Bottle gets the kill. 10 seconds on the clock. He's got to cross on over. He's got to find both of them. Bottle, what was that clutch?
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that because you can see Spiels over there not looking like he's enjoying it. And Splashki as well. That's a little bit of of a little bit of I don't even know what's happening anymore. It's the final day of the group stage. I don't care. I have my coffee over here. I'm pretty happy about it. So we're gonna be jumping in straight into the segment as usual, the death segment. And joining me are gonna be these three lovely gentlemen. We have Hawker, we got Dinko, and of course we got Tom. Gentlemen, final day here in the group stage of PAL, day 15. We made it, Tom. We made it. It's been a long affair. Some exciting Counter Strike. Some weird Counter Strike.
Yeah, a lot of weird Counter Strike. I would say, running through smokes when you know someone's there is pretty much the norm within this tournament. We've now had Tyloo lose, so the cycle is officially broken. I'm not actually sure if there's any normality left in this tournament, and it's going to come right down to the wire. So it's going to be very exciting. We could even have tiebreakers if we get after gaming winning later in the day. So.
True.
Hey, 12 maps, 14-hour broadcast. Let's go.
Shut your face, Tom. Let's take a
14 hours,
look.
That's ambitious.
Let's take a look at yesterday's results. Of course, we had some pretty interesting matchups. We saw Tyloo finally go down again to their nemesis, that is Invictus, 2-0 in a pretty convincing fashion. If you look at it, although the scores were kind of close. Bren knocking out Zigma, Vici knocking out Beyond. So we know for a fact now that Beyond and Zigma will not be joining us in the playoffs, but we still don't know which 6 teams will be playing over the next weekend. And to figure that out, let's take a look at the group standings, at the standings as it is from the points table. And from what I understand, a couple of these teams are 100% through. Invictus, Tyloo, and Tiger are through. No matter what, right? They have over the 18 points to 21. Where Vici Gaming, with that win yesterday, they should be feeling pretty secure as well. They have Huatai playing. They're going to be playing against later on, so they're going to be fine. Now, where it gets interesting is, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at Checkmate and Brent's points. They're in 12 and 12, 12 apiece, meaning they've qualified. However, After Gaming, sitting on 9 points, have one more game remaining against Checkmate. If After Gaming wins that game, it's going to be a 3-way tie. It's going to be Checkmate, Bren, and After placing 5th, 6th, and 7th. And since we can't use map differences or round differences or head-to-heads when it comes to an elimination decision, we're going to be potentially having 3 best-of-ones played at the end of the day to decide which team is going to be going through. As Tom said, we could potentially see 12 maps of Counter-Strike being played here today. Dinko, are you excited about that?
Yes. It's gonna be it'll be definitely interesting. I mean, when you take a look at some of the matches we've had here, we've seen some up and down results, close games. So these best of ones, it comes down to a situation where they could go anywhere, right? So if we go to the tiebreaker, who knows, we might not see the teams we expected to head through. The likes of Checkmate, who have impressed us, that they dropped the ball today, they might not make it through, and that's going to be disappointing. So yeah, they're going to really fight for the chances here.
Well, they do indeed, and in order to take a look at what the games are, we have the day's schedule as well, ready and raring to go, where we have the opening game being Vici versus Huatai, a game which doesn't really matter. I don't think this one's really going to make a difference. Vici pretty much through. Huatai, can they get another win, at least save some face? They did manage to take down Invictus a couple of days ago, which was a bit of a surprise. So, yeah, they'll be looking to test themselves against Vici Gaming, who have shown that they can bleed of late. We have Checkmate versus After Gaming, the game of the day. This is a game everyone's going to be keeping an eye on. After Gaming, if they win this, they force the tiebreakers from which they could potentially qualify. If Checkmate win it, then they're 100% through, and After Gaming will be knocked out. At the end, the final game of the day is going to be Tyloo versus Tiger, and that battle, I do believe, is going to be the battle for the first place. If Tyloo win, they're going to be going through to the playoffs with the highest number of points. If Tiger win, they're going to go on top. Even though they're going to be tied for points, Hawker, they will have the head-to-head result against Tyloo.
Yeah, we've actually seen that Tyloo are mortal now after that game yesterday, where it seemed like everything went right for them. They had more kills, they had more rounds they should have won, but they couldn't win. So going up against Tiger, that will be a fun one to watch for sure. I don't know if either of them are going to go 100%, because I don't think they need to, but it's still a little matchup that can give us a taste of the playoffs.
It would, and I don't know about you, Dinka, but I feel like for Tiger, like beating Tyloo here would be a little bit of a confidence injection. They have looked good. Don't get me wrong. Urcast has been fantastic. Cabal has been great. But beating Tyloo would kind of give them that little bit of a mental edge, which, let's be real, it seems to be lacking for Tiger.
Yeah, it definitely does, at least coming into this tournament. But I feel like there's definitely starting to warm up into it. We've seen a step up in performance. We heard the interview at the start of the tournament, which is very interesting, actually, all about how they thought they could win another RMR event. If they beat Tyloo here today, that would give them the confidence and prove that they could do it because, you know, they're looking much better and they take down the kings of Asian Counter-Strike. Who knows what they might be able to do.
Indeed, that could be the case. Well, of course, we got to talk a little bit about the game, which is coming up next. It's going to be Huatai facing off against Vici Gaming. Pure firepower. We got Ronin, baby. We got Neff. They've looked individually fantastic, Tom. But I don't know how they're going to be facing against Vici. Again, Vici are a team we've said they don't lose to, lower ranked teams, but they've lost. So what do we really know, Tom?
Well, they got 2 players in school, a man who wakes up 5 minutes before the game and calls like words I can't say. It's not a team that even they seem to be particularly happy about on Twitter.
Let's actually take a look at the map videos while we probably talk about how this matchup is going to be. You forgot about a Chinese player who plays PUBG all the way, till 5 in the morning.
True.
That's true.
But that's a benefit, right?
They picked Vertigo. Damn, that's a switch up. I haven't seen Vertigo in a while, Tom.
It's one that Vici are fairly happy to play as well, and have beaten Tyloo multiple times, beaten Invictus 16-0, and beaten Huatai on literally last week.
Yep.
So I'm not going to be feeling too confident unless, in the last 5 minutes since he's woken up, Bulbasaur's decided to watch through all of the demos.
Or maybe he just woke up as, guys, I had a dream that Vertigo.
Of time gone by?
No, Tom. It's too early, please.
Tom, more singing. More singing.
Yeah, more singing later on. Let's talk about
Save it for map 12.
Quick predictions. Dinko, let's start with you. 2-0 to Huatai, yeah?
No. There's going to be 2-0 Vici. They're not a great team on Vertigo in terms of how they approach it. They're just they drop everything that makes Vici and they just play with their individuals, which I actually enjoy. I like seeing the individuals from Vici just pop off and they're going to tear Huatai to shreds.
I mean, Hawka, for Vici, this is a game where I'm assuming you're going to be saying 2-0 for Vici as well, right? But I'm assuming this is a game like that Tiger game against Tyloo. They'd be looking to just make quick work of Huatai and just kind of feel warmed up heading into the playoffs next week.
Yeah, that's just got to be the aim for Vici here, right? Tom pointed out that matchup these teams played previously, and basically everyone on Vici went positive in that game. Even Advent played well in that one. So I just think individually, Vici should have what it takes to get this win, 2-0.
2-0, okay. Very, very convincing. Predictions coming out. I'm actually going to go to 2-0 as well for Huatai. And Tom, that leaves it all on you to be the madman. Go for it. Just do it. YOLO.
No.
You've already been the madman, Blair. You just said 2-0
I don't need to. Yeah, you did actually. You did just say 2-0 Huatai. So, yeah, I'm going to go 2-0 Vici. I'm going to take a big risk on this one and say the best teams in the region are going to beat out a team that managed 1 win and it was a fluke.
Was it a fluke, though?
Yes.
Invictus beat Tyloo. Huatai beat Invictus.
And nobody else.
But by transitive property, which is a mathematical concept.
Best team in this tournament.
Yeah, but by your same law, they're also the worst because they lost to everybody else who would have beaten and lost to everyone else.
So what are you trying to
say?
Well. Here, Tom, is nothing makes sense. You know what? I agree with nothing makes sense. And right now, it's too early in the morning for me as well. So I'm just going to make a little bit more coffee. And Dingus probably go and do his morning ritual.
Cup.
Come on, he's not even here. This is my 2-day break from the abuse, and you've picked up the mantle. What?
I had to channel my inner Mitch. Wow, that sounds terrible. Ugh, that's disgusting.
You don't have to do it.
I'm going to be throwing this one over to Tom Hawker. Gentlemen, take it away. Have fun with this one. We're going to sit back and relax and enjoy it.
Well, yeah, maybe for about half an hour, Blair. Enjoy that one, because I think this is going to be quick. I don't have much faith in Huatai at all. I like Neff, I like Ronin Baby. Bulbasaur, for an in-game leader, makes some of the most moronic mistakes I think I've ever seen. Spiels and Splash K, they're all right. So I'm going to be interested to see if they could step up today. But in all honesty, they're already out. They might as well just have a bit of fun, see if they can take a map.
That's really the aim for them here. I really just want to see their Vertigo look a little bit better because they did pick it against Vici that last time, and they picked Vertigo and got 3 rounds on the T side, starting on the T side. So I want to see a bit more out of that. Maybe they've got some cool stuff for Vertigo, who knows? But Other than that, yeah, there's not much of a chance here, we don't think, for Huatsai. I think that the main thing they could maybe do is if one or two of these players play well, maybe they can get into the conversation for getting on a better team in the future. That's what I'd be thinking right now if I was a Huatsai player.
Yeah, I think for Ronan, that's genuinely a chance. I think that he is someone who I've been impressed with for someone so young. And sure, I don't think his decision-making is amazing at the moment, but honestly, I think that's okay. Like,
Well,
he's
no one's got
17
good
years old.
decision-making in agency.
That is
so
also
it's
true.
fine.
Like, I want to see him on another team because if he's learning from Bulbasaur, then I think he's in trouble. Like that man made two of the worst decisions I've ever made in Counter-Strike history in the same map. And that would explain a lot to why this team has been so poor. Because I do think on an individual level, we have seen aspects of this squad which I've actually really enjoyed. Like, I think Neff is someone that towards the beginning we didn't talk too much about because of how good Ronan was, but he's definitely proven himself to, well, probably be the best player on this team.
Yeah, he's looking good as well. I think a couple of those players you pointed out definitely looking solid. Splashka on the AWP at times has had some good games. He's been a bit up and down for me. Generally, whenever your AWPer has a lower than 1 rating on HLTV, it's probably not great. And Splashka's sitting right there at that 0.99
Especially if they only
mark.
play in Asia as well. So.
Yeah, exactly. That's a bit tough. But hey, we're starting on this Vertigo, which I just want to see more Vertigo, Tom. I haven't seen enough of it lately. I'm excited for Vertigo.
I like Vertigo in Europe. I don't like Vertigo in Asia because it's basically like day one Vertigo. Like and that's not an exaggeration.
But that
it's
can still
literally
be fun
just
in its own way.
It can be, but when you see the same guy wide peak ramp 15 times in a half, you kind of go, oh, this isn't very intelligent. And it's the same all the way to the top. Like, Tyloo are exactly the same. It's just face after face on ramp. And then maybe once in the half, you'll see a team go towards the B side. Like, it's not imaginative. Mid control is completely underutilized. And it basically just comes down to, like, one of those little DM maps where it's you on a slightly lower angle, them on a slightly higher angle. Who's going to hit the headshot first? Let's wait and see.
Well, we'll wait and see, Tom, because we are getting underway into Vertigo. Huatsai again starting on that T side. I said earlier, they started on the T side just a week ago against Vici. They only got 3 rounds on this map. That has to change here on their map pick, and they're already grouping up for this fast B play.
Yeah, they tried to fake out some footsteps into the A site at the beginning, but it didn't work. Nobody moved. And, well, this has not gone amazingly well. They're in a 2 versus 5. They have dinked up Jam Young, but that's pretty much the only good thing we can talk about in this situation, as every single member of Vici is either here or coming in on the flank. Now it's left on to Bulbasaur, who is not going to clutch this. 1-0 in favor of Vici Gaming, and I suppose I can appreciate the fact that they try and fake out the footsteps, but I guess Vici, they're just not going to fall for that. Like, why would they rotate anybody at this stage when they already know that they're the better players?
Yeah, you wonder whether that's the kind of thing that maybe works in their practices against some other teams, and then you try it against Vici, and they're just going to sit there and say, okay, these steps don't mean much. We can just wait, and they end up getting all the kills at the end. So not a great start for Huatsai. Good stuff from Vici, though, and something I am a bit scared about for Huatsai here is this is the kind of game I feel like Jam Young could just style on them. He's got the skill to basically take on any of these opponents. He's absolutely got the ability to just take over this game, and he's already starting to do that early into this one. Another kill with the MP9. This time only against the pistols, though, so Huatsai shouldn't be expecting too much of this round anyway.
They'll be getting the rifles in the next. They're going to try a B play again. I'm liking it. We're seeing some B presence thrown in. It's not going amazingly well. Advent, cheeky little one-way smoke under the box. He does eventually get overwhelmed, but it's not really going to matter. Jam Young has just made an insane amount of cash as well, and he's even going to retrieve the FAMAS at the end of it all. They could actually drop an AWP in this round, and that's exactly what he's going to do. So Kaze's now going to have his AWP. So as if it wasn't going bad already, you now have to face up against the AWP in round 3, which, sure, the rest of the buy isn't amazing, and it does mean that they don't have much bonus cash if they lose this round. But, you know what? I think Kaze is going to be all right.
Also, shout out to Jamyoung for dropping the AWP and then sticking with the MP9. That's a nice move, especially when he's meant to be the best player on the team. Gotta love that.
I guess it depends though, because it's like, at least from what, but like we are considering him the best player on the team, but Kaze has always been considered the best player on this team for a long, long time. So you never know. You never know when you talk to different players. Like, oh, who's the best player on your team? They might name someone you're unsuspected of just because of their role within the roster. So he might not consider himself that, especially considering he's so young.
Wow.
See you later, Spiels. Oh, he not only gets tagged up by the first shot, but then gets wrecked through the wall onto the second. Kaze has taken a bit of damage in return. They've got some nades set up. It's actually not as aggressive as I thought it would be. Tyler has put a pretty bad taste in my mouth from seeing them play this map a couple of times. And it was just repeak after repeak. I think Dan King has a screw loose, but he's very good at aiming.
He is. I was looking at the stats for Dan King. I don't know how he has the least deaths per round on his team, considering how he plays. It's kind of ridiculous. Alman, they're getting caught at short. The trade's not bad. Ronin Baby picking up a couple of kills onto the bomb site, but a 1v3 with 4 HP is not the best position to be in, and it's not one he's going to be winning. A couple of nice shots at least, a decent attempt at an approach from Hwatsai, but right now Vici are just dominating.
Yeah, this is what terrifies me, is Kaze, 6 shot, gets stinked up as well through, but then after that he just styles on them pretty much all the way through the round. There's no one on the other side that can match up. Like, you have some raw talent in the space of Ronan, but Kaze is past the point of raw talent. Like, this man now has experience under his belt, and yeah, in terms of the AWP battle, it's not even competitive. Like, there is no competition in this AWP battle at all. There is one who is probably the best AWPer in the whole region, and there is one who, well, is the best in his team, potentially. Like, I've not seen Ronan or Neff AWP too much. They might actually be better. Jamyoung, bit of a wild spray, gets 2, and Ortman's actually gone down on the reface. Whoa! Okay, Bulbasaur. That's dirty. And they make something of this. Advent's going to try and reposition into the back of the B site. It leaves him in a bit of an awkward crossfire. That's the one thing about B that can become quite difficult once you lose mid control. Now, 2 of the players are desperately low. Bulbasaur has to be careful here because Zoking's starting to re-aggress into mid. And considering Bulbasaur has the bomb, okay, he's actually... Oh, no, he was going to fall back. He's decided to walk back into mid with the bomb on his own. Genius.
They can at least get the bomb back, I guess, because Zoking has backed away.
Oh, that makes it okay, then.
Well, look, Tom, I'm trying to find a positive, okay? I'm trying to find a positive in the play. It's very difficult. I'm trying my best.
That's wasted, like, a full 20 seconds for them to basically end up exactly where they were a minute ago. Neff has a chance to maybe turn this, though. Great shot onto the first. There's a second player here, though. They're just going to walk into Advent. A nice spray down, an AK save. Definitely not the round that they were hoping for, and he doesn't manage to save the AWP, so that's going to be a fairly costly rebuy. The initial spray from Jamyoung was nice, but he just decided to spam the box. And this final shot from Bulbasaur was wonderful.
Gets it through the smoke. At the end here, though, as you pointed out, because Hwatsai had such little time, I think that's the only reason they jump up there. They might have just slowed it down if they still had that extra 10 or 20 seconds. But because they both go jumping up, Advent lines up a couple of easy kills. And we've got a couple of players out of the server right now. So we might take a little bit of time before heading into this next gun round. Something I am a bit worried about for Hwatsai is that in that first gun round, they didn't use any nades that really did anything to stop Kaze on that AWP angle over at A. And that angle is so strong. If you don't flash it, if you don't smoke it with the AWP, it's just a very long range angle that's very difficult to clear. It's a left eye peek for the T's as well. You've got to do something to deal with that angle. Otherwise, the AWP's just going to get easy kills there every time.
Yeah, you're sounding fairly hopeful with that, and I don't think that's going to change too much.
They tried to use a flash, it just didn't work. So maybe they at least know it's an issue, I guess.
That should be like the Hwatsai motto. Hwatsai. They tried to use a flash, but it didn't work.
Got to give them credit for trying, right?
You put that on their tombstone once they're eliminated from this. Oh wait, they're already eliminated, and Vici already through. That's the thing. This match, it's not pointless because Vici can move themselves a little bit higher up in the seeding, but that's all it's for. Like, if Checkmate win, then both of them are on 5, and well, if somehow Hotsai win, then Vici stay on 5. So maybe it will screw their seeding up a little bit. Like, they might move down to 5th in the group, but ultimately, like, Vici's goals are to win. So if they get matched up against Tyloo early, they're going to have wanted to beat Tyloo anyway. Sure, maybe it'll mean they get less points, but we all know if Tyloo just keep winning every single one of these events, the points are meaningless. Like, they will, you don't have to even look at the number. You just go, oh, they are through. Like, that's it. So I kind of look at this as one of those things where Vici, Tiger, they all know that the goal is to beat Tyloo anyway, so I don't think they're going to overly care about the seeding going forward. And to be honest, Vici had a much closer game when they played versus Tyloo anyway. Like, that was the game they almost won. I think it was versus Tiger, where they actually didn't even put up that much of a fight. I wasn't particularly impressed within that game. And then the worst one of all is obviously Checkmate beating them, which that was a huge surprise. Like, sure, Checkmate have been very, very good. They've also taken down Tiger as well, which we were thoroughly impressed with. Took a map off Tyloo. But to just straight up 2-0 Vici, that came out of the left field. Like, I wasn't expecting that. I'm hoping that we are going to get Kaze back soon. I guess the only way to truly defeat him is to defeat him outside of the server. Maybe cut his internet cables. I heard that was in fashion previously. But yeah, I don't know how long this is going to be. I wonder if good old Sebastian can tell me, is it a short one, or are we going to be throwing to a break? Okay, so it's a VPN issue. So hopefully that won't take too long. Just you know, VPNs are cheap. The thing I've noticed is they're one of those like VPN companies are one of those people who, like, they always tell you that their service is really expensive, but then they always have 70% off. Like, you'll know this. It's DFS, isn't it? The sofa company that has a sale all year round. That's 50% off only for 4 more days, and then 4 more days, and then 4 more days, and and it goes on for eternity. Like, if you're the one dude that went into DFS when it's not a sale, that's a miracle. So yeah, just buy a new VPN. Either way, we're going to also play around with some stuff behind the scenes. And by that, I mean probably go to the toilet. And you know what Dinko's been doing. But we'll be back after a short break. Hopefully everything will be sorted. Well, it seems like Dinka got things sorted a little bit faster than many people would have expected. So we are going to be getting back into the match. Vici obviously 4-0 up. The AWP has been repurchased, obviously lost in the last round. And, well, we're now waiting to see if Hotsai can get themselves onto the board. They've got a purchase once again. AKs galore. No counter AWP just yet, which might be something they bring in a little bit later on. But they're going to attempt a fast rush up towards the ramp, just taking full control. They've left the bomb behind, interestingly. So if they do manage to take here, they're not going to be able to plant it. And their flanker has died as well. So it's not even... All right, Kaze. It's not even like anybody's going to pick it up on the way back through. There's nobody there, so just going to have to kill everyone. And it's not gone too badly for the start. Ooh, okay, never mind. Never mind. Kaze's decided that he would burn himself to give them a chance and then kill them all anyway.
It was nice of him to give them a chance. Nice shot from Bobasaur as well onto the A site. Ronin might be caught in the back now. They will have heard him running away there. So as he moves into the A site, Alman has just got him trapped in. They know it's going to be an A play. They're still trying to work around these smokes. Ronin getting up close, but Advent's on the edge of it. Oh, those shots somehow not getting the kill, but he finally finds what he was looking for. And Bobasaur, after landing that nice shot earlier, has got 3 more players to try and deal with, and he won't be able to do so. 3K in the round for Advent, 5-0 lead for Vici, and another round that didn't look great from Huatsai.
Yeah, well, that's always going to be the case, though, when you have to spend a good 10 seconds going back to get the bomb after you've thrown all your utility. It just starts to fade. Also, the smoke, like, giving a lot more space to Kaze than maybe they would have wanted to. And then Advent obviously just looking to try and deny the plant here. And they didn't even need their flank. Like, the fact is, that round was never going to go their way because Orman was in ready and waiting for them. Peek out, I like it, using the little pixel angle beside the box. And it was something Dinko mentioned in the pre-show that on this map is where they almost let loose some of the players which are in their system. This is something I always notice with teams that Blade have. If you ever watched players on Blade's teams play on other teams, they were so much better in terms of individual skill. Like I think it was WSG.
Wow.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
But yeah, WSG World Edit. He dropped like 38 kills or something in a map. Oh, just because he wasn't playing under the system anymore of Blade. He was just being allowed to be more aggressive. And it seems like they're allowing their players to be a lot more aggressive here. Easy few entries. Splash K and Neff, the only ones remaining. And all going great.
Yeah, definitely not looking too good for them. Again, the bomb is behind them. So even though that smoke is up, they might not have much of a chance. Neff almost getting 2 kills there, but Splashka was nowhere near, so he wasn't able to get that trade. Maybe if he was closer by, they could have a chance, but now there's 3 players against Splashka and limited opportunities for him. This kill could come through, blinded by the flash, but he gets it anyway. Splashka looking for more, but Zokin gets him in from above. A lot of A plays here for Huatsai in these recent rounds, but again, just leaving the bomb behind is seemingly the biggest problem for them right now.
I don't know. I think the biggest problem for them is that they're not as good as the players on the other side.
That's also a problem. But they actually could have had a chance in this 2v5 if they had the bomb with them. Because then they would have at least had the chance to trade and whatever. It's alright.
I love how they're leaving the bomb further and further behind as the rounds go on. So, like, it was on ramp, now it's all the way back in spawn. You know, in Counter-Strike, you don't need the bomb, right? Don't need the bomb.
And if you're good enough to kill everyone, that can work. But I don't think they're good enough to kill everyone.
No, they have got an entry. Again, we're talking about Neff being the sort of highlight player here. Bulbasaur tries to go for the same peak he did before, but obviously that hasn't worked the second time. They're actually going to set up a nice little flash as well. In fact, 2 different flashes to try and find these kills. Oh, they're so blind. Zoking's wrecked them both. And Spiels, he's managed to get himself an M4. He has also gone back to retrieve the bomb. Well done, Spiels. Unfortunately, he has 1 kill, 21 HP, and 3 players to find. And surprisingly, he didn't win.
No, he did not. 7-0 down. I think this is where I'd like to see Huatsai pressure that B site. You know that Advent is the B-site anchor. You know that he, at times, can have some bad games just individually as the IGL for this Vici team. You'd expect him to be the weak point on the defense. It's also nice seeing a flash come in from Zoking there. Just a very simple flashbang, but whenever you see a nade used effectively in these games, I'm a happy man, personally. So good kills coming in. And let's see what Huatsai have up their sleeve in this round. Still no AWP for them, which is something you pointed out previously. And there is a bit of B aggression early. Advent playing up close could get mollied out of position here, but Bulbasaur's blinded for such a long time by his own flash first, then by their flash. That's not great.
This is their map choice.
I know.
And he doesn't know it flashes. Oh, God. I don't know why you wouldn't just pick something more simple, if I'm being honest. Especially because I think they played this team 2 other times on this map, and they've lost both times. Maybe they just think they'll lose worse on other maps, but, well, there ain't nothing worse than 7-0, other than 8-0. And as of right now, well, you never know. Maybe they're about to break the trend. Advent's been caught out. Hello. Few individual plays. Neff's come up trumpets as well. This is wonderful. It's all based off individual skill. Zoking now, 1 versus 3. He's going to walk right into Ronan, but Ronan maybe caught sleeping a little bit. Oh, he's even going to check behind him. Zoking's on point at the moment. 12 and 3, looking for lucky number 13, but not quite going to do it. It will be the side of Splash K and Co. that managed to get them through the round. And actually, because of some of these rounds being a little bit closer, there's not that much cash.
That's a surprise, isn't it? That's a nice surprise for Huatsai, though. So here's this flash. I mean, I don't know why he's looking at the flash, to be honest. It doesn't go...
It's so much worse. It's so much worse the second time. What was he even trying?
I guess he was trying to throw it over the wall, is my only thought. But I still think that would have blinded him. Either way, Kaza's still got the AWP, so we can't count Vici out.
Wait. But how throwing it over the... How would that benefit him in any way?
Oh, I don't know. That's the only thing I can think
like,
of.
even if he threw it over the wall and there's someone on the other side, he can't kill them.
He's not
What's the point of the flash?
Maybe just to put pressure on the map, Tom.
Honestly, I think he was trying to bounce it off that wall to blind someone if they were in the corner. Nice work from Spiels, though. This round is pretty damn close, but it's still come out with a man advantage, and Jam Young's just trying to keep himself safe, wait for the IGL of Advent to rotate in. Oh, Splash K had a bit of a step up over the last few rounds. 7 and 7. Obviously not wanting to let this one slip away, especially because this was a force buy based off fairly poor finances. Seems like he has a decent idea of where one of these players is going to be. Spotted out Jam Young. Is actually going to reface. I don't know if he'd expect Advent to be in this corner, though. The peek up. Both players whiffing, and Splash K will get the drop on him in the end. It's not pretty, but it's still a second round for Huatsai. And actually, Vici, they're going to have to take an eco.
Well done by Splashka winning that clutch. I mean, I guess at this point, if you're Huatsai, you don't really care how you win the rounds. I've said this a couple of times, Tom. You never agree with me. But getting the wins is good for Huatsai. We can all agree on that. Splashka here winning this clutch. I do think this second fight is one he shouldn't have had so long to take. But Advent with the MP9, not able to win that one. And now with the AKs, Huatsai have a great advantage in this round. Splashka seems a bit confused by something. It's all good, though. Huatsai are just going to hold back and spot for that early aggression. There's such little to work with for Vici here. Normally on Vertigo, if I'm on this sort of round, I love just buying a Zeus and getting into that ladder room, because I feel like way too often you can get kills there. But I don't think Vici have gone for that. Just the one Deeg really bought by them. Bit of an annoying angle to deal with, though, this one.
Yeah, they're trying to almost bait him in. It's a headshot angle, so, well, I guess if he lands the headshot, that's exactly what he needs, and Spiels is actually going to manage to get the kill there instead. Not really much else to play into this round. Nade is going to go forward, and because of that, well, Kaze tries to push, and they are just sectioning off these remaining players. You can see Orman just trying to hide within the headshot angle. They're actually sending an AK in here alone.
He's got to wait. Didn't look pretty, that fight, for either player. Spiels is fine. He's got away safely. And we shouldn't see too much going down at the end here. So Huatsai getting a couple of rounds on the board. That's good to see. I don't think it's really come down to much tactically for them. As you pointed out, I think it was more just the individuals really shining in some of these rounds. But you take that if you're Huatsai at this point.
Ooh.
Nice shot from Advent as well. There's a player up close who's also low. Oh, they just haven't cleared him though. Spiels is reloading. The block comes out, and that means Advent can actually get a third kill. The Deeg is still in his hands. He's got a chance to do even more damage, but finally, Splashka puts an end to the madness.
That's one of the worst. That's one of the worst kills. I can't believe. I really want to see that last battle again. That was he was falling there. Yeah, I think he was. But this was very nice shot. Spiels. How? How? I think I genuinely think I could have put Golden over 2 in that situation and they would have got that kill. That is atrocious. And that cost them so much. That's 3 guns that have just been dropped alone by Advent. You're getting wrecked by Advent with a Deagle, man. We've been talking recently about potentially him retiring to a coach position, and he's currently slapping you into the ground. Zoking, he knows his pre-fire angles, and they've done a hell of a lot of damage already in the early stages of this round. We're going to see the same execution once again, except they haven't mollied him.
Which is surprising.
I'm hoping that they're just saving that for in a moment when they actually push. If not, then yeah, okay. So that's Zoking pushed into a more awkward position. That makes sense. Actually going to pop flash himself back in. His flashes have been fantastic. Obviously, Roden clearly helping out a little bit with the kill onto Spiels. But there's still a couple of low players. Jam Young's actually going to wipe peek out. He spotted 2 of them. The repeat, though, gives Kaze the angle. He's currently boosted up on the back box, but Nef's going to spot him out, keeping things relatively even for now. They are going to get into an afterplant position. Nef's also going to find one through the smoke. He's giving this a damn good go, and Orman, oh, Whiff City.
Yeah, Nef gets the ace at the end there. It's wreaking havoc in that round. Jam Young not having the best fight, falling off the box. Nef just slowly racks up all those kills, and Huatsai get another round on the board. They're starting to find some success here. It's not even been Ronin who's really stepped up for them. It's Nef, who we talked about a little bit. Splashka has been up there at the top of the board for the team. And these are all these fights for Nef. Just a bunch of 1v1s, a kill through the smoke. All going swimmingly for him in this round. And then at the end, Jam Young just falling down. Was not able to win that fight. I still think Vici have a chance with the pistols in this round, but they have started to lose control of this game. Considering how dominant the start was as well, this is a pretty good comeback for Huatsai so far.
I think the thing I'm disappointed in is that Vici have stopped being proactive. That was one of the things that was really working for them, was just taking away ramp control and not allowing Huatsai to just have it for free. And then the last few rounds, they've just allowed them to have it for free, which I don't understand why you would do that. Even if it's just to find a pick initially, like off the back of someone like Kaze, I'm fine with that, and then fall back. But instead, you're just allowing them to get this full execution and forcing you into awkward positions. And then you see a lot of the players on Vici just taking really risky peeks, like having to almost to try and get in on the retake. Advent, well, I didn't think I'd be saying this, but he's probably been the best player so far for this squad. But it's not gone too well for him this round. Kaze is going to pick one off with the Deeg. He's trying to check his flank, and Spiels will be holding the angle ready for when he repeaks. It's left all onto Zoking with his masterful 5-7. But Huatsai, they've got it back to 5. They're doing better than last time, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Just grinding out these round wins. This is where Kaze gets back onto that trusty ult, though. And as you were saying, Tom, I think they just need to let him take a fight at ramp to start with, because in the earlier rounds, he was just winning that ramp fight pretty much every time. There is now an AWP on the other side, though, so that's something they would have to be ready for. And Kaze is not going towards A, slightly switching up his positioning in towards mid. No one here from the other side of the equation, though. Although, as I say, that Splashka actually is coming for the fight, and Kaza is one step ahead of him. The AWP battle again going the way of Kaza, and the man advantage back on track for Vici thanks to that man.
I'm glad that they've started to finally be a bit more proactive again. As I said, like without ramp, I'm not really expecting too much from Hotside in this round. Sure, they went into the B site a couple of times versus pistols, but in the actual rifle rounds, they've mainly just been facing into A. And while losing Splash K early on, he's been one of the danger men. Nef's going to do a little bit of damage to himself by jumping off.
Ronan takes the AWP as well. You said earlier, you don't even know if Splashka's the best AWPer on the team. We'll get a chance to see if Ronan's got something to do with it.
Normally you do see these young stars have some pretty tasty AWP skill. Spiels is going to take a tag as well. They're probably going to need Ronan to do something here. And this is the amount of information that's already there. They're able to rotate players off. Ronan's going to get wrecked without even seeing anyone. And it's just so valuable to have the ramp. There's so much information being gathered up by Vici in this round. There was no chance for Hotside to ever win this. And that's what was peculiar to me. They had basically a setup that worked. They moved away from it. They lost 5 rounds. They go back to it. They win another round.
And there is the round confirmed. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Especially when you have Zoking on your team, because you know that Zoking just wants to push anyway. Let's be real. Seen this man play. He always wants to take fights. He's good in those aggressive spots. So it's definitely a sort of position you think would be suited to him, pushing into that ramp. I will say, Advent is playing that close position behind the half wall on B very often. I feel like if Hwatsai were aware of that, you can just molly him out pretty easily and get that kill, potentially. I also think, in general, I wouldn't mind just some faster B plays on these gun rounds from Hwatsai, but they just haven't shown the same ability with the nades over at B, and that means they're going back to A, where Kaze has been forced away early, so the ramp control could be here, and Zoking is missing hard. He only gets 1 kill for his troubles. I guess at least he gets 1 kill for his troubles, but that is the ramp lost.
Well, Kaze is going to be re-aggressing. Maybe looking to try and gain that control back, and the T's have to go get the bomb again.
Look at how exposed B is right now for the CTs.
I think it's just Advent like half checking it. It's a bit risky. I'm not a big fan of this, but I guess they've had to fill the holes for losing Zoking. He's normally the man that likes to rotate back through and check mid from afar on the A site. But they're going to build into this now. Advent's re-pushed into this position, but he doesn't know that someone's already crossed out. However, well, I was about to say Neff doesn't hit the initial shots, but he manages to correct his aim. Kaze has found another one. Jam Young got an incendiary, but he's not going to be able to deny the plot. He's just going to try and force him off of the angle, and in fact the incendiary's missed. It's not cleared the position at all, but Splashgate's going to walk into it anyway, and now Jam Young's going to try and make this play seemingly on his own. His teammates have finally made the rotation. Splashgate will get 1, but that will be all. 9-5 in favor of Vici, rectifying a few of the problems and basically just winning some of the duels. And well, for the last round, unfortunately, Hwatsai aren't actually going to have that much cash.
Yeah, we can see maybe Galils, some AKs potentially being dropped between the players. I am a bit surprised that Zoking was just left pretty much alone on the ramp aggression this time. He's still got a kill and some damage, so the nade that came through was able to give Vici the man advantage, so it worked out okay in the end for them. And there is indeed just that 1 AK picked up ahead of this round for Hwatsai. Arguably more importantly though, they have almost no nades in this round. So that A execute isn't going to be happening. It might just have to be the pressure onto the B site that we're already seeing. And Advent needs to be a little bit careful here getting aggressive. If he's not aware of these angles, he could go down early. Are they going to molly him? No. It's gone to the backside.
Don't worry, I've heard they've got a really good pop flash for this angle. They've got to check this, right? Yep, they'll get him eventually, but it just gives enough space to Ormond to clear this out. Rifles at least will be retrieved. Ormond's done so much in this round. And Bulbasaur Well, he's been slowly upgrading his gun all the way throughout the round. That's a ceiling.
He was here in the steps.
Yeah, but I'm gonna blow your mind here, Hawker. You don't need to look at the step where the steps are. You can just work out where they're coming from.
Wait, you're telling me
with your
you don't
ears.
hear with your eyes?
Yeah, no, I must be skilled, gifted, you could say.
Oh,
I'd like to see how you're wearing your headphones. It must be very difficult to commentate this match if you've got one cup over each eye.
didn't really think about that.
20 seconds left. Bulbasaur, 27 HP. A player on each site. Kaze's going to peek out, dink him up through the wall, as if it wasn't bad enough, and he's running out of time. The other player's just waiting for him to go for this plant. This is a free kill.
Good half.
It's not even-
No. Okay, it took some time. Kaze somehow got that kill in the end there. But you know what? They got the round. 10-5 for Vici. A little bit better than Huatsai's previous performance I was talking about. They get 2 more rounds out of their T half. It still didn't look great for them, if we're being honest, but they are still in this game somewhat.
Yeah, I think there was just like a blip on the radar for Vici, where they sort of started giving them more control than they needed to. I don't know if that was just the trying out a few different things, but it didn't really work. Went back to what was working, started taking back map control, and basically just went back to it looking fairly easy. Now they go straight in for a mid pistol. I like this. I always like teams that utilize mid control. It's something that's fairly underused on the map of Vertigo. Even at some of the higher levels of Counter-Strike, it's the same thing. Like, teams love ramp, even love a B rush, but they don't really utilize mid enough for my liking. Jam Young gonna pick off another 2, and he's even gonna close it. Nice quad kill for the pistol round. 19 for him now in the server, and Huatsai probably gonna force.
I'm right there with you though, on the mid control though, on the T side of Vertigo. I think it was NIP who really started using the mid control quite a bit, I think a few months ago, and they really started to shoot up on Vertigo. It started to become a really good map for them, because I think they were one of the few teams that actually used that mid control pretty well, especially in a pistol round like that. You can run up mid so easily and get towards the B site. I just think that's a really solid way to just start your T half. And there's actually no force buy for Huatsai, Tom. They've decided to save heavily, potentially to try and buy into the next round, but that means this one will probably be a whitewash.
Yeah, interesting that they're going to opt to play the next round with, like, obviously a lot less utility. In fact, Splash K's bought a lot more than I would have expected. Maybe he'll get a kill here, and that will at least make a little bit of the money back. No, never mind. But yeah, he's going to play with an extra 2,400. So his buy will be, what, 3,900? So he can get a rifle, Kevlar, and then maybe like a flash.
You can get away with going for the SMGs on Vertigo.
I'm just going to go for a
but
FAMAS.
No, a FAMAS. I almost would just prefer an MP9 to play close, personally. But hey, each their own.
Yeah, I think he had to go for at least something to allow him to get utility because he bought so much. But that's the thing that's irritating to me is, like, you could have just had a rifle and not bought the Deeg. Like, if you're going to do this, I'd rather you focus on the buy rounds unless you genuinely believe that you were going to get 2 kills with that Deagle. But we'll see. The T's, they've still got mostly rifles and an SMG. Most of that utility's already been expended just to try and deny this initial ramp take, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but they haven't actually gained any control over it. So they basically just thrown a lot of utility down, and Ronan looks lost. I'll be honest. Like, he doesn't even look like he knows where he should be playing. Like, he just keeps, like, turning around, switching angles. Like, it looks like a bit of a fidget, potentially. King, well, he spotted out his opponent. That'll be a freebie for him. He does get dinked up in the process, and Ronan has managed to find one. He's got a wide peek after his teammates go down, and he manages to drop the bomb. I'm not sure how he gets away with that, but he's at least evened things up.
Yeah, Zoking had to be a bit careful as well, because the bomb was dropped and he was alone here. But elsewhere, the pressure on the B site could be the difference maker. Alman gets that kill, and with Zoking bringing the bomb over to B, he should beat Ronin, who was flanking him the entire time. Ronan finally slows down, and that means Zhou will be safe to get this bomb planted. And at this point, even though Huatsai are trying to stick together, without the kit on this retake, it's very unlikely, and you can already see they've actually called off this round. So the decision to go for this early buy, not paying off for them. And at this point, Vici might just get out to too big of a lead. It's about to be 13-5. And as a reminder to anyone who's just tuned in, this is Huatsai's map pick.
Yeah, and we haven't really worked out why.
That's the thing, even in that previous series against Vici that we were talking about, they actually played it kind of close on Inferno that Vici picked. They played that 16-11. That's not bad against Vici. But this Vertigo just hasn't looked great.
Yeah, it's a map that they played against a few of the bigger teams. The problem is with Huatsai, I feel like even with us to an extent, nobody really takes them seriously. So like when we saw them lose 16-14 to Tyloo were wide peeking out on A with the bomb. Like even on the scaffolding side of it, like they would just individually run in with the bomb and peek. They did not care about that match. Vici, again, I think they've been playing this a lot looser than we'd normally see of them, and they've beaten them on it multiple times. And the only win they have is versus Sigma, who is one of the other teams that's already eliminated, and that was a 16-14. So it's not like this is transferable. Like, oh, you lost 16-14 to Tyloo, so you're going to smash Sigma, right? No, you also won 16-14 versus Sigma. So I think that a lot of teams just play a little bit more loose, a little bit more crazy. Like you can even see here, like Orman's just going for solo peaks. Like he's normally the lurker on this side of the map, which is fair enough, but I don't think you'd see him just be wide peeking like this and just taking risky fights. But they know that they've got this in the bag. If they need to, they have strategies to fall back on. It's not quite like Tyloo where they just go, yes, now I start hitting my headshots better. It's more, they actually have a plan in a lot of these rounds. Neff getting aggressive. Ronan did manage to get the first kill. Actually, he's managed to pick up another one. We can see the individual skill of this youngster is definitely still there, and he's taking some risky fights, but he's getting away with them. He's found 3. It's left on to the man, the myth, the legend, Advent. 1 versus 2. Both players with pistols. Splashgate in the corner, but Mr. Cerebral. No, Mr. Cerebral! You meant to check that! Oh.
He looked so ready. It looked like he was going to clear the corner, and then it looked like he just forgot about it a second later. Bit of a shame for Advent there, because it would have been a free kill against the USP, but how about Ronan? Really good shots with the AK. A lot of these kills basically happening on the first few bullets. Snappy aim from the AK, and then Splashka couldn't believe his luck as he got this double dink from the back. 6th round win for Huatsai, and again, some promising signs from some of these players. This is what we talked about from them. They have definitely got a couple of potentially good players here. So at least we're seeing some of that come through for them, but it definitely feels like Vici at any point could just turn it up and get this win.
Oh, a fast play through middle once again. Spiels has started off strong. Orman has just ruined them alongside Jam Young. Advent's found another, and now it's left all onto Ronan. This is what I mean. It's like they lose a round and they just instantly just step up. And which one of those was the young gun, 17 years old with ridiculous aim? Because I'm going to be honest, it looked like Advent in that situation.
Yeah, Advent was angry.
He's 17 and 11 right now.
Played pretty well.
He's currently out-fragging every single member of Huatsai.
He's out-fragging his Star Rauper as well in Kaze.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I feel like Kaze hasn't really had that much to do, because a lot of the time it's been other players getting aggressive. Like, he had something on the CTs. They're just running through Molotovs. Yeah.
Ooh, well, at least Huatsai can hit these shots when they're basically being gifted them. Even then, Jam Young's still able to fight back for Vici. The bomb's coming onto the B site. Yeah, they've got a really good chance here. Molotov can go down. Advent has another molly and a smoke, which could be useful to slow down this post plant. The real issue is, can they deal with this flank of Neff? They put that molly down. Here's the smoke being lined up from Advent as well, but they're sticking on the bomb site for the post plant.
think this duel between Advent will eventually come up versus the SMG. Is probably going to be the biggest, most important one. Jam Young, he loves his little spam, doesn't he? He's being pushed. Okay, Neff. I appreciate it. He's just going to go running and jumping. Yeah, I feel like Jam Young, that's the third time in this match now where he has spammed either a smoke or a wall or something. He's run out of ammo and it's got him killed. I feel like he needs to be a little bit more safe with his ammo. Like, this is what, so he just seems to spam extra bullets. So there's that.
Yeah.
And then he just spams a load, and then because of that, he runs out of ammo, and that gets him killed. Like, if he just didn't spam the smoke, he would have been fine. And if that happens once, maybe even twice, I'm like, okay, fair enough. He just thought it was in the smoke. But that's now the third time that he's died to the same thing.
Oh, I thought Kaza might have seen the man crossing for a second there. Small gaps to work with over the top of the smoke, though. Vici have been really pummeling this B site in these last couple of rounds. They might do the same again in this one, with plenty of players waiting outside the B stairs. I haven't seen the M4 Griffin in such a long time. That's what Bulbasaur's rocking right now. And again, as you said, Alman playing this aggressive B style. Normally, you probably wouldn't see him play like this, but he's happy to try and take fights. Vici are now going back over to the A side, so we might see one of these executes onto the A site itself. Molotov already going into the sandbags, a couple more nades being prepared as we speak. Vici still continuing to play this round patiently, a bit of a slowdown after some very fast rounds previously.
Oh, flashbang's coming over the top. Ronan has managed to kick things off with the kill onto Orman on the B site. One will be planted, and Kaze at the sandbags could be quite a difficult player to clear. Hasn't spotted anything over the top of the smoke. Obviously, the X-ray giving us slightly more vision than he has. Now that the smokes are fading, he might be able to find himself a pick or two here. Advent already finding another. He's going for the top fragger in this match by the looks of it. Having an incredible game, but now Kaze starts to style on them. It's left all onto Spiels, and Zoking will close out the round. His 21st kill still sat right at the top, just behind Jam Young. Now, unfortunately, the finances are gone for Huatsai once again. An interesting map choice, and one that, well, they've done better on in the past, that's for sure. In fact, it seems like their results versus Vici on this map are getting consistently worse. They lost 16-13 to them during DreamHack Open Summer. They lost 69 to them in the Fun Spark event. And now, well, this is looking like a 16-7. So, next time, 16-5, I guess?
If we keep going like this, yeah. Got to confirm the 16-7 first, though. Pistols for most of the Huatsai players.
It's the 4 Deegs. Have you heard about this? Have you heard about the 4 Deegs?
What is this? Some dumb thing Mitch has come up with? Sounds like it.
Maybe. Yeah, it is. Basically, his formula is if there's 4 Deagles, they'll win. But then it started getting changed to like, oh, it only works for the top teams. I think that was Dinko, but obviously Dinko likes to sit on the fence. So, no conviction in that man, it seems. But we'll see. Neff taking some damage. God, it just swings. It just swings with the AWP. They are gonna retrieve the bomb on their way into the B site. Bulbasaur is ready and waiting. Nice shot. A second one coming up for him as well, and he's retrieved an AK. Whoa! What is just this? What? How's that come out? He's gone from having 7 kills to getting 4 in 1 round. They've got to be careful, though, because Jam Young is an absolute machine at times. Robot aim. And definitely clinical in this game so far. But it's not going to happen. It's the 4 Deegs. There you go.
It's come true. I mean, it helped that they just got delivered an AK here. Bulbasaur, I guess, ordered an AK and it arrived just on time. Got dropped right onto it. This transfer, though, superb. Whips over to the second headshot with the AK. And again, Vinci's money is broken. So it has to be almost nothing. Now, in this one, Vinci only have the one Deagle. So I assume they won't win this one, right?
Who knows? Who knows? We've seen rounds for Glocks. Doesn't look like it's happening this time. Maybe they are going to do better. Very slightly. But only because of the slip-ups of Vinci more than anything else. Orman left 1v4. I think if he wins this, Blair will have his clip of the day. Unfortunately, no clip this time. He might have already taken it with that horrific flashbang that came up earlier.
That was special. I do feel like we're just going to see Vinci go for an A execute to close out this game, because Huatsai didn't really have an answer for it the last time we saw it come out from Vinci. It's not even a perfect buy here, but they've made sure to get a fair few nades in the mix. Advent finally buying a Galil, and they've got plenty of nades if they do want to go for that A-sided execute, which looks somewhat likely right now. A couple of players going over to A, but Huatsai fighting for the ramp this time. We haven't seen too much of this from Huatsai so far. They've got the AWP here, they've got the AK up close, and Neff has a chance to make some magic happen in behind him. He gets one freebie, they're not turning round, he gets two for free before finally being traded, and with Kaza finding that further kill, Vinci end up winning those trades at A.
Yeah, that's almost impressive. The fact that they didn't even check one of the corners, they lose two players to it, and they still come out on top on the trades. You kind of have to wonder what the other players are doing. I like the nade stack. I think they needed one more to kill off Kaze, but the bomb's gone down. It's still going to end up in an after-plant position. AWP going to be retrieved by Kaze once again, so back to the old faithful now that he's managed to get that down. And the time is ticking. They do have to get going. 24 seconds. Oh, that's awkward for Spiels. He switches out. He's going to get in there with the AWP. Stuck in. Actually takes a pot shot at his own teammate. And while in the end, it doesn't matter. It's the same score as last time. Vinci are going to win this one 16-9. And it definitely wasn't clean. Like, they had some slip-ups here and there. But they were by far the better team in this match.
Absolutely. It felt like they could have closed that out sooner if they wanted to. At least here from the caster's perspective, that's what it felt like. But Blair and Dinko, do you have any other thoughts? I'm guessing not, but let me know what you guys thought of this one, because it was pretty one-sided.
The par's coming out. Have you got thoughts? No, idiots.
I mean, have you got other thoughts that Huatsai actually did something good?
I have no thoughts. My mind is blank. Dinko, take it away.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what we expected, right? We talked about before we came into this matchup. Vinci are very good individuals when it comes to Vertigo. They approach it with a different style. They don't have to think about too much of the strategy side of things, and that's why we get to see Advent fragging. And we love to see Advent hit the numbers. And the past couple of games, I think Advent has had his moments. I remember back on Overpass against Beyond, he was even showing up. So maybe they're going a little bit looser here for Vinci. But yeah, Vertigo, it's a map that I just don't agree as was a good pick for Huatsai. It's a terrible pick, in fact, and it just gets worse for them. The last time around, 16-9, they come back here, they just looked even worse than they did the first time around. I went back during that game and looked at a few of the clips in the previous game, and they actually look worse here. So yeah, I'm not a fan of this Huatsai team. Obviously, some of the players are not a fan of this Huatsai team. So moving forward, I don't see them doing much more, and this should just be a 2-0 for Vinci. This should be a continuation from Vertigo going into map number 2. I think Vinci just looks so comfortable on the map, and even Vinci right now, there's a couple of mistakes coming through from them, and you make a good point, Alex, in terms of they probably could have closed it out even earlier if they had just focused up.
Yeah, I feel I have to agree with you on that. I feel like they were maybe feeling a little loosey-goosey. I mean, they're pretty much guaranteed into the playoffs, right, Tom? And probably feeling a little comfortable, a little too comfortable, I feel like. But this Huatsai team, yeah, they still have one more map to be played here at the very least. Could potentially go to map number 3. We don't know, Tom. I mean, Checkmate did beat Vinci at Nuke. So, I mean, they still have. I'm happy to see at least the individuals show up.
Advent, Blair. Come on.
Fair. But Bobo had a good moment, though. I'm happy for him. This was a good okay.
He also pot flashed himself in the face and then got killed.
True. I don't want to bring that up, Tom, but you're kind of a bit of a bastard yourself. So there we go. Jam
Just-
Young
just
on
a little
28
bit, I'll take it.
kills. Advent on 20, outfragging Kaze and Almond in a 16-9 win. You don't see that often, ladies and gentlemen. But it is going to be Vici taking map number 1 in a very convincing fashion. Let's be real. Even the few rounds which Hordes are able to get, we're down to the individuals having this pop-off moments, Neff even getting an ace in between there. So, a few highlights moments over there. But heading into Nuke, it's gonna be hard. Checkmate did take down Vici, but Checkmate have been playing some fantastic Counter-Strike. And Huatai, they have to dig in deep to take us to map number 3, and that is coming up after a short break.
Hello and welcome back to the PAL 4. We're going to be going into what is the second map of Vici facing off against Huatsai. Huatsai obviously already eliminated from this tournament, so they're almost battling for pride at this point. They didn't do quite as well as they probably hoped they would on a map like Vertigo. Now they're going to Nuke, which has been the strongest map for this Vici side for quite a while. A map where they haven't performed amazingly in this tournament. They slipped up to Checkmate and Tiger, interestingly. So clearly they have some problems when it comes to the Mongolian teams. But they've managed to beat Invictus. They beat After. They pretty much beat everyone else that comes into their path. So realistically, we're going to favor Vici quite heavily. Well, I am at least. I know that obviously Hawkeye, he's a big fan of this Huatsai roster. He in fact said that Bulbasaur might be the in-game leader of an entire generation of bad players. And yeah, we're going to have to wait and see whether or not he's going to be right and if they'll clutch this one out.
Just putting words into my mouth, Tom. I just can't believe it. I've never said anything of the sort. I mean, Huatsai, look, they've got a couple of decent players. You know, that's something that you can look at. But Nuke, I just don't see it happening. Let's be real. Vici have looked good enough on this map to get the win. I think as well, something that's kind of cool about Vici on this map is I'm looking at the stats. They actually have a higher win percentage on their T side rounds than their CT. And Nuke is definitely a map that we're starting to see become a bit more T-sided. Teams are definitely getting more done on their T halves. So that'll be something fun to watch for as well, because I'm assuming they're probably going to start T-side, considering it is their pick.
Yeah, I think we've seen one or two teams start T-side by choice, just because they want to try and set the pace. Now, I wouldn't actually mind if Huatsai decided to do that, because I think the CT side of this map, although we've known it in the past to be very CT-sided, you need to have decent synergy and good rotations and calls. I don't think they have good calls. I don't think they have good synergy. And, well, I doubt they have good rotation. So it's going to be one of those maps where realistically, I think they're going to get slapped. And I'd like to see them start T-side so at least they can set the pace a little bit. The problem is that I think the reason Vici gets so many T-side rounds is because other teams just don't know how to play this map properly. So countering a lot of their executions is going to be relatively difficult. And they do have some of the best entry fraggers in the game, or in Asia at least at the moment. So realistically, I think this should be a stomp. If it's not, then I really am going to start to worry for Vici going into the playoff stage, because they've already had their slip-ups. If they slip up here, sure, it's in a match, as said, that really doesn't matter, but you don't want to be heading into your initial match versus Tai Lu. You also don't want to be losing to Huatsai, because that's embarrassing.
I would like to, again, get to see Jamyoung just playing to this great level that he did in the last map. That's something that will be good to see if he can continue to just be the best player on the server by far, you know, get that form going into the playoffs, because we know that whenever we see Vici, we think if Jamyoung's playing well, that's got to be kind of the first key to victory for them. So he did great on the first map. You could just see individually he was clearly the best player on the server. And that's even with some of those plays you were talking about, Tom, where he'd get 1 or 2 kills and then would spam the smoke for seemingly no reason. So if he's getting kills and even doing that, then he's clearly doing something right.
The other thing I've thought about with that statistic of them getting more T-side rounds is they're one of the only teams that picks Nuke. So that means they always start T-side.
True.
So it's possible that the reason they have so many T-side rounds is because they're always just winning from the get-go, which is a pretty terrifying thought, because it's not overly surprising that they win the T-side and then just close out the rest of the match. So if they're picking it, most teams will pick CT side, and thus they have to play the T-side first. Now, they've not actually played Huatsai on this map. The last couple of times they played on Inferno. So I don't really know what to expect from the side of Huatsai. And as said, we've only seen them play this a few times. They beat D13, who didn't qualify for this tournament. And then they lost to Beyond and Tiger, getting to double digits, but that was all. So again, like what we've seen from this tournament so far is the teams that are clearly lesser than Vici, they've been able to destroy. I'm expecting more of the same. If we don't, even if I see like double digits from Huatsai, I would say that that's a pretty good result for them. If they somehow manage to win this map, then I think Dinko's prophecy of them not making to the final is going to come true, because that's unacceptable.
Yeah, definitely a game that Vici should be winning every time. And they've started with 2 sets of nades for this pistol round. Advent and Alman. being the boys to buy the nades, whereas for Huatsai, a very different approach. No kit, no nades for them, just 5 sets of Kevlar and the hope that they can land some shots. But they've got to hold this A bomb site, and already Kaz is flying into the site with 2 instant kills, and that is certainly setting the pace for this game.
Oh, nice shot from Ronan. I'm not really sure how much else they're going to be able to do. Buying no utility in this sort of pistol is always going to be a risk, especially not having a kit. And oh, Neff, that's a kill he's going to want to forget. I think actually out of all the maps, I think not buying a kit on this one is the one that might irritate me the most, because you're going to have those fast upper hits so regularly. If you lose the site, you want to have a kit to give yourself some extra time. The fact is, it wouldn't have mattered if they did, though, because they lost 3 players within 10 seconds of the round starting.
And now they've got to see if they can do any better with the Deegs. It's 5 Deegs, so the prophecy states they won't win this round, or at least we don't know if they will, because they've not gone for the 4 Deagles, which we were talking about. Straight into the lobby. I don't mind the aggression. Unfortunately, though, the only man to get any kills so far has been Neff. And even though Spiels is sneaking in, there are still 2 players, and they're both going to fight him at the same time. So another fast round for Vici. And now that Huatsai are down to an even worse buy in this one, it should be the clean and easy 3-0 start they were looking for.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if there's any extra money saved up. Neff's actually just going to invest the cash he made into a Deeg. There should be enough Splash State to get his AWP going forward, but actually, maybe not. Not with Kevlar, at least. They've invested quite a lot into this round, considering. We'll see if they can do any damage with it. Neff's even bought Kevlar. Well, that was worth it.
Yeah, that's not what you want to be seeing when you invest that much into a round like this. Alman getting a couple of kills, spotting out the early aggression, and I think we might be about to have another quick round. Vici not wasting any time at the start of this game. Spiels up close, unable to win the fight. Alman getting some easy pickings. And as you pointed out, Neff's money is a little bit worse for wear now. He can still buy a rifle. He just might miss some nades, might miss the kit that he would have otherwise wanted. But the buy about to come through for Huatsai. No AWP for them. It's just full rifles ahead of this first gun round.
They don't have a kit.
They don't. I was about to look for that.
Oh, God. I don't understand at this point. There's so many decisions that Huatsai are making where I'm just like, how? Like, why would you spend, like, about what? So 650 plus the 700 of the Deagle, 1350 in the last round, and for no reason really, and then not have enough money for a kit in this one, or even the extra nades. It's questionable. And well, Ronan's been wrecked on ramp. Jam Young is going to find another onto Splash K, and they're going to have the lower bomb site. There's already a rotation coming in towards the door, which will be Bulbasaur. They should know he's here. He's made plenty of noise, but never mind. He manages to sneak his way through and actually get a kill and drop the bomb. This will buy some extra time for rotations. He's going to go back through. Vici slipping up in this round, that's for sure. And Bulbasaur capitalizing off of it. Doking's very low on HP. And Orman... Oh, I thought the nade got him for a second. It didn't. It's left onto Orman. I don't know how we've got to this situation. Or 4v2 turned 1v2. They're going to try and face him together. It's sort of. But, well, Bulbasaur will get the trade kill in the end. Great round from Bulbasaur. He made a really risky play, and it paid off this time. And I'm not quite sure what happened for Vici there. They look like they made some serious mistakes. As I said, like, unless he managed to open the doors at the exact same time the other player opened the doors, which I don't think he did. No, because they're closed. So they heard that and then just decided to ignore it, or just weren't paying attention, I guess.
I guess maybe the other thing could be if the comms were really cluttered, maybe they didn't hear it because of that. That you should have your game loud enough that you can hear the sounds in the game. There's also times where there are just so many nades and stuff going on that it can make it confusing. Nice shot from Kaza at the start of this round, though. And even after that round win, Huatsai have so many SMGs in this round. It's not a great buy for them, especially after losing Splashka early on. Now they're in a pretty precarious position where they don't have much control. You can see Jamyoung is wrapping all the way round into heaven, and I just do not like Hwatsai's chances from this point in the round.
Has Neff not got a gun? Oh, okay. He dropped it. Must have been looking for an AK or something, but it wasn't to be found. Jamyoung. Oh, it's going to win that duel, even though he was being waited for. Bulbasaur now the only one left, but they've got no real reason to push him at this point. They're going to head into the B site, and the woman's just waiting. You always have to be prepared for Omen on this map. It's something that, well, many teams should have learned, that he is normally lurking outside in the lobby. He would just wait patiently to try and stop any rotations, any aggression, and just make things very awkward for you. But yeah, the AWP now comes into play. Nice shot from Kaze. And then from then on with complete outside control. And this is what I mean. Like on this map, they have so many different... Well, they know all the different smoke iterations, basically. Like the L smokes that allow you deeper control. Even you can throw an even deeper smoke that then makes it easier to try and take garage. And then they'll just go for a round like this. 2 seconds later, just running straight in towards the ramp. They know what control they can gather. That's a bit of a whiff. But it will be Splashgate to eventually go down. Obviously, in this round, they've only got pistols, so you can't really expect too much. Neff's going to get past the Molotov, and even though he had an opportunity there, unfortunately, it's not going to be taken. Ronan. What he do in this situation? Nice shot. We'll get rid of Kaze at least. But he is going to fall moments later. Bulbasaur left in a 1 versus 3. Advent looking for the ace. That's not something I thought I would be saying today. If he can find it.
Well, there's 10 seconds, so Bulbasaur's not winning this round. He's just looking for the gun at the end, or maybe a kill. And that might be the chance that Advent needed. Never mind, he gets caught in the back. So no ace, at least in this round for Advent. I don't know if there's a gun for Bulbasaur, though. I thought there was one close right here, but I guess not. And, oh, hello. Oh, Almond's back on the site already. He's been very cheeky at the start of this game, Almond. Always in control of these fights. As you said, just kind of holding back and really picking apart Hwatsai in a bunch of these rounds. But we have now got the guns out for Hwatsai. This is what they were waiting for. I saw the AWP already being brought up. And yeah, let's get all these replays of these shots from Almond. He actually got quite a few good kills there with the headshots. So good work from him. But this is the buy we were waiting for. AWP out for Splashka. Oh, and a missed shot from Kaze as well, and he just politely closes the door behind him, opens it up again, and that gives Splashka the chance he was looking for.
Yeah, starting to style on them a little bit with the AWP. Ronan also getting aggressive. You can see he's checking for Orman now. He's like, is he still here? Is he still lurking? The answer is no. The flashbang's not great. He gets it while still partially blind. The bomb's also made its way onto the B site. Advent trying to switch up the play. And they're going to have Orman in the backlines. He's going to have to rotate through the ramp. Advent needs to try and stay alive as long as possible. And in fact, he peeks wide and goes down. And wait, Orman didn't go back towards the ramp. Why didn't he go ramp?
I have no clue. I mean, they're just going to defuse now. I guess saving the AWP is something. Yeah, the bomb is planted for Amp there. You've got to think that's where Almond was going to go. I've got to say as well, Advent, like you pointed out, should have probably just focused on staying alive there. But hey, Hwatsai won't care. They'll take that. Couple of shots landing from Splashka early on. This was the awkward one for Ronan that nearly went against him. And then Spiels walks in, gets that kill, and makes sure that his team can win the round. So Hwatsai getting a second on the board. And if they were to win this one, this is where they could reset Vici's economy, which I think will be an important part of their game plan here if they've got any chance on Nuke. Where's that smoke gone?
Okay, Neff with a bit of a risky re-peek. I say they have the L smokes, maybe not. It seems like they've missed one. Obviously, they've thrown a slightly deeper one to section off the hell window anyway. Again, these are all fairly common smokes except the one that missed. Bulbasaur's got to be careful, though. To go back up the ladder makes a lot of noise and gives Zoking a freebie. Molotov even going to go down to try and clear out anybody around the hut, but Not going to happen. There's still a couple of players here. And in fact, Ronan's going to go rotating back up in towards this A site. The problem is the amount of control that's already been taken. They can pretty much go anywhere they like. Although Splash K, it seems like he's aware. This is a nice angle that he's holding. It's a risky one for sure if they were to head back through the ramp. But knowing that they've already pushed outside, they're managing to make this one work. Avicii started this round off so strong. It's ended up with just Kaze left.
Low on health as well. Without the bomb in his hands, I doubt he's going to be winning this one. And that was another round that comes kind of confusing with Vici taking so much control. But credit to Huatsai for actually reacting to that and playing some positions that did work for them. Kaze gets the free kill. He's actually got a chance now, but Ronan makes sure to land a shot. Make sure that Huatsai get their third round win. And as I was saying earlier, this is where Vici's money starts to become a problem for them. They can't buy into this round. And if Huatsai want any chance in this game, controlling the economy is probably the best way for them to put some rounds on the board to give themselves the best possible chance here. Some good kills across the board for them. Huatsai showing they can be competitive at the start of Nuke.
Well, any pistols in this round?
Not the best.
Or Vici. Oh, okay. Spiels decides to get aggressive in a round where it doesn't really make that much sense. Luckily, Splash K has just domed them with the USP. So maybe a little bit more costly than they would have liked, but only a couple of kills after what was a pretty strong start to the round. And I almost feel like Vici could have got a little bit more there. I think that's the problem. Like, Huatsai's only response to the way Vici play this map is to get aggressive. And in certain rounds, that doesn't make any sense. So that's probably a bit more costly than they would have liked. Obviously, their loss bonus is now being diminished. So if Vici win this round, they're going to be right back in the driver's seat once again. And Nade's going to go through, but actually doesn't connect onto anybody as they go for a fast play outside. Again, a complete change of pace. Although it's only really Zoking that's crossed. Everybody else is still patiently waiting. And the power of this play is that obviously you're going to know, or you will have heard, that somebody's walked through. So you'll have the positional control, but then you've left the remaining T's outside. So if anybody goes looking, anybody goes hunting, they're going to be in quite a bit of trouble. Neff somewhat abandoning his post as the remainder...
What? There was a smoke in front of him, which would have been the safe haven he wanted. I guess just stand in the flames. Oh, well.
2 players just died to Molotovs. Like, I'm all for great utility usage, and don't get me wrong, Vici clearly put them in the right place, but you're not meant to stand in fire. I never thought I'd have to say that out loud.
Oh, dear.
And this round's going to destroy their economy as well. They have to save these last 2 guns. No question about it. If they do, Splash K can drop 2, Ronan can drop 1, they're fine. If either of them die, then it's going to be a big problem. Don't peek here, Ronan. There's no value in peeking. Oh, it's... There is just that mentality. I think this goes all the way to the top as well. Of no matter the situation, if I get 1 kill, then it's worth it. It's like... So did he smoked that off and it didn't put out all of the flames. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, that is a shame.
I hate how that works. That's so stupid.
Oh yeah, there's so many rounds
As
where
you
I'll pull
put
a
out
rush
half the flames.
and try and smoke it and then just die because it doesn't.
Or just hit your teammate in the back.
Oh,
the amount of times where it's like, okay, that someone on my team will say, right, everybody rush B, I'll smoke the Molotov, and they just hit their teammate in the back of the head.
Yeah.
And then the other people just burn to death. Or they like, well, don't run through. And if you don't run through, you're a coward, and I don't like you.
Absolutely.
You died to show your teammate made a mistake. Oh, Ronan! He tried to escape, and instead has handed the B side away. Splash K's trying to get a quick rotation in.
What? What?
What?
Trigonometry, bruh.
He's got a bouncing Betty. That's amazing. I don't think I've seen a Molotov fly quite that aggressively. I'm guessing it hit the rim on the floor and just flew up, but that's ridiculous. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Bit awkward. Decent position for Zoking, though. Not checked properly, and now Bulbasaur's left alone. 1 versus 3 situation, but he does not have time. 10 seconds left. He needs to kill 2 people and then defuse the bomb. Good luck, my friend. It is 7 on the board. The buy that they came in with did a decent job for what it was, but ultimately not enough.
The problem so far for Huatsai has, I think, just been that positioning. They've had 1 or 2 rounds where they have been able to position correctly, but on the CT side of Nuke, it's so important to get into the right spot. That's not even an angle. There's no angle there to bounce up like that.
No,
I'm sorry.
It's hit the rim.
To me, it looks like a right angle, but I guess there must be an angle there.
Magic.
Fireworks on the server. If I were Vici, I think I would just run the wall of smokes outside every round and just go down secret and just see what Huatsai's response is, honestly, because I don't believe Huatsai's rotations will be good enough to deny that from happening, in all honesty. Got a tech pause here, though, Tom. Second one of this series. 7-4 lead for Vici. And you can see Huatsai not really able to buy too much ahead of this round.
Yeah, this should be a fairly easy one, and Vici already looking like they're going to be set up to win the half on the T side, which is basically what we were talking about before, is that they do manage to get a lot of their rounds on the T side. The thing is that again, we're looking at Huatsai and basically saying the only rounds that they've managed to win are off individual brilliance, like the round where Bulbasaur runs through the smoke and manages to get a multi-frag. Splash K with the AWP has had some pretty good rounds. It's not been anything structured whatsoever, and the worry for me is that Neff's not performing at all, and he's normally like reliable. Like he's the man that we can look to at least put up some decent numbers. The scariest prospect is that the joint second top fragger in the server, again, is going to be Advent. So they're still getting out fragged by the in-game leader, which, even on an individual basis, like, sure, I don't want to just harp on Advent, but if he's getting, like, the one of the highest ADRs in the whole server, you've got problems. Like, he is normally there for his strategical masterminding of the match, not for the fact that he can out-frag you. So you're just not even stepping up on an individual basis. And I think they are consistently being outplayed. Like, sure, the scoreline's only 7-4, but on the T side of Nuke, that's pretty damn good. And while after a few rounds in a row, it seems like that streak will come to an end. And I wouldn't be surprised if Vici even managed to get into double digits.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. I was looking at some of the previous games that Vici played against some of the top Asian teams on Nuke to see if they had that sort of similar T-side success. They got 8 T rounds against Tai Lu. They got 7 T rounds against Tiger on this map. So it's something that seems to carry over a little bit against the top teams as well. There is Advent, Toasty McToaster. A lot of fire damage, which I think we saw in that earlier round. Again, good performance from Advent so far individually. 8 headshots for him. Been putting in some good rounds with that AK. Yeah, as you were saying, Tom, just individually, Advent being there for this Vici team as well means that you've got so many players to have to deal with over on the other side. And that's something that Huatsai haven't been able to counter so far.
Well, I imagine this is probably something to do with VPNs again, or something of the sort. I hope it won't be too long a technical pause. But yeah, this, as we've pretty much said, like this is Vici basically just having a training match. Like this is them bit of a practice, like try out a few different spicier things. I don't think there's going to be anything too interesting. Obviously, the next match is going to be the one that we really want to talk about, which is going to be Checkmate facing off against Arthur. After.
Oh, wow.
Wait, what? Jamyong broke his keyboard. Oh, that's interesting. How? Did he spill something on it? Did he punch it? I want to know that. I want to know the details of how he broke his keyboard. Is he an angry gamer?
There's no way
It's
he's punched his keyboard in this game out of all games.
I don't know. He's 7-7. You know, sometimes you can be winning, and then you're like, I'm not playing well enough. Like, I wanna be performing a little bit better. No limb shots. Wasted bullets 84. Obviously the Orpus are not going to be shooting as many bullets as anybody else. I do love the little drone statistics.
Yeah, it's nice. You can actually see his weapon of choice has been the AK so far in this game. I think just because they've been going pretty fast pace, they haven't had to use the AWP too much.
The early rounds, though. I think because we're only 11 rounds in, so I think that will probably change. It's just that, obviously, in the first few rounds, if he doesn't die, he's not going to repurchase an AWP over an AK-47. Has one here, but again, I think that's because their finances were low, so he buys an AK, and then when he dies next, he'll probably invest back into the AWP. Because on outside, he is a menace. Like, well, we saw him just a few rounds ago, basically just countering any players. But yeah, looks like they're just going to go back for these outside smokes. I like the counter. Nade's going to do some initial damage. Ronan in the smoke, and he's going to get caught out. Kaze's found another pick, and now they run the gauntlet back towards this B site once again.
This is what I was saying earlier. I'm absolutely fine with this. Just go for that wall of smokes down to B. I don't think Quatsai have much of an answer. You can see the rotation arriving pretty late. Obviously, this is a round where Quatsai didn't have much in terms of weaponry anyway. But if Vici do this, and I think they should be getting a fair few rounds at the end of this half. Bulbasaur probably focused on saving the AK. A couple of his teammates have a little bit lower funds than he. And with Advent finding Splashka, it is now only the AK of Bulbasaur. This is where you go back to spawn, you sit there, and that's the safest place to be. But instead, Bulbasaur wants to see if he can get kills for some reason. I don't really know why, but hey, no AK saved. And that means that Quatsai's buy will be even worse ahead of this next gun round.
Yeah, you know, he wanted to damage the economy. I stand by. I think Bulbasaur has some really questionable decision making, and he's the in-game leader. And so, I don't know. I think if you minus him and add someone like Impression into this roster, I think you have a much better team.
Oh yeah.
I think that he would be able to at least get the best out of some of these young players. And that's something else I've mentioned throughout the tournament. I think Ronan's good, but I also think that they put him in a lot of positions that make no sense for the way he plays the game. So, I don't know. It's an odd one. Neff, Spiels, they're combining here as the A-side push does come in. Bulbasaur, he's going to get a double for himself, and Kaze is now left alone, and this time he will achieve nothing. A decent stack up on that A-site is going to hold the line this time. But of course, there is going to be a purchase come back up. Now, this will be interesting because there is plenty of money over on the T side. So we'll see whether or not Kaze sticks to the rifle, in which case we can imagine they will still go for these faster plays, or if he's going to go back to the old faithful. And by the looks of it, he has bought a rifle. So he's sticking away from that AWP for now.
I'd have thought this would have been time for the AWP, right? You get shut down with one of these faster A plays. Might have been a nice idea to just go for that pick at yard, which we've seen him do in some of the earlier rounds. Not meant to be, though. It's the AKs out for Vici ahead of this next one. And see, Ronan plays ramp, and this is a position you can't do that much. You can't push like that. I agree with you, Tom. You don't put a player like Ronan in ramp like that.
But that's the thing I've noticed with other teams. Like, for example, Invictus, the player they have on ramp is the most experienced player. They have Xiao Sage.
Yeah, exactly.
Playing on ramp, because it's one of those that's a very important rotational role. Like, you have to switch things up between hell, get yourself down to B when the decision's right, utility usage. I think the only young players that you really see are sort of the exceptions that are like
Obo was
very
surprisingly
intelligent
good at that spot on complexity.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of intelligent young players who are very good at playing a role. Whereas he's not one of them. Like, I would much rather have him go battling in towards the lobby, like if you really wanted to have aggression, like him playing around hut, or even have him just like styling outside, like play him in one of those roles where he's able to get aggressive, where he's able to push and make active decisions to be proactive. Instead, they have him as the rotational B player. It makes absolutely zero sense. It's the worst possible role I can imagine for Ronan. And as said, like I don't want to blame him necessarily for that. It looks like he's been put into decisions. Now there's going to be a late rotation back towards the A site. This actually could work out quite well. There's a couple of players here still that they have to deal with. One of them's going to be in the corner, and they predict it. Easy cleanup. Just got to get the bomb down, and then they're in a comfortable position. And in fact, they don't even need to do that. Flawless round for Vici. They bounce back in a matter of seconds, and the CT side money is in the bin again.
Yeah, just touching on the Ronin playing ramp in that round as well. I was looking at Bimas or Bmas, whatever you pronounce it as. When he was on FaZe, he was playing ramp, and he just wasn't having anywhere near as much success as now on Mouse, where he's playing on that A site. I think he had a game recently on Mouse where he got like 30 plus kills on Nuke, and he really went off. So yeah, it doesn't make much sense to me. But hey,
that's Carrigan for you.
Yeah, there you go. Carrigan
knows
has
how
a brain.
to use young talent.
Absolutely.
Wow, was that shots at FaZe? You saying that FaZe don't have brains? Wow,
I mean,
I'm quoting that.
I mean, would anyone argue against it at this point?
Nico's gonna come get you.
He might. I'm sorry, Nico.
But we're gonna have an esports boxing match.
Tom, I'm never
Nico.
having a boxing match against anyone. Have you
No,
seen me?
Hawker versus
Maybe
Nico.
against Obo. Maybe that would be the one that
I'll
I'd maybe
give
think
you
about.
10 quid if you do it.
Oh, 10 quid. I've never seen this sort of money before, Tom. Oh my goodness.
Good deal. Oh, Splash K. I think he's been spotted. That was the decision.
It was very ambitious. Ambitious, but rubbish.
Okay. Eagle renowned for being able to kill people through walls.
Hey, it's
I
a
don't know.
3v3, Tom, so this round hasn't actually gone too bad for them. They might still have a chance in this one. 37 seconds. Vici have really run down the clock in these last rounds. But with Jamyong flanking in through heaven, I think he could be the difference maker in this one. They're waiting for this.
Almost every round.
not
Almost
watching,
every
though.
round. Yeah, he like the amount of times we've seen him get a kill from this position is somewhat sickening. And there is a player currently in the back corner of the site who is dead. I can't believe I still can't believe they don't put anyone watching that. Like, how many times have we now seen him rotate through heaven? And I think it's at least 4 or 5 times. And they're never prepared for it. Never. Not once.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem we were thinking Huatsai would have, right? Is that just the rotations and the positions just haven't been there for them in a bunch of these rounds. Jamyong with a flashy kill at the end. Puts himself at the top of the board, and we've got dualies, Tom. What do you think of the dualies?
Let's go. Love Julies. No, this isn't just Julies. You have understated this. This
Oh
is
my
the
God.
Julie raid boss.
Wow.
This is Zoking being handed Julies by Advent. He's going to take the reins. This is your chance to dominate. Unfortunately, they've gone outside, which is not the best position. Ronin's just missed a jump and taken 45 damage from the world. So that's something. And yeah, they've gone B. They've gone straight towards the B side. They've left one player lurking, which Jamyong is ready for. And in fact, we are going to see Orman end up closing that kill. The player on the B side is going to go down. We want to see Zoking do something here, but he's actually being relatively patient with these dual Berettas. The whole point is to run and gun. We want some keto magic. I got to see that last time. There's one. Spins around. Beautiful stuff from Zoking. But I think from that point, the round was pretty much already over anyway. 11-5, another pistol win. I think, is that every single pistol going the way of Vici? Can't remember if the second
be
half pistol in the
surprised.
last map went their way. I think it did. I think they won every single pistol in this.
Also, for everyone watching at home, I think, I'm assuming Ronin missed the jump from Silo onto the top of main. If you want to do that, you just have to run with your knife out and you will make it. If you run with your gun out, you will not make it. So that's a top tip for you, everybody. I didn't think I'd be having to say that today. But hey, Ronin has cracked open this round. They're onto the A site, but Joking is in from above. He's not got the Julies this time, but the MP9 and the P2000 are doing the dirty
Where
work.
did the Julies go?
I don't know.
Oh, Advent
he dropped
has
them.
back.
Advent's got them, yeah.
All right. So you get these for 1 round and 1 round only. It's not even like he died either. It was just he just decided to give them back. Well, Zoking I like it. They really do love to get that AWP in early, especially knowing that there's a buy coming. Nice shot from Ronan. I think there's a chance he'll have more impact going into this T side just because he's not playing a position, which makes absolutely zero sense for the way he plays the game. But we'll have to wait and see on that. Not much utility here, but I don't think they're really going to utilize it properly anyway, so it's just going to be a push towards ramp by the looks of it. Zoking's run all the way outside and seen nobody. So this is going to allow them to stack up some other positions. They're going to try and make a play into Jamyang through the smoke. That is risky as hell. This is the last man I want to push, but Bulbasaur, nice entry. Kaze has been able to rotate back, but ultimately they're just going to stick with the trade.
Very safe play from Kaze there, making sure to just stay alive because he knows that he can just funnel them into that B bomb site. Alman was waiting. Flashbang put through to try and see if he can get onto the site. This smoke is giving him some cover. They've lost track. They don't know he's here. Oh, Alman has snuck all the way through and Spiels goes down. Splashka should be out of there. It's Joking who eventually closes it. 13-5 for Vici. And at this point, I think we all know which way this game is going, especially with Hwatsai's money. This is looking much more like it from Vici on this second map.
Yeah, kind of expected. Realistically, they've had some closer games in this tournament, but they have been the worst. Like, they've managed one win. It was a huge surprise versus Invictus, and I think if anything, that's probably made things worse for them here because Vici have come in and gone, well, we can't have that. We want to make sure that we get some extra wins on the board, potentially move us up a little bit in the table. Orman, okay, he's gone down. It looked like a chance to really pad his stats and get some cash. Whereas now Kaze is going to go for a few risky re-peaks. They have made it down towards the B site. Splash K pre-firing the angle actually just gives his position away. And while Jamyang is trying to get himself a few extra kills before the end of the match, Splash K and Neff left in a 2 versus 4. By the looks of it, they're going to try and go up the vent. And they've spotted out Zoking. I think Zoking spotted them back, though. That doesn't really help them out too much.
Neff, the last man standing. 3 kills so far. Make it 4 as he gets gifted one. Oh, nothing else, though. As soon as he pops his little head up, Advent takes it away. Another round for Vici. And you were saying that this could help them get up the standings. Vici's losses have come against Checkmate, Tiger, and Tai Lu. So with this win, they should move ahead of Invictus on the tiebreaker. I'm not sure how it would work out if Tiger lost against Tai Lu, because then they'd all be joint on 6 wins, and that might get confusing. But it would definitely be a nice win for Vici, and it should be coming through shortly. AK's out for Hwatsai again. Another chance to maybe try and get some highlight plays, try and get some of these individuals going. But there aren't going to be too many more chances for them in this game if it keeps on going like this.
They have at least got a buy with utility, which is something we haven't actually seen yet. Bulbasaur looking like he's just going to break the door and set somebody up for an opener. They have managed to gain a little bit of control outside, but they've got to be wary of Orman, who this round is going to be sat in secret. The Molotov is actually going to force Ronan back into a more awkward position, and Orman, he's ready for this. He goes diving into the hands of Spiels, but Zoking's there to trade. Advent with another. Now they've got a decision of which direction they're actually going to go in. Zoking's going to get dropped down. I'm surprised that Bulbasaur manages to win that duel, but I imagine for Zoking it was a bit of a surprise. Somebody jumping down knowing he was there. Jamyang as well is already waiting on this B site. And the second that door opens this time, we'll have a decent amount of information. That's if they go that way. Actually, Boba's going to go back. Or it seems that way. I'm very confused as to what they're doing. They're making a hell of a lot of noise. And now they're going to go into the B site. And this is where Jamyang is waiting. Just going to watch for the door. They're going to go for the plant. And eventually, he'll get killed off. Ronan on the other side now only has 10 seconds. And Kaze's rotated in. A little bit close for comfort. But Vici ultimately get the round across the line. And in fact, I don't think they've dropped a single round in this half so far. So you can kind of see what I was talking about earlier, Hawker. It's not necessarily that they're better at the T side. It's just that they play it first.
Yeah, they get more chances on the T side, right? Absolutely. 15-5 up now. I was hoping we'd see Advent near the top of the board again, but everyone else on his team has decided to overtake him. Kaze now up to 19 kills. Kaze again with kind of not a quiet performance, but more just that he's getting kills when he needs to. He's never making mistakes. He's just doing his job. He's got 19 kills now, and oh man, gets 2 over at yard. No one there for Huatsai. No one ready for that angle. And it's 3 more kills required for Vici to close out their group stage with a win.
That's so cocky from Orman.
It's a bit much.
He wanted to try and just style on them towards the end of the match, but ultimately it does mean he meets his doom, and it looks like Zoking's about to come under some pressure. Huatsai slowing the round down, maybe hoping that somebody else will get a little bit more aggressive, but not really any reason for it. I'm then gonna pop Jam Young in just to give him that extra information, and now that they've spotted nothing else, they're actually going to rotate Kaze, and he's got to kill straight through the smoke, and they're going to try and make their way down the vent. He's done even more damage to Bulbasaur. I think they know this as well. They're going to throw out some extra utility, and now Zoking looks to try and get his revenge, falling through. Jamyoung's waiting, and it is dominant. Vici win this one 16-5. It's somewhat expected, and a fairly easy series for them in the end.
Good to see Vici back to a good level, though. That's what we wanted to see, right? Not too many mistakes made. I guess you could say on Vertigo it came slightly closer, but I think when Vici were properly trying in those rounds, it felt like they were doing what they needed to do. Individually, they looked good. Team play looked pretty good for them. And we can bring in Blair and Dinko to talk about exactly what went down in that one. What did you guys think of that game?
Oh, excuse me. I felt like for me, it just seemed like a very... I don't know, like, didn't look like Kyoto really had a chance there. I mean, Nuke, let's be real, they really didn't know what to do on that first half. The CD side just fell apart. Vici just cruising along. For me, Dinko, what was surprising was how consistently good Zoking has been so far this tournament.
Yeah, Zoking has actually been quite impressive overall. I think he's a player that, when you take a look at it, he's generally looked as an inconsistent player on this team, and a player that can pop off when you need him. But he's a role player, but he has been doing that role so well for this team, and even having some of these big moments for the Vici roster. And I think it's incredibly impressive to see them step up in this way. And I think Vici, they need that work. They need consistency. And Zoking's one of the players that usually in discussion, it's either him or Alman that can be shifted out. But this team overall, I think the fact that they've got Zoking on this team, he's a rare player. He's a certain rare player that just does what he's told. He's not scared to run in. He's not scared to just do whatever the in-game leader asks of him. And that's just priceless in a team, especially if you're trying to play the way Vici play, right? Where he's trying to think about Counter-Strike in the right way. And I think Zoking's kind of underrated in that respect.
Yeah, one of those rare players where, you know, whatever his in-game leader says, he will go on in, you know, throw away your pistol, take out a knife, run backwards. Zoking, he'll do it. He'll do it, Tom, which is why I love that guy. This was, yeah, it's kind of one-sided. I was hoping Huatsai at least might make it a little bit closer earlier in Vertigo, but yeah, Vici just too much of a team to contend against. And for me, Tom, I'm pretty happy to see Vici kind of coming back to form after that loss to Checkmate. But then again, that really wasn't an upset. Checkmate played out of their minds.
I'm more questioning how on earth Invictus lost to this team. Like, realistically, how? Like, they don't play any level of like smart Counter-Strike. The calling is bad. They've got a couple of good individual players, but they are very much diamonds in the rough. Like, Ronan makes some of the worst decision making I've ever seen, and they don't even put him in good positions. Like, as a team, I think they deserved to finish in last place, and they did finish in last place. So it makes sense, obviously, that Vici have come through again and played against a weak opponent and destroyed them. To be honest, it's the more structured teams, the teams that like actually seem to put in some work to improve, that Vici have struggled against. Like, you put Tiger and Checkmate as the main two. Obviously, they also lost to Tyloo, but that was the closest game that they played against Tyloo in a long while. So I think it's actually the teams that play more like Vici that Vici really struggle against.
True. And let's talk a little about Huatai. This is the last we're going to be seeing of them. They will unfortunately bow out of the tournament. Okay, Tom. Toxic bald, Tom. But
Live it up to the
let's
name.
talk about the players, Hawker. I'll be real. I'm friends with some of the players from Huatai. They're really nice guys. I like them as individuals. But I feel this team's not really going to go anywhere. There's a lack of leadership. There's a lack of cohesion. There's a lack of a lot of things. The two things working for them right now is Neff. I feel he's got real promise. The way he plays, he's smarter. He's way smarter than Ronan. He's got the aim. He's kind of like a playmaker, and he just seems to be stuck in Elo hell. And someone like Ronan, who is Chinese, mind you, if molded by the likes of someone like Advent, I feel like these are two players who could potentially be picked up and placed into some other team where they could really shine.
Yeah, that's the issue, I guess, is that what teams are you going to find that do have the in-game leaders to do that, right? We know that Impression has kind of announced that he's moving to that new organization. I don't think he's going to get any of these players on that team. I don't know, but there aren't that many in-game leaders who I would really trust in the Asian scene right now to bring up this talent. So especially when you've got a guy like Ronan who, yeah, looks promising, but doesn't look like he has some of the decision-making down yet. That's the sort of player that you really want to have that in-game leader, right? You really want to have like the deep Danish scene where as soon as you start to get to the semi-pro level, you've got in-game leaders there who are bringing up these players. Whereas at least with Neff, I feel like the decision-making is there for him and he's putting up even better numbers than Ronan so far this tournament. So I'm with you. I think Neff is the one that already is looking like he's got the best chance of potentially making it to a solid team. And then Ronan's the one who probably has the biggest upside, but he is a very raw prospect right now.
Mm-hmm. I think
Yeah, he
Ronan's
is.
kind of overrated at the minute. Like, I think he's a good aimer, but everything else is lacking. You don't
yeah,
really know.
absolutely.
You also don't know anything
I
behind the
didn't
scenes.
realize
about them.
Neff was 17 as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're both very, very young.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Neff's a little bit more of a known prospect, considering he plays in like the SEA region, while Ronan's kind of comparatively much newer. I actually have a solution for this, Hawker.
All right.
Learn Mandarin, bulk up a little bit, move over to China. I've been watching a YouTube videos. I've been following a YouTube channel. I know
Bulk
you know
up.
what
Why
you
does
want
he need
do.
to bulk up?
Yeah, what's that got to
To
do with
beat
it?
can
the
fight
shit
them.
out of them when they start pushing every goddamn smoke. It's simple as that. And on that note, we're going to be going to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen, because the second game, we're
Yeah, the
all
count
going to be
for it.
watching Eyes Peeled After Gaming versus Checkmate. That's coming up after a break.
Coming up next.
used to have this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look, I used to have this dream.
Welcome back, everyone, to more action here in the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the Fall Edition. We're down to the final 2 games of the group stage, and coming up next, it's going to be a hell of a matchup. Everything on the line for these 2 teams. It's going to be the Mongolians, Checkmate, facing off against the Chinese team, which is in the top 3, which is not Tyloo, it's not Vici, and it's not Invictus. Who is it? It's After Gaming. And to kind of break things down for you, it's going to be, of course, myself, and joining me, as usual, it is going to be Tom. We got Dinka, and we got our boy, Hawka. Gentlemen, let's just try to, paint the picture over here, right? I'm going to bring up the graphics here. We have the group standings. Tom, just explain the gravity of this game. How important is this game for everyone involved?
So if Checkmate win, they're through, and we have a nice, quick, easy day. If After Gaming win, we get a tiebreaker between Checkmate, Bren, and After Gaming, and the winner out of the best of ones. Well, I guess the 2 winners out of the best of ones.
3 best of ones, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there's 3 best of ones, but there will be 2 winners. 2 teams will go through, the other team will go out. And yeah, so basically, if you lose both your best of ones, you are out of the situation. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where it will actually end up. But obviously, if Checkmate win, it doesn't matter because they'll be going through in 5th place. Bren will keep their 6th place, and After Gaming will be eliminated in 9th. So it all comes down to this. If After Gaming want to survive in this tournament, they have got to win. Checkmate would still have another chance even if they lose.
Yeah, and everything else is kind of solidified, though, Hawka, right? You got Tyloo, you got the usual suspects, right? You got Tyloo, Vici, Invictus, and Tiger, who have already qualified. What are you doing if you're Bren right now? You're done with your games. You have kind of qualified, for now, and you're just not watching the games. There's nothing else you can do.
You have
if
to
you're a
play
masochist,
them.
yeah. Oh, Hawk,
you got pulled a Mitch. You pulled a Mitch.
You pulled a Mitch. He's done
I've
a
done
Mitch.
a Mitch. I've done a Mitch.
I'll tell
It
you
had to
guys
happen.
something. Yesterday, I watched Mitch on his other tournament he's away doing, right? Other games. And I watched for 1 second, and I noticed his mic is muted. So it's not just in this tournament. He does it everywhere he goes. What a liability.
It's a Mitch thing. It's a Mitch thing. I like the consistency in being an absolute Mitch, might say.
Yeah.
So,
Son of a
Hawka, you were
Nice.
saying something over there.
Oh,
Sorry,
what
Tom?
was I saying? I was saying that, yeah, it's just got to suck
Yeah.
for Bren, right? You want to have it in your
Yeah.
own hands. You want to know that you're okay. If anything, you almost want all these last games to be played at the same time so that you can just know already instantly whether you're through or not. But now they've got to sit back and just pray.
Well, so a lot of us be doing that, seeing which team's going to be going through. But let's take a look at the map vetoes here, Dinko. I do believe it should be coming up on our screens, and maybe we can just talk things through. Anything which kind of sticks out and surprises you?
Well, I see Inferno coming as the pick from after. Obviously, that's a very a map they're quite stable on. But the problem is, Checkmate are very good on this map.
Yeah.
They're probably going to
Probably the
buy
best
after out
map.
on this map. Yeah, so Checkmate have been given a bit of a free one there, so they could go out and pick Dust too. Now, that's going to be a sloppy battle on that map, that's for sure. But I still have Checkmate edging that out. And if somehow after win one of these maps, we head to map number 3, Trent, I think I still favor Checkmate on this one because after gaming, I never want to see them play Trent again. So I just hope this is a 2-0. I just, every time I see Sakai, he gives me some sort of anxiety jitters as we watching him will go towards Pop Dog. The last time around, he made less mistakes, but, you know, still made a few. So I definitely feel like at this point, this veto is definitely favoring Checkmate. I think after gaming have set them up perfectly.
Does the fact that Checkmate didn't pick Nuke kind of surprise you a bit, Tom? I mean, they were fantastic on it against Vici of all teams.
Yeah, but I think that was just down to their individuals having an incredible game. Like I think they had some okay setups, and it looks like they were ready for the map. But at the same time, I think that it was just a day where the stars aligned. Like they won the first one, they go through, they managed to just keep the momentum rolling. They got a lot of very good entry kills. They had a lot of clutch moments that probably never should have happened. So I don't think that they're going to feel comfortable on that. The one thing that's interesting is we're obviously going to look at that first map and say, oh, you know what, like the Checkmate have been great. We've sort of talked about them being one of the best teams in this tournament. After are actually up there as well. Like you look at their Inferno statistics, they've beaten Beyond, they've beaten Brand, they've beaten Invictus, and they've beaten Huatsai. Obviously, the Invictus one was very close, but Invictus picked this every single time, and they've proven themselves even versus the likes of Tyloo. So it's gonna. I think this first map is gonna be really, really close. The only problem is we've only got one map on record for Dust 2 from after, which they did win versus AZ, who I'll be honest, I have no idea who that is.
They're not good.
Yeah, exactly. And then, well, Train is one that, as said, we all pretty much have some sort of PTSD at this point from watching them play that map. So I would still favor this in favor of Checkmate, but whether it's going to be a 2-0 or 2-1 is really up in the air.
Well, it could be up in the air, but I'm going to have to ask you for some predictions, Tom. And since you did say it's up in the air, it could be 2-0, 2-1. Which way are you swinging here? Are you going the way the Mongolians? They look like the better team. Or are you going to go with your favorite team and favorite player, Sakai and After Gaming?
I will never favor After. That has been my rule throughout this entire tournament. I think the first map's going to be really close, but I'm going to edge it to Checkmate and give them the 2-0.
Okay, Hawker.
I feel like I'm basically just copying Tom again, but yeah, I'm right there with him. I think that first map should be a really close one. Yeah, it's the safest pick. You know, I know that Tom's got that big brain over there. I know that he knows what he's talking about. So yeah,
it
Checkmate
falls all of my hair off my head.
Exactly.
That's how big it is.
Just push out all the roots.
It's like Play-Doh when you used to shove that thing through the hole.
Okay, so 2-0 from the logical people. Dinko, you're not that logical. You're a little bit of a lunatic.
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-0, Checkmate. I'm not going to say After going to win this. No. You just gotta expect Checkmate to take this. I think 2-0. I agree with Tom. First map's probably gonna be a close one just because After can actually play this map. And that's a rare occasion. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a close 2-0, but it's gonna be Checkmate taking it.
Considering every time we all seem to agree on a prediction, it always goes wrong, like the Vici game, I'm going to throw in a curveball. I think After's going to take it 2-1. There you go. Well, Tom, Hawker, thank you for joining us. We'll catch you guys off of the map. I do believe we have all the players in the server now, so we're going to be jumping on in. All right, I seem to have pulled off a mid here, Dinko.
You have.
Going to predict After Gaming. I just believe in the Chinese boys. I feel like when it comes down to crunch moments, I feel like Checkmate, considering how new they are, they might struggle, maybe choke a bit there.
I mean, they have shown in the past that they can lose to some of the weaker teams, right, in this tournament. They play really well against the bigger teams, but these are matches that you kind of expect Checkmate to win, but every team has their hiccups. Even Tyloo have lost the series in the group stages now. So I'm just going to go based on what I expect from Checkmate and what we know they're capable of. So far, they've lost to Invictus, they've lost to Bran, they've lost to Sigma and Tyloo. Now, these are not the teams we'd really... a few of those teams you would not really want them to be losing to if you can have full confidence in them, right? Sigma in particular there, I think, stands out to me. So the fact that they've lost 2-0 to Sigma, that does put a couple of question marks in my head, but I feel like Checkmate are probably going to be riding the high after just beating Vici 2-0 in a series, and also being taking a map of Tyloo in their group stages as well. So I feel like they're going to be confident coming into this one. We just have to hope that every single player shows up today, because that's something that we definitely notice Checkmate rely upon. Yes, they play good Counter-Strike. Yes, they approach it with a sane mind, but the firepower on this team, they have the individuals, but it feels like they haven't got that huge high skill ceiling, right? They've got good, solid players, but they're not exactly going to be rivaling the best individuals in the tournament.
I'm actually going to...
But it's a collective group of them.
Yeah, I'm actually going to throw in a curveball there and say that Blitz was very quiet in that series against Vici. which they won convincingly at the end of the day, which I feel is very impressive. You know, Kaz,
That's
he's been
because everybody else
fantastic.
stood up, right?
Yeah, that's true. But there's no, like you said, there's no star player, so to speak, with his team. Kaz, they're consistent. Kaz is great. Technofolk, you can always rely on him. You have all these players in that team who are solid. And Blitz usually is kind of like the second, third top fragger in the team. So him having a quiet day and them still beating Vici convincingly, I think it tells a lot to the system around this team.
Yeah, it's a group of great players, right? Or a group of good players, should I say? They have the potential to be great, but they're a brand new team coming into playing at this level that we've seen in this tournament so far, and the fact that they've got these results under their belt already is super impressive. And yeah, I agree. Like the fact that they have Blitz underperforming and then they stand tall and still win a convincing series against the second best team in the region, that's a good sign moving forward for the longevity of this team across the board. I think it's quite similar to that of Tiger when they sometimes get wins without Urcast popping off. It's kind of funny, but when you take a look at that, you kind of understand the potential of that team. It's kind of a similar walk of life here for Checkmate, but they don't really have an Urcast. They just it's just a good group of 5 players, I feel.
It's kind of crazy. You look at the Mongolian scene, you look at Tiger, right? Obviously, the top dogs in the region. You got Urcast, you have Cabal, you know what Dobu can do, you know how good NCL and 9 can even be. Then you look at D13 with Annihilation, you got Score, you got what's the other kid's name again? There's another one. I forgot his name. But he's really good as well from D13. And then you have Checkmate coming in. We're like, we're all sad. We're like, D13 didn't qualify. It's such a fun team to watch. Annihilation with his opping, Score with his just 30 bombs regularly. And then this team performs even better than D13. And they're looking so good, taking on Vici, something D13 could never do. I mean, how many good teams and players are there in Mongolia? It's crazy. Such a far-flung country. They don't necessarily have the resources that some of their bigger neighbors would have, some of the richer neighbors would have. And yet, they just keep shooting out these crazy teams and players. It's incredible.
Yeah, it really is incredible. I wonder, I'm not too sure of how the infrastructure is set up in Mongolia when it comes to gaming, but I would assume like a lot of the countries in the region and a lot of nations, even across the world, is probably quite common to have internet cafes, right? Or gatherings where you would
it's
meet
most
up.
Of that. Yeah, it's more.
So
it's more of cafes and stuff in Ulaanbaatar.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to pronounce the capital, but that's where everything happens, as far as far as I know.
So when you have the internet cafes, generally you get that experience playing on LAN immediately, right? Because you have a bunch of players playing around each other.
True.
If you don't think, people don't really think about that. You're used to like kind of playing together, working on stuff. I think you're playing on probably worse setups. You're not really in your comfortable environment. You're just sitting there. You're all focused on the game, and maybe they get solid at the game because they can all learn from each other, right? You're not sitting at home like us in the UK. I think that's a big problem. Is like everybody's just sitting at home and never really learning from each other because they all have this attitude of I'm the best. When you're actually in a real social situation, a lot of people act differently, right? And they're willing to learn, and people can point stuff out and you can learn from each other that way. I think maybe just that sort of close-knit community environment, it probably helps some of these regions. And Mongolia, clearly a group of players and a group of people that enjoy a good bit of Counter-Strike. And it's good to see that it's so strong in the nation because they just pump out players after players. And here's a brand new team that we've never heard of coming into this tournament. And bam, they're beating the likes of Vici 2-0. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more of these players come out of Mongolia.
Yeah, and I feel like another point to add to what you mentioned was when it comes to these guys playing on LAN, I'm assuming that they're going to be facing some of the more experienced players, right? I'm not even bringing a Mazlai in this equation, but they have a lot of experienced players. We have Zulkenberg, they got Machine Gun. I like to imagine that they go to one of the bigger LAN cafes and they're looking to scrim, and there are these guys already sitting there. And they're like, hey, yeah, let's play against us. And you learn so much more faster. It's not just about playing on LAN, it's playing against better teams and better, best in the region, which is so cool to see. I do believe we still don't have a couple of the players. We did want to start the game a little bit early in case it was going to be a long day, but I believe that a couple
you
of
can
players
never
still
trust players to turn up early. Well, that just doesn't happen.
I know. Why can't they be professionals like us? And they go, I don't know, but we'll figure that out. In the meantime, we're going to go to a very quick break, and we'll be back with more Counter-Strike action. It's at 2 minutes 45 seconds remaining, but surprise, surprise, the game is gonna go live. It looks like the players are into the server. Dingo, and here we go. The game of the day, a must-win game for both the teams. Checkmate win. They're through, and Marek with the one tap on the crossover. Kaz will hit the ground. And again, reminding all our viewers, Checkmate win this, they're through to the playoffs. If After win, it's going to be a three-way tie between Bren, Checkmate, and After Gaming, and we're going to be seeing 3 best-of-1s played out later on today to decide which 2 teams will qualify for the playoffs. So everything on the line here, Dinko.
Yeah, a lot on the line, and Checkmate not off to the best of starts. An early kill from Marek to open things up. Checkmate do not budge, though. They hold their 3-man stack on this B side of the map. You've got Ro playing aggressive down in towards the banana angle. He's got a good position for it, but over a minute left, and After are going to be turning their attentions back over towards A. Currently, there is only one player here, and it's Blitz on 12 HP. This is not going to go well. Checkmate are going to have to either pull off the most incredible retake or just save the 2 sets of Kevlar they've got, because After Gaming are going to be winning this pistol round.
Yeah, this is a very rough spot to be holding the CZ from, and unfortunately, he's only gonna barely do any damage into Wang. And yeah, like you said, it's gonna require incredible retake. If I'm After, considering the lack of kit as well, I'm just gonna be picking up the P250 and saving. You can have those Kevlars, you can upgrade the Deagles, you know, you can have a little bit of extra utility in the force buy, but it seems like they are fancying this Dinko, which is very, very brave on the Mongolian side. Ro's going to be leading the charge, but he gets taken down. This crossfire is impregnable. There's no way they're going to be pushing on in. A 4-man peak, and Hawk is he's pretty good, Dinko. He's a pretty good shooty, Counter-Strike shooty game player, but that would have been too much for him. And After Gaming, they win a very, very convincing and comfortable pistol round.
Yeah, that's a good start coming into the T side. After Gaming have got to come out swinging here. And I have to say, After Gaming have improved throughout this tournament. They're one of the teams that we've seen a very obvious improvement from day one. They have gotten better and better coming into this tournament. That's to be expected, right? You've got Oi being added to the team. That kind of adds to my theory. Now, this is just speculation and theorizing, but adds to my theory that perhaps Oi actually added some calling to the Invictus team, or at least some input. Because Invictus have deteriorated, and this team have got better over the weeks. So maybe there's something there, Blair.
Maybe there is something. We have to give credit where it's due. They were the one team who we've been the most critical of, and rightfully so. They had a lot of issues initially. But like you said, Nico, they have grown into this tournament. They've looked much better, much cleaner, much more convincing individually as well as Hawk. Oh, they're just gonna cross, and Hawk's missing a lot of shots though. But there is a player waiting right by. It is going to be Ro, who's going to find Oi. Hawk gets nothing done with the Deagle. Now, the bomb is dropped, Dinko. The bomb is dropped. And now it's a 4v3. However, Wang is on 6 points of health, and this is awkward. This is an awkward standoff between Checkmate and Force. Kaz finds one. And Ro from this position, Dinko. What can he do?
Oh, well, Ron's going to be trying his best, but it's Wang taking the headshot. Ro goes down. Blitz peeking out with a kill into Marek, and he'll fall as well. It's a 2-0 lead for After Gaming, coming so close. The last 2 remaining players survive on barely any health, and that will be a round for them nonetheless, though. And we take a look at what Checkmate have. It's going to be the full eco, maybe a P250 Eagle here or there, but After Gaming, they're going to be 3-0 up, most likely. And, you know, it may come close, blood, but all that matters at this point is getting off to a good start, and they managed to get 2 at least, and a chance here to recover their economy and the damages inflicted upon it in the previous round.
Yeah, that got a bit scary, though. All right, it looks like the USP will deal a little bit more damage, and Marek is gonna shut things down. Ru actually finds another kill. Ru. We're probably gonna ask him how to pronounce that. But 3-0 for After Game. I just realized this is the second time we've cast Checkmate, Dinko. We've only casted his team twice now.
This is pretty crazy. Thomas had most of the games?
Yeah, he's had, I think, 7 out of the 9, and we have just 2, which is crazy.
I actually quite like casting Checkmate. They're one of the teams that don't make my brain melt as much, so there we go. Happy to cast them.
3-0 though, after are off to a pretty fantastic start. You've got Checkmate over here with the rifles out. If you're just new to this team, or you're just watching this tournament for the first time, Checkmate were a team that many of us were unfamiliar with coming into this tournament, but they have impressed. The most recent match, they actually beat Vici 2-0. So now they're going up against After, the fourth best team in China, or at least in this tournament. And well, it's going to be Blitz now looking for the spray downs. Hulk with the first kill. Sakai going down. Bingo, the front onto Hulk and Kaz and Blitz. They're just lining them up. Wine finally fighting back with on 7 HP. Marek trying to make the play, and somehow they have done it, Blair. They pulled this round back, and now Techno 4K, the young gun, the stand-in for the team, looking to get to a 1v2. This should have been the round for Checkmate. This should have been their round locked in. But they've managed to throw it all away, and that's that big flank from Marek, causing a distraction. Wang with some impactful kills. Techno gets the first lineup, but cannot get a single kill out of it. Yet again, After Gaming survived with 2 players on very low HP. And this has been an unfortunate start for Checkmate. They probably should have and could have won 2 rounds. And it's 4-0 for After Gaming. They haven't lost a single one just yet. But what a turnaround in that round, Blair.
I have no idea how the hell they turned that round around, honestly. It was a 4v2. I feel like Checkmate had done everything to shut it down towards an A bomb site, and somehow 3 kills in a span of 3 seconds. After Gaming, yeah, not just off to a great solid start. They're looking pretty darn good individually as well. Wang on 9 kills. This is one player that we have been hyping up, Dinko, despite even when they were losing some terrible games. We were like, yeah, this guy's good. He's already 9 kills in 4 rounds. Great start for him. Marek as well, the old Chinese CS, the Asian CS veteran. Oi as well, not necessarily a veteran himself, but he's been playing at higher tiers of Asian Counter-Strike for a while. Bingo and Sakai kind of like the newer players here alongside Wang. And for them to potentially, get this win and take it to the tiebreaker matchups, I feel like it would have been an achievement for them, considering what a terrible start they had. As Wang is going to get his 10th frag, catching Blitz, trying to be aggressive with the scout.
Well, it's going to be Techno. It's only come through the smoke. It's going to be an easy kill from Techno onto Marek. Wang and Oi, they'll fight back, and they have recovered what could have been a potentially expensive round, but 1v2. We'll see if it still plays out at least slightly in favor of Checkmate. If they can get a couple of kills here, that's the goal, but Hawk's going to have to take down Bingo immediately, and it's not going to work out. Kaz into 1v4, just over a minute left on this clock to play with, and they're going to be turning their attentions back towards Banana. It's Kaz with a scope in on the scout. This round will be an easy 5th for After Gaming. Kaz is not going to be pulling this off. So we look to the next round. Can Checkmate finally get something under their belt? Kaz, just the last remaining player now, holding on. First kill is his onto Oi. If he can make this expensive, at least, Blair, that's the outcome that he's looking for. I really think that at this point, After should just leave him alone, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Leave one player, Banana, the bomb runs back to A, they'll get that planted, and it's going to be 5 rounds now adding to the scoreboard.
It's been some very solid Counter-Strike so far from After, right? I mean, when I say solid, it's nothing too crazy, nothing too tactical. It's just good decision-making. This is a must-win series for both the teams. And for After, the moment they know where Kaz is, they're like, oh, he's got a scout. I can imagine a time where After Gaming would have just pushed him and just tried to kill him in that 1v4 for no reason. But here they're like, oh, we'll leave him alone. Bomb site stays empty. Get the bomb down there. Guarantee the round. Guarantee the round. That is the kind of like the mantra that these two teams will have to be trying to play with, as we do have a second buy round coming out. It's been 5-0, yes, Dinko, but we've only seen one buy round from Checkmate. Let's see what they can do here. Kaz with AWP, M4s galore, and quite a bit of utility as well for the CD side. There is, however, a worrying lack of a single kit for the CD side. That's something I'm not really a big fan of.
Ooh, Techno
A little bit risky. That has spotted out a player to Banana. His shoulder has also been spotted in return by After Gaming. Hawk in the apartments. Oh, around the corner, just up on top of the balcony in the bedroom. Bingo. Just holding for the aggression.
PRP.
This could be an important opening jaw about to come through. Kaz has pulled himself over to the B-bomb site after spotting that early information. Techno has passed that on to the rest of his team, and Kaz is ready to try to take this opening kill. He's got a good angle. Oi at the ready. Bingo's dropped off. Hawk's going to get the perfect timing, and that's going to catch out Bingo. Now the push comes through. Kaz a little slow in the reaction, and that does give them a small window of opportunity to head in towards this B-bomb site. It's Kaz and Row with the picks, and now it's Wang Yamaric, a 2v5, and it's just Wang left alone into 1 versus 5, and that is a brilliant round coming in from Checkmate. The early information gathered from Techno 4K, the non-overextension, just setting up the team ready for success. Hawk in the apartments, the patient play, catches out the information that Bingo has dropped down through the sound cue. And that's just a fantastic played round from Checkmate. I love the way they approach that.
Yeah, this is well done. They needed to win some rounds convincing. Oh, look at the amount of damage from the Molotov, the utility, and then, of course, just kind of choking them out from entering. And Blister to cut off any potential shenanigans that Wang would be looking to get up to. But here we go. Buy will still be coming in for after. And despite winning 5 rounds in a row, Dinko, they have bled quite a bit. Meaning their money isn't exactly in the best of places. They have enough for a buy this time around. But if Checkmate can turn this one around, look at Checkmate, Dinko. They have 4 AK-47s. That's an upgrade.
That is a huge upgrade. They've basically got a T-buy, right? Both teams have identical purchases on each side. AWP out for Kaz, NK-47s for the rest. The one thing they are lacking over here on the CT side, which is a little bit unfortunate, is utility. Like, they don't have much of that left already. No kills coming in just yet. Bingo finally drawing blood in round number 7. It's on to Blitz, and that's not a start. A Checkmate would be looking for after just coming in swinging, getting the opening kill, now turning their attentions back towards middle. And you can definitely see what Tom was talking about, right, in the pregame. You know, it's definitely a lot of truth to it. The fact that this is probably the map after have looked the most fundamentally sound on. And they just look very comfortable on the T side. They don't go missing as much. And while Kaz, oh, not a fan of that. He runs into the open, gets caught by the flashbang. He fully committed to that one and done, and he goes down without a fight. It's going to be a 6th round for After Gaming, and what a start this team have got off to.
Now that's a hell of a way to just kind of remind Checkmate who they're playing against. Somehow losing the round and just turning it around. Money's kind of wrecked here for Checkmate with 2 rifles being saved, which should be fine. They have enough money for another buy. So yeah, it's not going to be an eco situation here. But After Gaming are off to an incredible start here. And this is such a surprise for me personally, Dinko. And we were talking about like a 2-0 to Checkmate. I don't know. I feel like this could really go either way. They've come to play here today.
No, it definitely could go either way. I just wanted to make a prediction based on what we've seen from Checkmate yesterday. And unfortunately, it looks like a little bit of a weaker start from them. Slower start to the day for the team. Not exactly looking poised on an individual level yet. And I would love to see them step up. They've had a few missed opportunities, I feel, at the start of this game. You know, that round where they bring them down to 2 low HP players in the first 3. And then the first gun round probably should have went Checkmate's way. They've had opportunities to get into the first half here. It just all went After Gaming's way. Every small entity has gone in favor of After Gaming. And if you're Checkmate, you're not really in a position where you can let that happen. They want to get this win. They want to prevent the 3-way tie. And if you are just tuning in, what is on the line right now? After Gaming face elimination. If they win this game, they stay afloat. We go to a 3-way tie. Checkmate win, nothing changes really.
Well, they do qualify for sure.
But as in right now, the tables where the standings are, they don't exactly change a whole lot.
That is indeed true. As we do see, Checkmate struggling here on the CD side. It is a map pick from After Gaming. They definitely do know what they're doing here, and it's clear looking at the scoreline at the very least that they're very, very comfortable at the moment. Ooh, tag onto Oi. And Kaz, if he repeaks this, I fear for him. It's going to be a problem. Wang, though, is going to play it safe. He's going to fall on back. Rogue getting taken down. Perhaps a little careless. But at least with Kaz's presence towards Banana, they can still keep 3 players waiting towards the A bomb site. But with that one flash, they're going to force Kaz to a more passive angle, thereby just getting Banana control without even having to push for it. And then the push comes in towards Apps. I like the aggression, but Hawk might be caught out of position here. Yeah, he's kind of in a very rough spot, Dinko. He's going to try and make his escape. Flashbang's going to come on out, but Sakai's going to hold the angle, blinded or not. Techno gets caught by Marek wrapping around. It's all gone wrong, Dinko. After our clinically just dissecting the CD side defense, that was so well done. And no matter what Checkmate we're up to, after we're just a couple of steps ahead of them.
After looking so much better than Checkmate, what is going on? After looking so much better than After have ever looked at the start of this one, they realize what is on the line here, Blood. They know they face elimination, and they do not want to go out of this tournament, at least without a fight. And Checkmate, they've had opportunities now, lots of them. They get a few rounds to the board on the T side of Inferno, and they just have not been able to do it just yet. Now Kaz under pressure, he gets knifed!
Oh my!
Marek just runs him down,
God.
chops him up. And it's the 7th round for After Gaming, and nothing carried over for Checkmate. This is a nightmare for the Mongolian side.
That's just disrespecting. Poor Kaz. Look at this. Wang being the big bait for his teammate. Ooh, Oi gets tagged and then burns alive. Gonna continue to hold the angle. So at least something going the way of Checkmate here early. Hawk and Blitz. Just a deagle, so whatever kills they get here is going to be very, very impactful indeed. Flashbang's going to come out. I think Kaz was spotted out there. I hope he doesn't peek. He peeks and he's going to be spotted. He's going to... Oh, he's going to re-peek out again! And he gets bingo! I think that was through Marek as well, which is crazy because Marek didn't die. But they've lost Banana, and now Techno has a lot of work to do. They're going to be crossing on over. Smoke's bloomed. The CDs have a man advantage. They have a couple of guns, no kits though, so they need to get these kills real quickly. But Techno spots... Okay, Sakai, okay. He finds Techno and he finds Marek.
Yeah.
And now he's on 59 HP, and it might come down to Mr. Wang to swing that big gun of his.
Yep, he's going to swing his big wine. Well, he's going to find Roll. He's going to look for another one. Peeks on the left side. The second kill is Blitz going down. Wine takes down 3. Slaps him away. It 1 on the board. After Gaming have already won the half blur. What is going on? This is After Gaming just showing up to a level we haven't seen yet from this team. A level we didn't know they were capable of. And Checkmate, where are they gone? Bring them back.
You know what? I'm very happy to see this after. This is some good teamwork, good individual plays. They know exactly what they're doing on the T side. They're playing. They're like just like the marionette master, right? Like just controlling them like a master of puppets, and they're just playing a very reactive game right now from our Checkmate. This is the same team who wrecked Vici on Nuke. They were so aggressive, and not just like mindless aggression, controlled, focused, honed aggression against Vici, which just completely shattered Vici's T side. And against After Gaming, they're playing like chickens, headless chickens, I might even say. And after playing fantastic, Wang is just popping off. Dinko, he's right now just like he's just feeling it. He is just feeling it.
Yeah, he really is feeling it, and so will Checkmate. They're feeling Wine right now, and it's not exactly been the most pleasant experience for them. Trying to change it all. change the face of this game because Checkmate are off to the worst of starts. Luckily, it is their opponent's map pick. I mean, we still got Dust 2 coming up next, but we talk about how this is such a good map for Checkmate, but not going their way at the moment. Another good start coming in from after. Ro, dropping Marek, 4v4. Over a minute left in play on that clock still for the T side. They have lost their play and lost their man advantage, but they will try and recover that as they turn their attentions back to Banana. The bomb on the back of Void. It starts to move up there. Seems like they want to throw a little bit of utility in towards A, try and fake it out a little bit, then turn back and go into this B bomb site. This could really work out. We'll see if they can take them down. 2 players set up in each bomb site. Over here on B, probably a little bit of a better setup. You have Techno collecting the early information. He's been quite good at not overcommitting. I would like to see him step up a little bit more on the individual front. Blinded, doesn't get the info. Now oh no, Ro needs to do more than that. He goes down to low HP, but it's Techno stepping up with a 3K. What a spray down from the young stand-in. And he's going to look for more 4K. Huge, living up to his name. Techno getting 4 and the second round on the board for Checkmate.
Well, Techno 4K. And his name, Techno 4K, in the game. 8-2. But it's requiring individual heroics, Denko. I am not convinced at all by this Checkmate so far. You got to remember one thing, is their CD side was so good. Doesn't matter who it was against. They've beaten some of the best teams in the region on this very map. And right now, they're just looking so... I don't know. Like, if you go back to the first couple of rounds, like some of the force buy rounds, for example, where they were aggressing, pushing down Banana, making After Gaming feel uncomfortable, I'd actually like to see more from that, more from them, similar to that on these buy rounds. Instead of playing so very passive. But, I mean, fair. I mean, if Techno can get a 4K every round, I guess that's still a winning strategy. Not really a strategy, but a winning formula. Kaz, Flash going to force him out from his position. Repositioning, looking for a player to come out from alt mid. He has been very quiet though so far on this map.
So is everybody here, unfortunately, for Checkmate, apart from Techno. Scientol in that previous round, he was on 1 kill before that all happened. After Gaming have looked so much better on an individual level off the get-go here. And if they come back and they answer back immediately with a round win here, Blood, that's when I start to really worry about Checkmate, because that previous round, yeah, okay, it was a good performance from Techno, a really good step up from him, but it's not sustainable. You can't do that every round. So if that's all they're relying on to get the round wins, oh no. But we know Checkmate are more than that. So they've given themselves that opportunity to now get a couple more rounds on the board. And Wang, he's up through top middle, Sakai in behind him. 50 seconds left. They're going to start going forward with this T side. They're going to cut through the B bomb, or the A bomb side defense, should I say. Always over here towards B. It's actually quite an aggressive stance coming in here to try and gather some early information, but here come the T side into the A bomb side, Blood.
Are they though? Are they? They've used a lot of utility. 34 seconds, can still pivot back towards B, but the hit is on. Molotov going to be extinguished. The smoke preemptively used by Hawk is going to find the Molotov as Blitz from the pit finds 2 huge kills, even does a little bit more damage onto Wang, but now it is a 2v3. The Yop in the hands of Kaz, coming in from behind, spots at a player, times it perfectly. Gonna go for the wall bang. I thought he's gonna find it, but Techna's gonna steal that away. And Checkmate, they win a...
They do win that, and I feel like that's probably more the mistakes or the poor approach from After Gaming coming into that round. They definitely didn't leave themselves another option, Blood. You know, they could have went back to B, but what would have happened there is they would have just ran into 2 players aggressively pushed up, right? You have 30 seconds left. All the utilities being used up. You need to immediately just rush in. And at that point, you're just hoping that you can somehow win every single aim duel. And right now, that's not sustainable. 8-3 on the board for After Gaming. They're into the lead, of course. They still will walk into the second half ahead. But a chance now for Checkmate to at least grind this half back and make it competitive and make it close, because it has not been the ideal start for the young Mongolian side, and well, in a must-win game, they can't afford for that to happen. 2 players on Banana have dropped back into the B bomb site. Currently, Ro playing on the CT cross, and Techno setting up inside of the site itself, and Kaz gets away at the right time now. He probably would have been able to find a kill. Whether or not he would get away with his life, I do not know. But here comes the attack into the A-bomb site. Hawk holding off this balcony drop, but Sakai and Oi taking the 2 kills. Kaz answering back. Slight gap in the smoke allows him to take down Oi. But that smoke now covering his face. It's a 3v4. A man advantage in play for After Gaming as they take the A-bomb site on a lower tier buy. Ro starts to move forward, looking for this boiler player in the post plant. And Ro needs this headshot quickly if he wants a chance at winning this retake. It's 1 onto Wang. Utility being used up. And now 3v3. Gap still in that smoke for Kaz, but no one presenting themselves, no one giving the opportunity. And will Techno now moving forward, using the Molotov his teammate has thrown. He'll be trying for these kills, but it's actually Kaz who's found one. A second kill for Checkmate. It's Techno picking it up, but it's Marek left alone. The experience hanging out of him as he wants to win it, and he'll take it both his way. 2 kills collected and a 9th round for After Gaming. A round that started with a couple of pistols, a couple of rifles in play, yes, but a pretty terrible round overall in terms of the buy from After Gaming, and a quick A hit is all that's required to get the round on the board. And while it's Marek having to step up in the 1v2 clutch, but he makes it look easy. Well, it's gonna be Ro. Peek down banana. It's Wang with the headshot. Kaz going down. A 4 versus 5 ensues early on. An early advantage picked up for After Gaming yet again off the back of Wang. 16-6. What a start to this match. A must-win game for After Gaming if they want to stay alive in this tournament. And why we've talked about him being the poster boy for this team. The leading figure in terms of individual ability. And, well, the skill ceiling being super high for this guy. We'll see if he can get them over the line. It's going to be a good kill for Ro back into banana. So that does return things to an equilibrium. Again, equal on the server in terms of player count. But with just over a minute left, they've lost banana control. So the T side are funneled in towards A. And they're going to have to go into the apartments. Hawk and Blitz have a good double setup here. Bait and switch. It's the first kill from the AWP. It goes back and missed shot. And that's going to cost them. That's going to cost them massively. Techno with a headshot. The bomb is in the underpass. And with 45 seconds, that's still enough time. And Wang has found a kill that gives the advantage to the T side. After Gaming a 10th round. Maybe not the cleanest, but they do find the win nonetheless.
Well, I mean, this has gone very, very wrong for Checkmate, Dinko. It's kind of crazy. This is a team who all they beat in Inferno again? They beat Tyloo, right? They beat Tyloo. I think they beat Tiger as well, if memory serves me right. I'm not too sure, but well, I mean, what a showing from After Gaming. This is some incredible stuff. It's not even close. It's so very convincing. And yeah, Checkmate are using their third tactical timeout. And they still haven't been able to figure out how to kind of contend from this just sheer force of skill, of teamwork, of Counter-Strike from After Gaming. Wang's in 17 kills, Bingo's in 10, Marek on 13. Oi's on 2 frags, Dinko. He hasn't had to do anything, and yet they're winning so very convincingly right now.
I love how we were in a situation where Tiger and Tyloo have both lost to Checkmate on Inferno, and now we're 10-3 up for After against Checkmate on Inferno. Nothing makes sense. You know, this transfer property is BS, right? It's not, never read into that if you're watching or thinking about or talking about Asian Counter-Strike, because it doesn't make sense. Nothing does. It's just every game is a new one. You know, don't look at anything. Just go into this.
Just don't look at anything.
Free your mind and experience what is in front of you.
Okay, so Checkmate have beaten. Okay, you ready for this? All right. They've beaten Quadsai. No biggie. They beat Tiger. Okay. They beat Invictus. Thrashed Invictus 16-7. They beat Beyond. They beat Tyloo. And they've beaten Vici. They've beaten the top 5 teams in the tournament on this map. And they are getting decimated right now by After. There is also there's a little bit of a caveat that they did lose a Sigma, mind you, and they lost to Bren as well. So it's kind of weird. They beat the best teams in Asia on Inferno, and they lose to teams they shouldn't really be losing to. That's some cray stuff right there, Dinko. It doesn't really make sense.
Well, Hawk starting to move forward with the FAMAS. Around the corner. Oh, what? Sakai, hello. That's just a Sakai play right there. Well, Hawk, he'll take him down forward at least, but it's Bingo with an instantaneous reply. And our Kaz on default. Out to the left side, Pricky to the right, and trying his best to take them down here, but it's not working out. Marek, we got off to a fantastic start in this game. Just that one tap down middle of the pistol round. It's not really stopped since then, but Ro, what a play, what a clutch. He saved the day. It's going to be a 4th round for Checkmate. They needed that. And Ro just dives through and gets 2 on this transfer. That's going to be a 4th round picked up for Checkmate as we head into the last round of the first half of Inferno.
I don't know. Even if they get to round number 5, I don't think it's going to be necessarily enough. After gaming, I mean, if you're after gaming, Dinko, you're feeling like you've done your job, right? You're feeling like you've done enough. 10 rounds already. Hawk is, look, I don't really like pointing out players who can aim, but we've seen some really, really good aimers so far. Like, look at this spray from Ro, for example. But Hawk has been looking a little shaky in the aiming department.
Maybe it's actually Hawker on the server.
I was playing some matchmaking last night with Vendetta, Hawker, Harry, and what was it? I think one of the guy was Vendetta's friend. And
yes.
Yeah, we were playing yesterday. I had 200 ping. I had about 22 kills on Nuke. Hawker had 11. It was embarrassing. I mean, I'm almost double his age. Double his age.
Answer
and
me this, Blair. On the T side, did Hawker make the purchase of the SG? He did.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm just saying. The guy's half my age, and I had 7 times the ping
as well.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Hawker. I'm sorry. I had to point it out. But then again, it was more like to be real. There weren't many players going his direction. They're just coming running at me. I was like, I'll take those. Here we go. Blitz, good for 1, good for 2. No backup yet. And the backup is going to be Hawk, who gets taken down, and it's all on Wang Dinko. But unfortunately, he falls back to Techno 4K's M4. And it has been a have to forget for the side of Checkmate. But you know what? Considering how grim it looked at one point in time, what was it? 8-1? Yeah, it was 8-1 at one point. So 10-5. It's a decent. It's a small little comeback for the side of the Mongolians. Now, will it be enough? That's a question here as we move on to the second half. If Checkmate can take this pistol and convert the following anti-force and anti-eco buys, I still feel they have a decent chance.
Yeah, they can still recover this Checkmate. They can still bring this back and get a competitive game here on Inferno. 10-5, what a half from after, though. You can't take that away from them. They're still going to be feeling very comfortable with 10 rounds going into their CT side. This pistol round, incredibly important for them. They want to try and continue this lead and are stomping down on some Checkmate action. And while Sakai, he's picking up the first and the second from the pit. Sakai gets 3. That's absolutely huge from Sakai. And our Kaz in a 1v4. He can't win this. Surely not. There we go. There was just too many players in front of him in CT. Had no possession of the bomb. It was too far on the other side of the site. 11-5. After gaming, that pistol round's not even close.
Yeah, both the pistol rounds going the way of the Chinese side now, and they're looking like they want to close this one out, Dinko. We did say how this pistol is going to be crucial. Sakai, nice taps coming out from him. 1-2, and a good reaction shot to Hawk, standing in the flames as well. What a Viking. 11-5 after gaming. Yeah, they're going to be feeling very, very comfortable right now. And the crazy thing, Dinko, is probably their best known player, Oi, has 2 kills. He hasn't had anything to do. And yet they're just winning so very convincingly. It's crazy. It's crazy how much this team has improved over the past 3 weeks, and entering the final day of the group stage, this must-win game, they have come to play. They're not going to go down without a fight. And Checkmate, this could be a rude awakening, just a reminder for them that, hey, you know what? They're not quite through yet. Yes, they are the favorites based on the recent results, but it's not over yet. It's never over. until the fat lady sings. And right now, the fat lady, she's nowhere close to being on stage yet. She's still in the makeup room. She's still practicing her vocals. Still a while remaining. I don't know where I was going with that. Just made stuff on the fly.
I mean, you painted a beautiful picture, Blair.
Thank you.
You really understand the world in which we're living in right now. Well, 11-5, it is going to be a grim world for Checkmate at the moment. We'll see if they can change that. We'll see if they can infiltrate the dressing room with the fat lady and force her to sing for them. And well, it's going to be Sakai in the pit trying their best. He's going to go down. Hawk with a kill. The nade stack is not chilling by it. And a quick play into the A-bomb site. Bingo dives to the smoke. A desperate play, but it's worked out for one kill. Marek, his turn to play with a gap in the smoke. And he's so damn close to picking that up in towards pit. But they realize the round is done. Their chances of picking this up are gone. And it's going to be the save from after. Good reply. Checkmate desperately needed that. And while they come out swinging, good artillery fire, good take of the A-bomb site, and a 6th round to boot.
That's a fantastic. I love the triple nade on the Sakai. And Sakai, poor guy, he probably might be rethinking holding from pit every single round. Is gonna try and switch things up. I love the way they just pounce on the side, and that's one of the bigger problems, right? When you're playing the A-bomb site as kind of passively, right, with certain known positions, there is a possibility of getting swarmed by the SMGs and the pistols. And we've seen this time and time again. We've seen this even in like the highest tiers of Counter-Strike. And a little bit of a good gamble from Checkmate. They assume Sakai will be holding the same position. You know, Sakai will be like, yeah, well, what do they have? Deagles, Tech 9s? I can just hold the same angle and take them down. Wasn't expecting the triple nade. Good stuff from Checkmate. As they don't win the pistol dinko, but at least they convert the force buy, and now they definitely do have the superior weaponry, as it is going to be the turn of the Chinese side to go for their own force buy. They have the 2 MP9s to work with. 2 pistols as well. Double molly. Deep smoke down bottom banana, but Techno 4K, more than capable. It's kind of crazy how someone so young can... someone so young can die so fast. As we all do know, Dinka, some die young. Not the player. I love that. I love just the utility usage coming out from both the teams here so far. Nothing too crazy, but I like it. You know, they're actually being pretty... There's been more utility usage and utility damage in this game, in this one map, than entire days of PAL 2020.
Well, we'll see if it continues to be a nightmare round, but luckily Blitz has been able to pull one kill back all the way right through the smoke. Blitz gets the follow-up on him as well. Sakai, Wang, and Bingo. Well, they're going to keep moving forward. Kaz is there with a headshot. Bingo goes down. Sakai and Wang now 2v4. And around that, they will not be able to get much more done in unless the hunt begins. And that would just be ill-advised for a Checkmate. They're not in a position where they can afford to give away a single weapon. So we are looking at 11-7. A round picked up for Checkmate, and potentially a comeback coming into the second half. Now, it is still a long way off, thanks to the huge lead that after been able to get themselves. But nonetheless, it's been an impressive few moments here now for Checkmate. And they'll start to back away. Only losing the one player, so that does allow their economy some leg room to grow. And now coming into the next round, look at the money from the CT side. It doesn't get any better. So now we're looking at 11-8 on the board.
We are, and considering just the 2 pistols, I don't see Wang really investing in any Kevlar, because he would be looking to get his hands on his magic stick as quickly as possible. Sakai with the CZ, the only threat here. They do have a flashbang in hands of Marek and a smoke for Oi. Curious to see what they're going to do with this. They have 4 players towards banana, so smoke for bottom banana, and then maybe a flash to pop out. Yeah, they have played pretty aggressively, and they're going to be waiting for potential play from Checkmate. Checkmate have been pretty... they've been giving respect in these anti-ecos, not being too overly aggressive. We've seen some strange things happen, Stinker. It's all about the timing. Flash gonna pop. Fortunately for Checkmate, they're gonna be passive. They're gonna not really aggress out, and they're gonna be, well, basically unaffected with that flashbang. and being very, very methodical indeed.
Well, Kaz smokes up at his face. Boost coming over the top of it here. Wang is down to 20 HP, flees the scene. Checkmate right now. Well, this could be an it round for them without much resistance if they can just topple this tower of players. And Oi, oh, he's up on top. He will go down. Smoke fades. That does give away the players and reveals their position. And you know what? It could have been a clean round, but Ro decides he's just going to get shot by his own teammate. You know, I half flipped that round and blamed Ro. And just, I don't know why I did that, blah. But nonetheless, they do find a FAMAS and they're going to get out of there.
Oh, it's a free rifle. They'll take it. You know, FAMAS, not too terrible. I feel like the FAMAS gets a lot of hate. I like the FAMAS, Dinka. I really like
I like the FAMAS as well. I think
it could
it's
be better.
Okay.
It
could definitely
be better, but it's not a terrible gun. I feel like the certain angles, for example, Dust Too Short, I can play that with a FAMAS anytime. I feel like it's a very viable weapon. If only the burst fire was a little better. I feel the burst fire in the Glock and FAMAS is just broken. It's just so terrible. 1.6 burst fire in the Glock and on the FAMAS was so darn good. Yeah, I know, boomer talk, but still, it was better. One day, Dinko. One day, Val will fix it. And the economy.
You think so? You really think that, Blair? Deep down, do you really believe?
Listen, I've been cheering for Tyler for 7 years. I have an unlimited pool of
you
optimism.
have no opinion actually here. this is way too optimistic. Or you hate yourself. One of the two, Blah.
Maybe it's both. I think the most optimistic people hate themselves the most. Maybe they're
Probably.
masochists. Maybe they enjoy the pain, Dinko. Maybe I get off on the pain. Early in the morning, I just open up Tyloo's VODs and I'm like,
I mean, it's the
yeah,
only
baby.
explanation, right? It has to be.
Well, what's happening right now, though, Dinko, is Checkmate have all their way back into this. They're not there yet. They're still training by 3 rounds. After could still shut this one out. But if Checkmate can survive a couple of these buy rounds from the side of After, they can definitely make things way more possible, way more believable. And that's when we're going to be starting to believe Checkmate potentially bringing this one back. Again, just a reminder for our wonderful viewers on Twitch and on YouTube that this was 8-1 for After Gaming at one point. Oh, they've fallen for the fake, Dinko. They've fallen for the fake. There's still a player. There's still a player. Look at the trigger discipline, but it was too disciplined, Dinko. Ro turns around. Bingo's dead. And Oi, he needs to win this duel. Yeah, they'll win the duels. They're very low, but they should survive. If I'm Checkmate, I don't really go for the hunt. I don't. Or maybe I do. Actually, no, I do. You have money. You take away these 2 guns, it's going to force Checkmate to go for a full save. Sorry, for After to go for a full save. And that's a very, 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 very ballsy angle for Marek to be holding. So ballsy, in fact, the Techno might not expect it. No, he does. Now, always left alone against the youngling from Mongolia.
Well, it's Techno. It's gone down there. That's Oi at least shutting him away. And it really does feel like Checkmate are grabbing a little bit of control now. They're finally getting some momentum. You have to remember back to the first half. Yes, okay, convincing beginning for After Gaming, you know, in terms of the score being built up. But you also have to just remember about some of the rounds that probably should have went Checkmate's way. You know, that round where they bring them down to the low HP on 2 players. A couple of rounds, even the first gun round where they had the huge advantage. And somehow that turned around. You know, just opportunities for Checkmate to have made that first half more competitive. They never really just got lucky or got into it, and the economy is always shot. So there's a lot of unlucky moments there for Checkmate. I'm not saying they played well. I'm not making excuses about how they performed, but it could have went either way within that first half. And After Gaming do very well to walk away with 10-5. They win the pistol round though, Blair, and that's all they've won since. So we are starting to get a little bit worried now for this After Gaming side. Maybe they've run out of steam. Maybe they've started to let Checkmate back into things, and that becomes very scary.
It does tend to get very scary for After Gaming. Well, they're going to be feeling the heat right now. They have gone for a little bit of a light investment, considering that they don't really want to go full-fledged YOLO. They still have a couple of rounds lead. They don't really need to press that panic button yet. Just a reminder for our viewers that coming up next after this is going to be Dust 2, the map pick from Checkmate. And then if we do head over to map number 3, it is going to be Train. Again, a must-win game for both teams. After win it, they force tiebreakers all around. If Checkmate win it, well, they're through and After's out. So everything on the line. And a final day here at Perfect World Asia League 2020, the fall edition. Before we head over to the playoffs, which is going to be starting on Friday. I can't wait for that, Dinko. I think playoffs are going to be just crazy, crazy Counter-Strike. Everything on the line.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a fun one. You know, Tyler can't underperform anymore. You know, you can't just go for the excuse of, oh, they're already through, so that's it. Tyler can just kind of let their foot off the gas. No, now in the playoffs, you lose a game, you're out. So, you know, we're going to have to see the best face forward for every single team. And that is going to show some true colors for some of these top teams that we talk about, Blow, whether or not they are going to be able to compete in the playoffs to the same level we expect from them. And here comes the attack from Checkmate in towards this B-bomb side. Smoke is down. Oi! Oh! Okay, not exactly the best play, but Marek's going to double up on the P250. A 3v3. Smoke is up for the CT cross, and the AK-47 that was dropped by Oi is now in the hands of Wang. We'll see if he can make this work. Starting to move forward. He's the star player of this team. 21-11. Had an incredible first half. And now he's looking to do the same here into the second. Wang will start to move forward. A good kill on the Hawk. Now looking to cut through the rest. A 2v3. Oh, what a play from Techno. Well played. 3 kills. Good round from him. And a 10th round for Checkmate. They do lose a few players. They probably would have kept alive if they wanted to. But 11-10. It's After Gaming in a situation where they finally got their buyout.
That got a little scary, a little too scary if you ask me. Just a hero play from Moy pushing in. I feel like if he had tried to stay alive there, Dinko, because Wang had an AK-47. He was dealing quite a bit of damage, but he didn't have any Kevlar, and the aim punch basically ruined his day. If Voy hadn't pushed and actually played kind of for the retake, you know, maybe it could have been a bit better, but that's anyway. Just looking back, it's always easier in hindsight. And it was anyway just a light investment with a saved rifle, so I can completely forgive him for going for that particular play, although it doesn't pan out. Now, Dinko, this round number 22. They're going to be entering into the site. Sakai, he's burning and he's gonna somehow stay alive. He's done a lot of work picking up 2, and now he's alone on the site. Backup has arrived, but the smoke still keeping Oi at bay. They know where Sakai is, and Ro, he's not able to find him. Sakai's doing a fantastic job just staying alive, biding time for his teammates to join the fray. As Ro finally gets the kill on the Sakai, Nade's gonna dome him, and Ro realizes that the players are both there, and he's just gonna leg it. Now, I don't know if they've heard him, Dinko. I think Marek's heard him, and he should maybe catch him on the cross. He doesn't see him yet. Does he see him? Yes, he does. And Ro goes for the long spray. Both of them dealing so much damage. And now he's debating which way to head towards. He spots out the player. Now he knows where Marek is. The question is, where's Oi going to be heading towards? And Oi's just confused. The wide swing's going to be coming out from Ro, Dinko. But I think Oi's going to win this. Oi should win this. Oi's going to win it. But okay. 10 HP. 10 HP. Ro almost wins the duel. And After Gaming, well, they finally get a round on board after what seems like forever.
Sakai, as critical as we have been of this player in the past, that was brilliant. And in the pits round as well, he had a big moment from the pit. So maybe this is the position for Sakai. Maybe he's just underutilized in this team at times. And we'll see if he can keep that up. 12-10, a very important round for After Gaming. That's the only round, bar the piss round, that they've been able to win in this second half. Other than that, everything has been going in the favor of Checkmate in this second half. So AK-47's out for Checkmate, the Mongolian side, with a plethora of utility available to them. The buy's not out yet. They still got the money. And now, well, After Gaming, this is the true test for them. If they can recover and win this round as well, and we'll be back into the driver's seat on Inferno.
Marek playing a dangerous game. Flashbang is perfect, but he's not able to line them up. Hawk's going to get the reply. Oi with a nade. Barely. Hawk. He's at least used a smoke to slow down or stop a potential fast play from Checkmate. But Checkmate, man up. 50 seconds on the clock. They still have time to work with. And as there's been no signs of life towards Banana, they've actually sent the player back, and Wang, he's got to run back toward, perhaps going to time it right. He's still sticking around the smoke. Someone is holding the angle, and always going to get taken out through the smoke by Kaz. Oh, that is just terrible as Blitz finds another kill. It's all smoke kills, Glaives in the server, Dinko, and it's all on Wang and Sakai to bring this one back, but Sakai still inside of the pit over in the A bomb side, and there's nothing Wang can do, as phenomenal of a player as he is. And it is going to be round number 11 for the Mongolian side.
Well, Wang is going to try his best to hold on, but he's gone as well. Round number 11 coming right up for Checkmate. The money is good for them. The money is not for the CT side. Sakai, who plays the A anchor here on Inferno, is having to save on the other side of the map into the next round. And we see 12-11. Money is pretty short here for After Gaming. We'll see what their decision is coming into this one. You want to see a couple of pistols purchased up. You want to see them focusing into the next round. That does mean they will concede the lead. It should be Checkmate tying things up, but it's just a fantastic round committed here from Checkmate. Like you said, Glivs in the server, the smoke kills just across the board. Brilliant stuff from Checkmate, and that's a desperately needed round win for them. And oh no, Blah, if you're After Gaming, you're starting to sweat a little bit. If you're a fan of After Gaming, you are definitely sweating right now, thinking that this team might not make the playoffs, and what a good start it was. It's the highs and lows.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost winter, but right now that AC is going to be running full blast to cool some of these players down. What a T side from After Gaming. And for it to all fall apart here on CD side, yeah, it's got to be gutting, especially Wang with a god-tier performance, or even stepping up on the CT side, Dinko. It was super quiet on the D side, despite them leading, what, 10-5, 11-4? But it seems it was a lifetime ago now. One round for Checkmate to tie things up 12-all, from 8-1 to 12-11. The Mongolians, they keep on impressing. The CD side, lackluster, just picked apart by After. Not much to say about that one, but so far this T side has been pretty solid. A little bit of contest towards Banana. Flashbang is good, but Sakai's not able to find the player. Spraying through the smoke, there's 3 players, and Techno in fact finds Zoe. Triangulating the position of Voy with the bullets. And Ro looking for anyone up close. They're taking it slow and steady. I like this from Checkmate. They're not antsy. They take the sweet time. They work the clock. They wait out a utility. It's solid Counter-Strike from Checkmate. And that's how they win these maps. That's how they win these rounds. The spacing's always good. They're always able to trade Dinko. Frankly, it's been a pretty good map of Counter-Strike here so far on Inferno.
Oh, it has been. Very impressive. And that's not exactly what you would have said coming into this tournament. You would have said, oh, After Gaming coming in here, this is going to be a messy one. But it hasn't been. They've played good Counter-Strike up until a point. It feels like they've just kind of fallen off a little bit here in the second half. Checkmate have come right back into things, and now they'll be tying things up. We go into the next round, and that is going to be where After Gaming get their buyout again. They're going to be trying to get back into the lead, trying to take their map pick away. We knew this game was going to be close. Both of these teams love a bit of Inferno. I was getting worried that it wasn't going to be a close affair. I was getting worried that After were just going to run away with it and we weren't going to get the game we wanted to see, Blood. But it has played out in a way that is impressive. Checkmate have had to do it the hard way. They did not make it easy for themselves. Another AK, that's not bad, but Blitz is quick to reply and shutting down Wang, preventing the save of the AK-47 in his hands. So it is just the one that gets carried on over. One is still good. One is certainly still good here. Marek is going to be the man picking that up and bringing it into the next one. And we are looking at 12-12 tied up on the scoreboard, and a very important round for both teams coming right up. This will start to decide the fate of this game. Problem is, Blood, when you take a look at the money here over on Checkmate, it is still way better in reserve. Not just the buy, but in reserve. They've got so much money left over. So not only do After need to win this round, but they need to win it convincingly, right? They can't lose too many players.
Can't lose too many players, indeed. And that's always a pressure of being on the T side. The thing is, though, money's not that great for Checkmate either, but T side, you know, with Tech 9s, Mac 10s, you can make it work. They won that second round, mind you, just a reminder. Some Tech 9s, a few nades, that they were able to wrest that A bomb side away from the from After Gaming. Boy, I think a dangerous. Yeah, he's gonna do a smart thing. Falls back a little bit, and with him losing eyesight, or sight lines rather, of Banana, it's going to be Marek joining his teammate here. They're going to fall on back. Interesting. So you're going to smoke off the top of Banana. And they're assuming that's going to be enough. No, maybe not. Oi. He's going to be falling back. Flash in hand. They're expecting a Banana play here, but in fact, it is going to be the A-bomb, so the timing could be everything. Wang uses smoke, and Blitz finds him! The moment, the second, the millisecond the smoke blooms, Dinko, and it's all on Bingo as Hawk finds Sakai, and Bingo, what can he do? Nothing! He finds Blitz, but that's it. It's a blitzkrieg onto the A-bomb side. Round number 13 for Checkmate. They have taken the lead, Dinko. 8-1 for After. To 13-12 for Checkmate. What a turnaround.
This has been an incredible comeback, or an incredible comeback coming in here from Checkmate. The situation that they found themselves in coming out of the first half was horrible. We started to think that maybe this was going to be one of the underperformances that we've seen from Checkmate before in this tournament, when they take losses to some of the weaker teams but perform against the better ones. But this has been a comeback to remember for Checkmate, and they have now got 3 rounds ahead of them to take this over the line. Checkmate, they will not have a goodbye coming into this next round. Checkmate, or should I say After Gaming won't going into this next round. Checkmate almost guaranteed a 14th unless there's a huge step up across the board from the individuals over here from After. And Checkmate now putting themselves in a position where they could be taking the map pick of After Gaming away. If they could just keep up this performance over the next couple of rounds.
How many rounds has it been in a row now, Dinko? It's crazy. Well, maybe not in a row, but so far... Okay, let's do the quick math.
There was
here.
one hiccup. There was just one round, right? There was just one round from Sakai in the pit.
There was a pistol round and the one buy round. You're right.
Both rounds have been won in the second half. Have been Sakai popping off in the pit. That's it. Nothing else has been won.
They've won 8 out of 10 rounds.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. The drop off has been huge. The CT side has not been good from either of these teams, to be fair, but so far, a little worse for After than it was for Checkmate.
The crazy thing as well is like how far ahead of everyone else is that Wang is on the server, right? Wang is still on what, 25 plus kills, 26, 27 maybe. And
Guy had a beastly start into this game. It was unbelievable.
Slow down a little bit though. Ooh, Marek, that got very scary. And Banana control has been lost, Dinko. That means they have to keep 2 players there. Again, it has to be Oi and Marek stuck on the B bomb side. And with that, Checkmate have been able to abuse this time and time again, right? They force Banana control. They force the 2 CDs back inside the side, and then they go for this kind of like almost contact play-ish sort of take towards A. But at least Wang's able to find Techno, timing the shot through the flashbang, rotating in through library, but he's smoked up. But there is a massive gap there. Can he spot the player out? He doesn't. The smoke blooms, and now Wang's got to do a lot of work as, well, he's alone now. He's got to wait for backup to arrive, as the bomb site once again will be wrested away by Checkmate. Bomb's gonna be planted. Kaz is gonna spot the players out. What a spray from Kaz! And it's all on Wang in a 1v3. He's blinded. And no matter how good he is, doesn't matter how good he is, Dinko, this is looking unwinnable.
He's going to try, though. He dives into the bomb site looking for the mini pick kill. There's still time on this clock, but like you said, the positions are just so strong from Checkmate.
So well done.
And Hawk is going to make it work. Wine goes down 14-12. The post plant was played to perfection from those last 2 players. And now they are only 2 away from securing victory on Inferno. Their opponent's map pick coming into the series. We talked about the fact that okay, after gaming, they've decided to go for the pick of Inferno. This is a bit of a problem because we know Checkmate are incredibly strong on this map. But then again, where could after have brought it, right? This is a map that they're comfortable on. And I respect the confidence in themselves to go to their own strengths instead of worrying about their opponents.
Yeah, this is so... I mean, I'm surprised. I'm as surprised as Morty when he found Pickle Rick. This has just been an incredible performance. Wang, the slow creep out, just the leg showing, not even able to land a shot because he is on a glass cannon, mind you. Does A hit this time around? Dinko, they're not wasting any time trying to take banana control, and that means it's going to be a much more... well, way more players waiting for them towards A. So maybe getting a little too overconfident. Our Checkmate as Kaz, position known, he's able to find Sakai. It's all in Techno 4K, and he's got to live up to his name. Unfortunately, forget a 4K, he doesn't get a single K. 14 to 13 after gaming they find one round in this desert of, well, just getting destroyed. And Checkmate maybe getting a little ahead of themselves there, Dinko. They didn't go for what's been working out for them all this while. Get that banana control and head towards A with their only 3 players. Instead, they go for the contact play, and great work from Sakai there in the pit, getting 2 kills. And then, well, by then it was a little too late for this.
Well, it's not going to be a smooth ride for them in these last couple. We'll see if After Gaming can start to grab a few more together. Can they tie things up? Can they break the hearts of Checkmate and take themselves a win here on Inferno? It's a good start from Kaz's nade. The follow-up comes in from the CT side, but it's not going to result in much. It does drop Kaz down to 62. Minute and 30 seconds left. Rotation coming over to the B-bomb side. They know there's a hole here in the defense, but Checkmate, they're still charging this way, Blood. They're still walking as a unit. No one over towards A. They've got a forward. Oh, they've got a chance here to win it. Wang, he's got the pressure on towards CT, but he hasn't been able to take a single kill. So it now falls onto Oi. He only manages one. And Wang smoked. Oh, but he doesn't care. Right through the smoke. Taking down Techno 4K. And now a 3v3. Bomb goes down. They'll be looking for this retake. After need to pick this up. If they lose this round, if they concede this round, it's going to be 15 map point against them on their own map pick. And Checkmate, they're forcing After to the brink. They'll be setting up their retake, utility at the ready, but the time is beginning to tick. Their chances at winning this round starting to fall through their fingers, and it's looking like it's done. 4 seconds to move forward and really have comfortable timing. It's not going to work out. Kaz with the headshot. It's Sakai that goes down, and Checkmate will be on map point on their opponent's map pick.
Incredible comeback from the Mongolians. This has just been some fantastic stuff, and I feel like even the final players are... I like the way they take the side, the way they just swarm all over the players. And I feel like even the final kill, was it Sakai? Sakai was blinded by his own teammates' flashes. You can see the nerves are just laid bare right now for After Gaming. What was Kaz thinking there? Probably not expecting another op, but for After Gaming, yeah, they're gonna keep getting these, the max loss bonus. They're gonna keep having money for the buys. It's just that the rounds aren't going their way. It's still a world where they're gonna be able to bring this one back, Dinko. They can still win 2 in a row and potentially take us to overtime.
It's not done until that fat lady decides to come out of her dressing room, take to the stage, and sing into the crowd, Blood. Well, we'll see. And that'll be happening soon. It's After Gaming. Holding on. They've got that early pick thanks to the star player and star AWPer, Wang. They'll start to go through the ruins to get back to the bomb site. Marek is going to be under pressure. He's been pretty impressive. This is time to shine on the MP9. It's bingo! Big double kill. Huge play. Marek peeks out with a distraction. It's a 14th round for After Gaming. The money is still good here for Checkmate, so we're going to get a buy in the last round for both teams. This is either overtime or it's going to be the win for Checkmate. Brought it right to the line here. After Gaming, they had a perfect start in the first half. They were looking like they were going to walk away with it dominantly. Checkmate scrap together, pick up a few going into the second. They lose the piss around. It's 11-5. But then, that's when Checkmate decide to turn things around. They turn the ship around, Blood. And now 15-14. It's an early kill. Marek, what are you doing?
Oh, that is not the start to be looking for, but Kaz again! Again caught out in the open by Wang. They lose a player, but they get it back, Dinko. This is not quite done yet. 4v4, 15-14. This is what we want to see. This is a Counter-Strike that we all live for.
Now a minute and 10 seconds left after gaming, looking to hold on. They've got 2 players in this A-bomb site, and Checkmate are going to turn their attentions here, looking to finish off. No one rotating from the B-bomb site just yet, but now they will. Sakai, what a fantastic play. He's been in the pit. He goes again, but it's Wang on a double kill. It's overtime, boys. Surely at this point, there it is. Checkmate. They pull it back, but it's not enough. It's after gaming that will find themselves overtime. Wang, what a hero. 32-19. This guy is sick. And well, I have to say, Checkmate threw that one away. They had that opening kill in towards Banana. Kaz again gets caught in the open, and this is the deciding kill. You know, this really changes the round completely. Checkmate were in the driving seat, and then Wang just snatched it back.
Yeah, Wang, I mean, we said how he was fantastic in the first half, and then the final round to take it to overtime. Wang and his big chungos, it comes out and just completely wrecks that hit. That looked like it was done, Dinko. With the players still over towards the B-bomb side, you're like, yeah, this one's done again. But Sakai and Wang, they bring it back. OT, baby! 15-15, map pick from After Gaming, a must-win game for both the teams. And usually, Dinko, it's Inferno as the decider map where we look forward to all these close games, but it's delivering even despite being the first pick.
Feels like for some reason, After Gaming have returned to the server. They were gone for so much of that second half, but they are back. And back with a vengeance. It's Wang just looking like an animal in these last couple of rounds. He's been absolutely tearing them to shreds. Hawk goes down to 12 HP. They've already lost a player, and there goes Hawk. What a start it is from After Gaming into overtime. A 2-man advantage picked up. This could be a very long day, especially if After managed to walk away with a series blood. Then we'll have to have that 3-way tiebreaker at the end of the day where the games will be played out in best-of-1 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, 3 best-of-3s and then followed by 3 best-of-1s. Hell yeah, let's go. More Asian Counter-Strike. You love to see it, Dinko.
You do love to see it. Asian Counter-Strike is a hell of a drug, but one that is probably like black market in comparison to like EU. Hell of a drug, but we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. It's Ro, it's Kaz. They're taking the kills. They've somehow recovered this round. They've lost 2 players, but they find a way back in. How? And I don't know how they've managed to do that, but they've done it nonetheless. 16-15. Checkmate will take the first round of overtime.
That's... how? That's insane. That was a 3v4. No, 3v5. I'm sorry, I take that back. It was a 3v5, and they walk into the A-bomb site and slaughter everyone. Every single one without losing a single player. That is just obscene. It's not PG rated anymore, Dinko. This is like some 18+ stream right now. It's not a family show. Should be happening.
I don't think it ever has been, blood. It's just never.
I mean, with someone called Wang on the server, listen, if you're below 18 watching the stream, switch it off. Turn it off right now. You be a good boy. Go watch some Animal Crossing.
Stick around. Stick around.
I'm kidding. Stick around. It's not a family show.
Turn the sound off. That's all you need to do.
Just listen to us casting. We're very PG. Okay. Yeah.
He's already walking through Banana. He's just clearing all these close corners, seeing what's going on in Banana. He's alone, but no one playing aggressive. There is only one player over here in this B-bomb site, and he's playing inside the site. It's Marek. I feel like if they just completely bombard this site right now, he would have been caught off, but rotation coming through. Here's the noise being made in Banana. He hears the utility, and that draws the 4th player back over towards B. Now we're back to a standard setup, but they're going to send another one over towards B. Just the one smoke, a little bit of noise made, and the paranoia sets in. They rotate a 3rd player. Now a chance, a window of opportunity to take this site. Wang's back over here, though. He's moved back to the A site. Got the jitters. With 35 seconds left. They're still taking the time, Checkmate. It's pretty obvious now that this is going to be the A hit. Nothing coming in towards B. The utility coming on up. And now they push through as a unit. 5 players looking to cut through the defense. Sakai has been impressive. The one-way smoke. He's on top of the bicycle, but he's going to go down. Row with the headshot. Bingo, close quarters. He's right close and personal. He's going to peek out and only find one. They only get one kill in the defense, and that's the round done. The bomb gets planted. Yeah, and it has to be the save with this 10k overtime rule set. It's 17-15. It's likely we'll see a flawless half come in from Checkmate out of the T side. And okay, the CT side has been relatively weak. We've seen that in the first half, but they've given themselves, if they win this flawlessly, the perfect opportunity. They only need 1 out of 3.
Yeah, they need just 1 out of 3, and the reason to have a save here, ladies and gentlemen, is probably because, not probably, it is because it's an RMR event.
Yeah, of course, with the Valve rule set, we get a 10k overtime. You know, it's not the 16k, which is a bit unfortunate. You know, it's not exactly what we'd like to see from a competitive standpoint, because you want to see as many gun rounds as possible come out. But it's what we've got. It's what we've got to play with. And Checkmate, 17-15, 2 in the lead now. As they head into the last round of overtime number 1, half 1, they've got themselves a chance for a flawless half.
That would be, honestly, I looking at a CD side, I still feel it would be required, because the CD side was very flat. Hopefully they have kind of woken up here. Wang down to little chunk of Stinko. It's a scout, but this guy has been fantastic. 32 kills for him, although he has been well, very quiet so far in overtime.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I mean, no one's really been able to do anything in overtime here for After Gaming. You started off well with the 2 initial kills, and after that, it's all gone downhill. Have they had 3 kills in overtime?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, 3 kills for the entire team of After coming into overtime number 1. And just to paint a worse picture for you, Blood, that those 2 kills that they got, the first 2, were 2-man advantage in the first round of overtime that they ended up losing without a single extra kill. So, yeah, this has been a rough showing in overtime from After. They've dropped off.
They've dropped off at the same time.
time.
Yeah, and at the same time, Checkmate have just, I don't know, just elevated. And it's nothing crazy, is it, from Checkmate? It's just that they're so good at working as a pack, like running like a pack of wolves. Kind of reminds me of this song by this Mongolian band, The Who. It's called Wolf Totem. It's so badass. Just kind of reminds me of
yeah, you were telling me about this. Not The Who, Bubba O'Reilly Who.
Yeah, not the UK Who, but the more manly British. Oh, okay. I thought Blitz caught that shot. It's actually Hawk. And again, Dinko, this A-bomb side. This A-bomb side is just getting run over by our Mongolian overlords. That is Checkmate, and always going to come walking out. He at least finds Row, but that's information gleaned. And 2 MP9s to kind of close the distance. It's going to be hard. It's going to rely on his flashbang from Marek, and Marek's going to pop it out. He's not going to find anything, and it's all that Marek standing and delivering. But all he's going to find is 1 kill. 18-5. Checkmate make the first half of overtime absolutely flawless.
Yeah, this is a fantastic performance coming out from them. Wang, he doesn't get a single kill in the first half of overtime. Now, that is a big problem. He was the most impactful player that delivered them enough rounds or enough kills to get them over the line to get OT in the first place. When he's gone missing on the defense in overtime, that's not good at all. And so now we come into this situation, 18-15, Checkmate with 3 chances to take this over the line, 3 chances to win their opponent's map pick. And for After, it has to be flawless just to pull it back to double overtime.
Boy, running backwards into the flames. Has to be careful. Look at this aggression, Dinko, from Checkmate. This is nice. This is refreshing. We haven't seen this at all. We actually haven't seen this at all from Checkmate on their CD side. The buy rounds and a crossfire set up. They've completely left Banana. Now they notice someone nearby. That smoke's kind of a tell. Chunky nade. And a nice kill from Oi. The fadeaway nade being tossed in by Row. Row still sticking around. Not a big fan of that. The moment the smoke dissipates, he will, if he gets caught out, it could be quite painful. Flashbang comes out. He's still got to be sticking around. Dinko, he's done for. But there is Kaz, the savior for his teammate. And a Molotov, rather, to still protect him. Smoke's going to bloom. And that should be the opportunity for Row to get the hell out of Dodge. It's going to be a 4v4.
4 versus 4. And like we've highlighted many times before, Checkmate will look to close this and send us to map 2 and map pick of Dust 2. Well, it's after the final charge, or possibly into this A-bomb side. Blitz has a good lineup. A first kill. He's also got his teammate down the left side, but is he required? Blitz gets a double. Now Hawk in the pit looking for another kill. It's Bingo going down, and now it's just Wang.
Did he throw his gun away?
He threw his gun away. He just threw it away. Wang now. I can't deal with this. Wang, he runs forward with the AWP. 15 seconds. He turns behind, but he's caught between 3 players. He's got his gun back, but it's done anyway. 19-15. Checkmate will be taking map number 1. A pretty slow start from Checkmate coming into this one play, you know, going down and looking real rough. It was a 10-5 half. That even ended up being a good half in comparison to what it was looking like. So yeah, Checkmate, they're lucky to get over the line in overtime. They take their opponent's map pick. Now we head to Dust 2. We're going to bring Hawker. We're going to bring Tom in here. We're going to talk about this one. There's a lot to break down, actually, for a change. We got a lot of Counter-Strike being played in this one.
The first question I want Tom to break down, why did he throw away his gun? Was it disrespect? Was it kind of like mind games?
I
Like,
think
Wang,
he thought
hit
there was
me.
an AK. I think that was it. I think
That's
he
a
thought there
logical
was an
answer.
AK.
I don't like you, Tom.
and
That was a very
He
logical
ended up
answer.
picking it up afterwards. So there you go, Blair. Deep
Damn
analysis.
it. I wanted a more
coming in.
meaty answer, Tom, but Hawker, break this down for us, because it was looking after gaming
From round
all
1.
the way.
All the way from round 1. Okay,
We don't have enough time for that. We don't have enough time for that,
the
unfortunately.
first half, I do feel like after gaming, individually, we're just on fire. Where's this Wang been throughout this tournament? That's an interesting
He's
statement.
I know
been
you've
tucked
joined the
inside.
broadcast, but that's a bit cheeky.
Bit cheeky, but still, just individually, after was so good. And then the second half, their CT side, they just struggled so much for map control. Every round, they were losing Banana. They were playing back from the A site. They never seemed to be able to use the nades really to take control, and that was a big problem for them, because even though they were sitting back on the bomb sites, they weren't really setting up crossfires, it seemed. And part of that is credit to Checkmate for landing some unbelievable shots. But at the same time, after should have switched something up at some point. You have to go for something more aggressive. They just kind of seemed to collapse in that second half. They started sitting so passively in a bunch of the rounds, they could never get any control. And again, Checkmate made the most of it. They had some really solid executes on that T side, some great shots, some great team play. But like you were saying, Blair, it was all pretty simple stuff, just really well executed.
And Tom, like how you see banana control being lost by After Gaming with 30 seconds or 40 seconds on the clock still there, and they're forced to keep both Oi and Marek towards B, and just Checkmate just a blitzkrieg onto the A bomb site, and they did the same thing. I feel like about 80% of the rounds on the T side, and it works out every single time.
Yeah, they definitely should have switched up their setup a bit throughout this match. I think they were fairly disappointing on their CT side, and it mainly came down to Wang. Like, Wang was big throughout the match. In fact, you could say that Checkmate really struggled with Wang. But it was just one of those things where he had a great performance. Oi, for example, didn't have a particularly good one. And yeah, they basically just allowed Checkmate to dictate the pace. Like, one of the main things you have to look at as well is that the bomb went down 8 times in that second half, not including overtime, and went off 7. So they didn't manage to retake it at all. Bear in mind, that also doesn't include rounds where they ended up killing everybody. So that is 8 rounds, 7 of the times the bomb actually went off because they lost that A site and just had to save with the remaining 2 players. And they never adapted. It happened so much throughout the half that eventually it just came down to, Wang being huge and difficult to handle.
Yeah, he was kind of difficult to handle, was Mr. Wang. And you know what, Tom? Considering how much you love this guy, I'm sure you do want a little bit of some big Wang in your life as well. We're going to be seeing a little bit of Wang coming up because we have map number 2, which is, of course, going to be, by the way, MVP of the map was Blitz, but I feel like that was kind of like a team effort overall from the side of Checkmate.
It was Wang.
It was Wang all around.
Even though
All
they
right,
lost.
Tom. Well,
Got
you know what?
33 kills.
Well, this could potentially, ladies and gentlemen, we've lost PP Overdose because Sigma have been knocked out. And now we are potentially 1 map away from having no more Wang jokes, which would break my heart, and it might break Tom as a person. Coming up next, it is going to be Dust 2. Can Checkmate make it 2-0 and qualify, or will After take us map number 3? We're going to be finding out after this short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second map gets underway. It's After Gaming behind, fighting for their tournament life. It was a big comeback from the Checkmate side. Overtime win coming through for them on their opponent's map pick. But we find ourselves here on the dusty, sandy map of Dust 2. And it's going to be a very important matchup now. For After, there's no more mistakes being made. Sakai looking to hold on as the attack starts to come through to the B-bomb side.
Yeah, and Kaz going to be getting the trade. Bingo still alive on the side. Those tapping away. The blinded player is only good for one, but there is a player towards a window. The bomb's going to be planted. There's a player right below. Wang has a lot to do. 3v3 post planting is never too easy. And look at Hawk's position. He's going to catch off Marek on the flank, and this has gone from hard to almost impossible.
Yeah, this is not a good start coming in for the CT side, who actually ended up winning both pistol rounds. If I recall back on Inferno, they won 2 in a row. And they weren't even close, right? They won the first pistol round the T side, looking real solid. Then they won the follow-up on Inferno as well. It didn't go their way. They lost both pistol rounds. Won both pistol rounds and still lost the map. And now we find ourselves here with Checkmate getting the pistol round under their belt and immediately purchasing up into the AK on 2 players, a Lil on 2 and a Mac-10 out for Hawk. Over here for After, they've gone for the investment. It'll be the Deagles. It'll be the Scout and play. 4 Deagles and a Scout. Chinese team, let's see.
Magical 4 Deags. They did win one earlier today in Inferno, Dinko. So, you know, the Deagles can be a problem. I'm sure Checkmate are going to be very, very aware of that as well. Mac-10 in the hands of Hawk. He's going to be the one on an excursion, trying to find something. Timing is everything, and Bingo is going to find him. That's 1 Deag to get a kill. 4 more to find for After.
Well, first kill is in, and Ro, I kind of feel worried for him in this spot. I think oh no, the flashbang. Oh, it's good. Ro's fully blinded. He was completely wrecked by that. He does eventually go down. Oh no, Blair. Oh,
Here we go.
It's 2 AK-47s in play to try and recover this. And well, it's 1 from Kaz, but Bingo, he's going to find a good lineup, but Techno takes his head right off his shoulders. And this round, it could be recovered, but Wang is holding the cross. He misses the shot. The smoke cascades his vision, and now Kaz, well, he needs this kill. He won't get it, so it's on to the young gun of Techno. Can he make it work here? 1v2 in total. He spots the first. It's Wang getting tagged down low, both on 19 HP now, as Techno will look to try and win the round for his side. A round that should have been theirs with ease, but one that has come down to the final moments. Techno, aware of the possibility of the tunnel play, but as the door is pushing forward, that'll be the first victim. Oh, the second out as well, and Techno doesn't flinch. 11 HP, but 2 kills there for him, and an overall fantastic round from the young gun. 2-0 up. Checkmate needed that.
He's broken the curse, Dinko. All it took was a 16-year-old stand-in to break the curse of the 4 Deags. That looked like it was done, but Techno, just so much awareness, so much a clutch ability for someone so young, Dinko. Look at him. Look at his picture. He's less than half my age. I don't think that's a good thing for me, but anyway. He's almost your age though, Dinko. Were you this good when you were 16?
I was never this good. But
No matter how young or old you were.
yeah.
USPs all around for After Gaming. Set the flashbang to just pop out towards short. They're not going to find anyone, and it is going to be Blitz. He's good for 1, but that's okay. The cavalry has arrived, Dinko, and the SMGs is going to farm up the cash. Marek's going to be left 1. He could find 1, maybe, maybe not, maybe. Yes, no, yes. Ooh, almost finds 1, but Ro steals it away. He just had a P250 that round. And it's going to be just the 1 player loss. Just the 1 Mac-10 loss for Checkmate. A much better anti-eco from them. And now the big gun's going to be coming out of Wang once more with his massive zoom banger. A lot of utility as well. Marek, unfortunately, just has an M4. No head armor. Most of the players don't have any head armor, which could be a problem considering Hawk is still wielding the Mac-10.
Only going to start walking forward. Through the smoke they go. The charge out into the bomb site. Sakai, he's going to go down. Blitz finding a double kill on the AK-47s. And well, it's Wang, Marek, and Oi. Now we're into a 3 versus 5. All planted. saving the day. Over here, it's after gaming, not getting anything done. And that's what happens when you lose that B-bomb site so quickly, so convincingly, without a single kill from your Einkus. You're going to lose the site, you're going to lose the round. Retaking a 3v5 like this, especially when your money is at breaking point, you can't go for that. It's not a good idea. So 4-0 up for Checkmate. Fantastic start into Dust 2. This is that map pick.
This is their map pick, 4-0 up. And again, just reminding everyone that map number 1 was after gaming leading 8-1 until Checkmate took it in overtime. Flashbang, not good. Wang misses a bit of a sitter there, but looks like he will be able to hold on to his weapons. But again, a flawless round coming out from Checkmate, and even the Macton getting upgraded to an M4 Dinko. After gaming, the battling for survival, the battling for life, trying to stay alive in this tournament. Even if they win the series, it's not a guarantee. They still have to play 2 best-of-1s at the end of the day to qualify, Dinko. So it's everything on the line for this team. For Checkmate, though, they want to make this clean and easy. They want to make it a 2-0, close it out. Take a, well-deserved little bit of a break for the remainder of the day, then prep for the playoffs, because they will be qualifying alongside Bren. They will be qualifying alongside the Big Four as well. No, I'm not talking about Metallica, Anthrax, Megadeth, and of course Slayer. I'm talking more about Tyloo, Invictus, Vici, and Taiga. I don't think anyone got that reference, which makes me sad. Double Molotov. Oh, that's going to push it out. That's a lovely stop, but Wang's going to do good work. Finds Hawk, finds another one onto Row. 3rd kill for Wang. He's putting in all the work, but Techno's going to reply back, and now it is a 2v3. Techno peers up with the AWP. He spots another player out. He doesn't get the tag. He's down to 21 HP. Bomb will be planted, and now it's a 2v3 and a failed Molotov as well. This is hectic, Dinko.
Yeah, this really is, but you can tell Techno's just in the game right now. This is one of those Techno performances. He's zoned in. He's going to be taking a few players down, but this round is going to be very difficult to get anything done. And while he's going to be spotted, the body blocking his vision, and Sakai with a quick headshot. It's on to Kaz. They are taking the time. They're giving him a chance. He's going to walk forward the first, nearly the second, but he can't find it in time. It's going to be around for after. Finally getting something onto the board play. It's been a long time coming, but they compete. You get it? And, well, now moving forward, there's going to be a lot of money in the bank for a Checkmate, so they won't be worried about buying into this one. After gaming, they'll have to try and replicate their previous success.
Wang, once again being the hero there. He had a very, very tepid start to this map. But then a massive 3K from him. If he didn't get all 3 kills there, that round I feel could have definitely gone the way of Checkmate. They just, the spacing is always so good. They just work like a pack, hunting their prey down. And well, first round on board for After. Should still be careful. They had just 2 players survive. Money's still in a kind of a picklish position for the Chinese side. And for Checkmate, I have everything to work with. No AWP for Kaz. It's going to be just rifles all around. And this time around, Dinko, they're opting to head towards short. 4 players gathered up. They're going to have Row on the slow, late flank. Oi, looking to be a little aggressive. I like that smoke from Oi to keep them at bay, but 2 players going to drop on that. He's going to find 1 kill. Can he find a second? Sprays blindly through the smoke. Doesn't find anyone. Wang's going to be caught out, but Marek with a double kill, bringing it back for his team. And Oi's aware there's another player towards short, but the flank from long, Row's going to find Marek, and now it is a 2v3. They've lost control of the A bomb side, though. This is going to be problematic. The player on that A side, he's got to do a lot of work, but what a flick from Rue! He just decapitates Bingo, spots out a second player as well, and Sakai's left alone. It's a 1v2. Row with a magical play. They know exactly where Sakai is as well. The bomb's going to be planted for long. Row with the op, peering down CD spawn, aware that Sakai's not going to be heading from that direction. He's going to immediately reposition towards long, and Sakai, good night, sweet prince. That's what I thought it would be, but he still manages to land the shots. Row and 2 HP, makes his escape, and it's all on Sakai, Dinko.
Well, Sakai stuck out long. He was the hero of a couple of rounds back on Inferno, but now he needs to do it again. He'll start to come in from the long side. The bomb is ticking in the middle of the side itself, and it is planted behind the boxes, so he can just go and stick it. They run over the top of him now, and Hawk will find the headshot. It was always going to be difficult with the player sprinting him down from CT, and, well, the pressure was really on. 5-1. I said that the difficult part wasn't winning the previous round for After Gaming. The difficult part is finding the follow-up round and turning that into consistent success, and that is just something they have not been able to do. And Checkmate now 5-1 up on Dust 2, looking quite comfortable at the beginning of this at least.
What a round from Row. Like, he's one player we don't really look to when it comes to, well, you know, being the player to have these moments, but the time to come alive as Marek. Nice shots. Good damage. Decent damage. Techno, 20 HP. It's a 2v3. Bingo and Sakai with the Deagles. They have Kevlar as well to work with. Bingo with a kit. Unfortunately, no utility. And Checkmate slowed things down again. They have a player inside a pit. That is Kaz. Molotov towards the car position. Now they know there's no one there. And Bingo, Sakai, are they going to go for the gamble play? Are they going to go for the peak? That's the question, Denko. Or are they just going to be holding this angle?
Slowing this one right down. They don't want to be caught off by any of these Deagles now on a 2v3. We know it's very possible to come through. We know these players are good individuals on the hand cannons. And while Bingo's going to start walking forward with his Deagle, he's got a chance, and there's the bomb gone. Finally, the peak from Kaz, a little bit delayed there, but Techno comes out as well. They're going to find the round win. And the 6-1 up now for Checkmate. Quite expensive there, to be honest, but they get the round nonetheless. And now after gaming, I'm going to be purchasing up. They get the AWP out for Wang and forwards for the rest. And this has to be a round win for after gaming. Otherwise, Checkmate are going to run away with quite a convincing start to this game. I don't want to say, you know, not going to be looking convinced the whole way through, because we did see after gaming have a very clean start, winning, was it 8 rounds to 1, maybe a little bit more than that. And it all completely crumbled in front of them, so it's never over. It's never over.
It's never over against this team. Checkmate, they have been so very impressive. It's Mongolians. I don't know how many teams there are in Mongolia. Oh, the aggression, though, from towards Long and Blitz. The timing is perfect. He finds one. Marek at least able to trade back. And look at the speed now from the players charging out towards Long, but Wang's there. And it's just going to lay the smackdown on Kaz. 3v4 now. And the flashbang is good. Wang's going to be forced out of his position, but it's got Marek as well to back him up.
He does, and Wang, he's going to be sitting back at Long, just looking for these picks. It's Techno taking down Bingo. A good kill coming through from him. Bingo just gives it away. And now Techno dropping for another, but he's not going to be able to pick it up. It's a 2v2. Low HP on Sakai. And then we will have to pull off an excellent retake. And that is going to be difficult, especially now that Sakai has gone down. Oro was already engaged in a battle against Marek. One that he will come out on top of. 7-1 now. Checkmate, they are in the driver's seat. And after gaming, yet another buy round not going their way. The problems, the woes, they all continue. And Checkmate, well, they are looking solid on their map pick to start things off.
Techno's a madman.
he is. Like, he's very confident. That's why I said at the start of this, you could kind of just see by the way he's approaching some of these rounds early on that he's having one of these games where he's just feeling it, right? And that's a little bit worrying because we know how good he is.
Oh yeah. I mean, he is phenomenal. He's like a... Okay, Ronan, who's 17 years of age as well, from Huatsai, he's got better aim. You can't deny that, right? I think Ronan's aim is fantastic. But Techno's almost there, but more impressively, he's like kind of like a more aggressive Robs. Now that's very high praise. It's extremely high praise. He's nowhere to the level of Robs, but the way he's approaching the game, right? He's confident. He doesn't make too many mistakes, and when he needs to go for plays, he goes to the right place. It's not about just pushing in through the smoke and trying to go for something too crazy. It's always like the right decisions being made for a 16-year-old who we've never seen. And there we go, Techno, also known as a 30-degree window. Well, he doesn't opt too much, so it's fine. It's fine. I like that. A little bit Draken reference.
Yeah. Obviously away to Valorant now, so let's see if he misses shots over there.
How is this? Is he good at Valorant? I actually don't know.
He's pretty good, yeah. I think he's pretty solid. I think he's playing for Bonk right now, so I've seen some good individual moments from him. I think a lot of the CS players can just transition the basic skills over, right? It's so that's why you see a lot of them just heading on over. But I think after a few months, we'll get to see whether or not they'll actually be able to stay near the top.
This guy, okay. I think the player's name is Kane. So For those of you not aware what happened with this team, with Checkmate, when they qualified for PAL 2020 for the fall edition, this tournament which we're watching right now, their fifth player, Kane, Kayne, in celebration, he banged the table or something and he broke his hand. So they had to get Techno as a stand-in. What a stand-in, Dinko. Kind of feel like deep down inside the rest of Checkmate, they're like, Kane, yeah, like, thanks
We
for
like you.
helping us qualify.
We
We like you.
But, your liability, we
But
can't
guys,
have you breaking your hand.
guys, my hand's fine now. My hands are working. Yeah, about that.
Boom! Hammers them in.
Jesus. Imagine to break his hand again. That's just, oh.
We want Techno. Thing is, kid, we're keeping Techno. Well, he's got 11 kills. He's off to a flying start. The rest of the team, it's a good performance across the board. This would be an average start for the team. A good average as well. 7 kills for Row, 6 for Kaz and Blitz, 5 for Hawk. But Techno has been the most impactful. You have to remember back to that second round when they won the pistol. Coming into the second, it was almost looking like it was locked in for after, and then Techno stands up tall with a big clutch. So that's an important round to remember. And that's the impact that he's had so far for Checkmate. And hopefully we won't be waiting too much longer. There's a TeamSpeak issue currently on the server. I'm assuming it will be After Gaming who have the problem because they haven't purchased anything yet.
That is true. And I don't really see them purchasing anything apart from the
Maybe a couple of
Deagles.
Deagles, yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
They're starting to purchase up now. A little bit of Kevlar, a little bit of Deagle action. So Checkmate, they should be looking at 8 rounds. They should be looking at the lead going into the second half. But we did see that come through from After Gaming. And then that's when the comeback began by Checkmate, right? They started to pull back a few rounds. Ended up being a 10-5 half for After. So Checkmate will be looking to try and get an even more convincing half than 10-5 if possible.
The crazy thing so far has been the opening kill, Stinko. It's actually 5 opening kills for After and only 3 for the side of Checkmate. Checkmate are so good in converting these, 3v5s or like 4v5 scenarios. How so many rounds they've lost their opening duel, and yet they're able to bring it back, which is so impressive. And Hawk has actually kind of been a culprit, right? He's been a part of 3 duels, and he's lost all 3 of them. Blitz, on the other hand, has been part of 4 opening duels, and he's won 3 of them. But yeah, after struggling when it comes to kind of capitalizing on having the man advantage.
Yeah, it's been rough, and they've even lost a player now. So that's a bit unfortunate. So we're going to have a little bit of a tech problem. We're going to try and get that sorted as quickly as possible. I was lying back in my new chair, reclining there, just enjoying the tech pause. But it's time for a short break. I can do some more of that while we wait for the players to get back onto the server. Hopefully it won't be too much longer. So we'll see you on the other side of this break.
And we are back. It looks like the TeamSpeak, VPN, internet, PC, keyboard issues, whatever it was, Dinko.
It is all fixed, Blair. That's all that matters. And well,
Yeah.
7-1 up. What a start it's been for Checkmate. They're one map up already in the series, and now they're 7-1 up on their own map pick. Marik's gonna try and change the turn of the tides here for after. He's gonna get off to a brilliant start. One on the Deagle. Will go down to Blitz.
They have just 3 Deagles, I think, so I don't know. The curse, I mean, Techno did kind of avert the curse in round number 2, so it looks like if there's one team who can do it, it's the Mongolians, Dinko. They seem to don't give a damn how many Deagles there are. 1, 2, 3, or 5. They're going to be winning these rounds here. They come creeping up towards A. Smokes with a cross. There is a player playing towards Cat, one towards short, and one on the site. Unfortunately, the one on the site is Wang with just the USP, but Oi, they're gonna keep walking up, slowly walking up, presenting an easy target for Oi. At least Wang will be neutralized, but Oi still rattling off bullets, Dinko. And these Deagles are dealing quite a bit of damage.
Yes, they are now 2v3. A man advantage in play for the Pistols. Can they get it done here? Techno nearly getting caught out as well. Luckily, he's still alive. Blitz has taken down 2, and Techno finds the last. I love how we have to really get excited about that one because it was just Pistols for after, and they actually had the man advantage in the last couple of seconds. So, not exactly the best round for Checkmate, but nonetheless, coming out of the pause, that's the best they can hope for. They get the round under their belt. It one up. After gaming, they're going to come in swinging with a double op setup. It's Wang swinging his big green, and while Marik as well has the op in his hands.
We're going for the deal towards mid. There is Techno. No AWPs yet for the side of Checkmate. And why would they? I mean, they're winning with the AKs right now, Dinko. Maybe if they find an op, if they pick up an op from either Wang or Marik, maybe they'll try to put in the hands of Kaz. But Kaz seems like the sort of player, sort of oppo who prefers being more of a defensive sniper. And why not? He's been pretty good with it. Marik doing a good job avoiding the flashbang, throws a flashbang of his own. And, oh, the timing was perfect from Bingo, but Hawk. Eyes of a Hawk. That was a little unfortunate from Techno. Really shouldn't have done that. Wang takes the shot, misses it, and he's going to be forced out of his position. Now that A bomb site is in a little bit of a tricky spot, Wang's going to reposition towards the ramp for that A bomb site. They have Oi playing towards long, and it is now 4v4. Checkmate have options. Minute on the clock. They're going to be creeping towards short. 3 players make that all 4 coming in. And Dinko, it's time for Wang to show what he can do here.
Gotta beat them down here. 44 seconds. Blitz is coming through the CT smoke. Now, they need to be careful because he is not going to be a player that they expect to be there. Well, Wang is under pressure. He steps up with the first kill. That's the bomb down. Oh, he nearly gets the second, but it's Hawk quick on the trigger. The headshot delivered, and now Oi. He has been quiet. He's off towards long in the pit. And I talked about it, Blair. 2 series in a row, Blair. Oi was playing well. What?
Well,
Blitz should have been the insurance policy to win this round. Marik is killing everybody. Now it's just Kaz left alone. He has to win a 1v3. They're going to peek for him from CT. Long coming out as well. Oh, he can't win this round. Blitz, he should have been the winner of the round there. He should have been the insurance policy. But Marik just stepping up with some incredible kills. 3 picked up for him. He started that round with an AWP as well, and then he switched out to an AK, and then got another 2, I believe. So, yeah, that's a good round coming in from Marik.
Why did he drop down in the 2v3?
No, he walked through the mid doors and through the smoke. He was in a good position.
No. Like the T over here. So there's one with T alive on top. I think it was Kaz or Hawk. Hawk. He drops down.
Oh. Idiot.
Why?
I mean, he's just gonna try and take that shit out fight, but there's a lot of risk behind that, and obviously.
Yeah, there's like 2 people there, Hawk. This information convey. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Well, let's see if his team can answer back. It's gonna be Bingo getting the trade out to Blitz, but Wang he gets nothing done again. Hawk again, a double kill, taking down the AWPer. Wang has not been able to do anything against that rifle. 2 rounds in a row now. Sakai and Bingo left alone in a 2v4. And this is the problem I have with After. They can't string rounds together one after another. It seems like it's done here, but Sakai is going to charge forward. Whoa, that could have been it. That could have been the lineup of a few, but He's not going to get it done. What a round from Hawk. He makes up for his previous mistake. Is he forgiven in the eyes of Blair?
Fine, 9-2. Fine, I'll forgive you. Techno, they're showing a little bit of his immaturity there, right? So, okay, let's break this down, right? Hawk has done a fantastic job. It's a 4v2, correct, Inko? Bombs down. What does Techno do? He uses a smoke. It's kind of like a mini one-way, but I'm like, yeah, you have a headshot angle. You can only see the head, while the player coming up cat can see your entire body. Is it worth it? Is it worth taking that fight? Instead of waiting behind the smoke, forcing the CT to push in through the smoke, and guaranteeing the round, right? It could have been all four players staying alive. Instead, you lose a couple of guns. Yes, it doesn't really make too much of a difference because they win the next round very convincingly, but these are the small things, and which is why top-tier teams, like you go back to Astralis when they were looking just unbeatable, that the greatest reign of any Counter-Strike team I've ever seen in the past 20 years of professional CS. And the one thing that they were so good at was not giving any opportunities for their opponents to get back into a round, into a fight, or for that matter, into a map or a game. That is something a lot of teams struggle with even now. And honestly, I'm not too surprised that someone as young as Techno would be making these mistakes. But if you can fix that, that tendency, that bloodlust, you could be a much better team and a much better player. And look at this play. Someone's in the smoke. It's a Wraith, and his name is Bingo. He does get a reply back.
Name now.
I know. It's a Wraith, and his name is Bingo. Doesn't really click.
No, it really doesn't. Well, Kaz, he is now left alone. 1v3. This back and forth now starting to be established. It is quite interesting. I think obviously already it's enough to be comfortable if you're Checkmate, but you still want to get a little bit more. You know, you want to just squeeze every last drop that you can get out of this half. And well, it's 10-3. It's after gaming finding another round win. That's it. That's a good round from Bingo, but the bigger play is actually behind that, right? You get Bingo taking the initial attention and taking that one kill down, but it's the flank from Oi that comes in here that really lights up the scoreboard, and that's a big play from him. It was chaotic. It was not beautiful. I have to say, it was a pretty messy round, but nonetheless, it does go in favor of After Gaming, and they could be relatively happy with this.
Yeah, but if I'm Checkmate, I'm not lifting my foot off the gas pedal, right?
No, not at all. Yeah.
Looking to make this a 12-3 scoreline, and I like the attempt from Wang, but a good flashbang from Checkmate to neutralize a possible opening pick. Again, after I've been getting a lot of these opening kills, Dinko, just not being able to convert.
Yeah, they have been able. That's been a problem across the series, right? You were talking about it a while ago. The fact that they are able to get these opening kills, but turning them into round wins has been impossible. And well, Oi is going to get one. It's Blitz going down. Techno replying, but it's Wang. He's been off. He's 5-11. He's actually lost more duels in this A bomb site than he's won by a substantial margin. But Marek, he's been fantastic, and he finds a double, looking the wrong way. A third kill from Marek. How have they let that happen?
That's a mistake. If you're going to be setting up for the short play, your B tons player, he should be. He has to be lower. That's a miscommunication. And even though Kaz is going to find an empty bomb site, doesn't matter. Bombs drop, and he is going to be done for here.
That's terrible. That's just really bad. And that just kind of explains, you know, okay, this team, we know how good they are. We know how good they can be. But they're not perfect, right? They're a team that definitely make a lot of mistakes. There's a reason that they have lost some games against some of the weaker teams in this tournament. There's a reason we didn't see them the last time around. And it's rounds like that. I mean, they shouldn't be in a situation where they can be flanked through middle or just shut down while setting up for an execute. That just should never be a thing. And Kaz, well, he's just sitting in tunnels. Like, what is his purpose in that round? If you're just holding off the B push, can you not do that from lower? If you're in lower tunnel, you can hold the B push and the mid door push, cover off your teammates. It just makes zero sense to me as to why you would even think it's a good decision to stay in the tunnels.
I feel that it could go both ways. Obviously, we're not privy to their comms, right?
Maybe they're fake
executing. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree that he should have been holding towards lower tunnels, but it could even be a case where he's holding lower tunnels and looking towards upper tunnels, and this play could have still taken place. Either there was a comms failure from his three teammates saying, hey, we're going to go in for an execute here. Can you come down lower dock just to cover us off? Or it could be, like you said, you know, just a massive misplay where he's like, oh, yeah, the mid was clear. I'm just going to keep holding UT. which is unlikely. But you know what? That's going to allow an opportunity here for After to try and make the way through it. Blitz is just blitzing through long. It's all a ruse, Dinko. The B bomb site's empty, and Techno's on the float. He's lurking around. There's a player right above him. But doesn't really matter, does it? He's getting surrounded, Dinko. But the bomb's down. It's the final round. Techno, they're trying to bait him out. Marek gets the bait, but it trades a little too late. He will fall. It's a 3v3. They have a smoke as well. They have flashbangs. Do the tease. What is that, Flashcast? What are you doing? It's no longer the old doors. This one's done, Dinko.
Yeah, this is complete done. They're gonna toss the utility in, looking for this quick retake, but they would almost have to immediately find every single kill, and well, they get one, but it's Kaz. Oh, that's nice. Double kill coming in from him. Wang getting 2 kills in the round. He's gonna tap the bomb, but all he can do is die. 11-4. Checkmate. They're gonna be picking themselves up a very convincing half out of the T side of Dust 2. 11-4, you know, unless After win the pistol and the following rounds, including the first gun round, then I feel like I'm comfortable enough to say this should be enough from Checkmate. I think that they're not a team based on what we've seen so far, even on Dust 2, that will be losing too many rounds in a row now. I think After Gaming, they've shown us nothing to believe that they're able to go on a consistent run and string of rounds. They've had so many opportunities throughout this first half, and they've just always lost the following up round, right? So that's my problem. There's just not ever going to be consistency or momentum there for After. So we'll see if they can win a pistol round. They won both on Inferno and lost. They lost one here in Dust 2. We'll see if they lose both.
That's very, very aggressive from the CTs, and they're going to find just one. And with that, we should be seeing a very fast play taking place here from After towards an A bomb site, and that's indeed going to be the case. The problem is only one player's there towards Long Dinko. It's Row. Now, there is a flank coming in as well, and he is going to spot him out. That's an important duel to win. With Wang getting neutralized, things are going to get a little tricky. Marek, good for one, but Hawk's going to reply by tapping away. Fast taps. It's all on Bingo. 1v3. He doesn't even have time to get the bomb down. He's going to tuck his head. Player spots him out. He takes a duel, and he is going to get run down by Kaz. 12-4. Checkmate. They take the pistol round of the second half.
Well, both pistols won now, Blair, and the difference is that they're capitalizing on those opportunities. They're not throwing anything away. And so now they are in a brilliant position to try and confirm themselves that playoff spot and to eliminate After Gaming and, you know, make it so that we don't have to do those 3 extra games at the end of the day, which would have been the tiebreaker. Because those games would have been the 3-way tie in the mid-table.
I'm sad. I wanted to do those games, Dinko.
Yeah?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, those best of ones, you know, everyone loves a bit of best of one action. While Row, oh my god, that's filthy from Row. He had a scout coming into that Blair, but the USP is obviously enough to do some damage as well.
Well, it was an eco though, so that is the one saving grace for After Gaming. Let's take a look at that. That was impressive. Okay, that's a headshot. One guy was low. The rest of them at full health. He was getting dinked down. The Glocks were dealing damage. Look at that, dink after dink. But because he's got the helmet, Dinko, he doesn't face the aim punch. And it's going to be the buy coming in for After Gaming. Bit of a bonus round for the CTs. Aggression towards Long, and Row doesn't find a single one. He does so much damage. And Hawk with the M4. I think they know where he is.
Well, Hawk is getting spammed. The Molotov, I think they're pretty sure of where he's playing from right now. This is unbelievable that he's still alive, but I think he might die very shortly here, Blair. He's going to go for the fight. Finally, finally, he is dealt with. It took a long time. Techno falls as well. This is a bad round coming in from Checkmate. They're not going to get anything done at all. Not a single kill. That's a bit of a strange one, but coming in this next one, I just want to see pistols. I don't want to see a force buy here from Checkmate. You've got so many rounds to play with, I know, but I'd rather you just go with the pistols. Ha! Well, Blair, you know, sometimes you can't always get what you want.
I never get what I want.
Oh, well. Never. Now, that's unfortunate, Blair.
I know.
Someday you'll get what you want, Blair.
I don't think I'm so depressed all the time. Well, here we go. Long hit. They're in the flames. And Oi falls. Okay. A lot of damage being dealt back and forth.
Oh
They're
my
trying
God,
to
what are you guys
retrieve the
doing?
gun. They're still pushing in. Wang replies
One,
back.
five,
And
one.
Rowe finds one. M4 spray through the smoke. They still know Bingo's around, and Bingo's got to take this duel. He's got to win it. The spray is messy. It's too late as Kaz with the 1 AWP. What is that round?
Why have you decided to just run out long and just one by one? They don't even stop. They just continue to send players out one by one, running into their deaths. Blair, doesn't make sense. After gaming, they have returned. They have returned to the server. It looked good for the first half of Inferno, but from that point onwards, they're back. The after gaming we know and don't love is here. And it's a bit unfortunate.
That was a 4v4 fight at long, by the way.
That was ridiculously disgusting. But it is going to be Checkmate who put us closer to ending this. And after gaming, well, they're going to be picked off early on. It's Oi who goes down. Kaz on the AWP, picking him up and making it look solid here. And he's looking for a 15th round. A man advantage in play for Checkmate. This would be the end of After's Road. I think it's probably already confirmed, written in the stars, but it's not finalized. As Kaz holds from the window. They've got one kill back here. Blair follow-up as well. Now they're charging into B.
Bit of a jinx trying to be attempted by Mr. Dinko, and it is going to be Kaz missing a lot of shots, and he gets taken down. It is all on Techno 4K, and they all fall like the stumps in a cricket match.
This is
all
ridiculous.
3 dead. Well, you were saying something, Dinko. You're saying this is over.
Yeah, no, I think it is. Blair. I mean, it's 14-6. That was one round from after. They just lost the previous round to, a couple of pistols, a little bit of
What's
investment.
Blitz doing? What is Blitz doing?
Yeah, this is Checkmate thinking it's over. And it's not, guys. You need to get these last couple of rounds. You need to focus up and stop pushing stuff. You just gotta keep the focus up and get this done. Pistols out, a little bit of Kevlar being invested, but they need to focus up. And Checkmate, I'm glad they call a tactical pause because they're getting ahead of themselves. And they've gone for a force. Get me out. I mean, it can work. It can work.
I guess if there's a time for you to go for these risky buys and plays, I guess it'd be best to go in a 14-6 up, right?
Yep, I mean, I suppose that is what you can look at it. I just am of the opinion, maybe I'm being
You're old school.
Yeah, maybe I'm being old school in terms of how you approach this is you want to close it with the most convincing scoreline. You're giving yourself unnecessary risk right now to going ahead and buying.
I guess it would have been a
deal.
double eco anyway, so I can kind of see why.
I said, did we not see players at 3K in the bank?
Yeah, but
Yeah, true. I guess, yeah. Okay.
Which was Kaz with the FAMAS, mind you. So
Techno would have had just over 2K.
Yeah, 700 plus 300 is $1,000, and he's got the Kevlar, which is 650, so 1650, exactly how much he had, which is weird. You usually have $50 remaining unless you bought an op or a decoy. Anyway, 16 to 14, forced by Dinko. Anything could happen.
Let's see. Eagle in hand for Blitz. He's down in towards short. Sakai starting to run forward with the AK at the front. Blitz, look at it. Oh, that's Row. Okay, I thought that was Blitz. I was like, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, that would have been. But it's working out anyway. Never question a force buy for Checkmate because it works out every time, apparently. It's just Wang and he goes down 15 to 6. Checkmate, one away from victory. They've just picked up all the weapons across the floor. It's the spoils of war. And now 15 to 6 is possibly the last round in Power 4 for After Gaming. And Mick coming into this event, they've steadily got better, but I think in the long run, I don't know what they can hope to do, Blair. It is a bit unfortunate to say because they have got the pieces, a couple of them, but as a whole, this team just made too many mistakes.
Yeah, and I feel like of all the pieces, the most important piece was Wang, but I feel like he blew his entire load in Inferno. There's nothing remaining in the... Oh, okay, that was rough. That was rough.
That was twice now.
Okay, that was quick.
That was still sick, though.
At least it was quick, Dinko.
He confused me twice in a row there, 2 rounds in a row. But yeah, there we go. After Gaming are out of the tournament. Checkmate prevent the 3-way tie. Everything is right in the world. They take the 2-0, and Checkmate are not going to be making playoffs. Or should I say, After Gaming are not going to be making playoffs. Tom, I'm sure you're happy about that, or sad, depending on whether or not you're going to see Sakai
I'm only going to let Tom. I'm only going to let Tom speak right now because Tom, last chance for some Wang jokes. Go for it.
Well, Blair, they tried to hold on to the match as long as possible, just like Dinko and his Wang in the morning. But unfortunately, it is not quite enough. And you know what? Goodbye. Bye, Sakai. I hope it's a long time before I have to watch any of your matches ever again. It's been an absolute pleasure, as it has been watching Wang. And yeah, thank you very much, Checkmate.
And it's
Well
over.
done.
No
You did
more
the
wine
job.
jokes.
I love you.
No more Wang jokes. I'm so happy.
Techno
Luxury.
4K, fantastic. Beautiful. Let's go.
No PP overdose jokes, no wine jokes. They're all out of here. Maybe
It's
I
all
can
over.
actually enjoy myself on the broadcast again, Blair. Maybe.
You've been
I
enjoying yourself
know.
a bit too much, haven't you?
All right,
Dinko, from what I've been
get out of
hearing.
here. I'm glad this is your last day. See ya, see ya.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, after gaming, they were entertaining, right? They had their moments. Wang was definitely a fun guy to watch, but unfortunately, yeah, it all comes to an end. It all comes to an end, as all
Blair
good
loves
things
watching
do.
Wang.
We all like Wang, Tom. I don't know why Tom, Mitch especially. He's a big fan. But there you go. Checkmate have guaranteed that they will be moving on into the playoffs. And Hawka, what a story it's been for these guys. I won't lie. People call me the Asian expert. I haven't heard these guys till 2 or 3 weeks ago. I knew a couple of the players. That's about it. But they have been so darn good.
Yeah, they've been really surprising in this tournament, especially these T sides that they're running. They're all somewhat basic, right? Somewhat standard. They're not doing anything crazy, but just sticking together and having that solid trading is all they've needed throughout this tournament. On this T side, they've been exceptional. You saw in this game, it was their T side that carried them through really both maps. Just sticking together and staying strong has been enough for them to swarm these bomb sites. And it's really cool to see that working for them. I think there are more of these teams at this level that should probably be trying to go for this more basic game plan, because they've got the aimers, and this can clearly work for you if you've got some good aimers on your team.
Indeed, it could. And one person who did step up a little bit more than everyone else was Ro. I do believe he will be the MVP for Checkmate. 20 kills.
A lot of those Vertigo kills, though. Like,
No, you can't forget that 2v4.
oh, that's true. That was a big one. But in the last round, I mean, they're just running out long, you know. Like this, This team, yeah, this Checkmate team were given so many rounds. I have to say on Dust 2 where they just were fed kills. I don't know if they give up in their own heads, but there was, I think, 3 rounds where they just ran out A long, just one by one through the smoke and just did nothing.
We don't have to really talk about that anymore, Dinka. This one's done. After it's done. Let's take a look at the group standings, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe it is updated, and now we know, with one more game remaining in the day to decide who's going to be the top seed. They've made it. Checkmate and Bren have qualified. If Bren are watching this game right now, they are just going to be so happy. And unfortunately, who would have thought? I mean, I would have agreed that after gaming, Sigma and Huatsai would have probably been eliminated. Huatsai just getting 1 win, after gaming Sigma just getting 3. But beyond getting knocked out in the group
from
stages.
the beginning.
Shut up, Tom. They have just been absolutely terrible. It's heartbreaking, it's disappointing, but they brought it upon themselves. Bren have made it, though. Dinko, that's been quite impressive. We have Checkmate coming in the 5th place. So 5th and 6th are Checkmate and Bren, right? Kind of the bottom seeded. The next game coming up, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be between the 1st seeded team, Tyloo, who have already tasted defeat at the hands of Invictus, versus the 4th seeded team that is going to be Tiger, the Mongolian powerhouse. The final game of the group stage of PAL 2020 Fall, and that one is coming up after a little bit of a longer break. Stay tuned.
Coming up next.
Seems like today is International Boyfriend Day, but it's also the final day of the Perfect World Asia League 2020 Fall Edition's group stage. And we all know which is more important. Of course, it's Asian Counter-Strike. Who cares about boyfriends anyway? As we're going to be jumping into the final game of the day, it is going to be the Titans. It is going to be Tyloo, winner of the second RMR event, the one in summer. And of course, it is going to be Tiger, winner of the first RMR event, the Road to Rio, earlier this year. And to take you through all the action, joining me as usual are going to be my three lovely boyfriends. It is, of course, going to be Dinko, we got Tom, and of course, we have Hawka. Tom, how are you doing?
Worse now, that's for sure.
I love it. Okay, gentlemen.
Sorry, I don't date guys who are shorter than me. It just doesn't really work.
Well, what about you and Mitch? I thought you guys had something going there.
No, he's into banks. He likes them. And
really big, thick, massive. I thought we were done with those jokes, Tom.
Moving
Moving on. Thank you, Dinko. Moving on. Let's talk about the game coming up. Let's take a look at the group standings. Let's take a look at where it is all right now, where we have everything kind of laid out. We know who's going to be going home, or rather staying home. Beyond Sigma, After Gaming, and Huatsai are out. We have 3 Chinese teams, 2 Mongolian teams, and of course a Filipino team in Bren Esports who have qualified. Now, though, the finals, the playoffs are going to be played in a double elimination bracket format, meaning the top 2 teams. Right now it's Tyloo and Vici. We don't know if it's going to remain that way, though. They are going to be heading straight for the upper bracket semifinals, while Invictus will play Bren and Tiger will play Checkmate. Now, that is based on the standings right now. Now, if Tiger can beat Tyloo, they're going to be tied for points, and considering Tiger have beaten Tyloo in a head-to-head, Tiger will be first and Tyloo would be second, or Tyloo could just win it. Overall, it's not really going to change anything here. These are the 6 teams who have qualified. But if you are a Tyloo, Dinko, you're looking to just make this clean and easy, get a little bit of revenge as well for having lost that first RMR finals, which they did kind of get in PAL Summer. They did destroy Tiger in the group stage.
Yeah, I feel like Tiger, though, we're playing a little bit weaker back then when Tyloo came up against them. Tiger have had the best opportunity building up to this matchup, right? They looked a little shaky at the start, but I think in the last few matches, they've started to look more confident. They've started to look more poised. And it's not just the Urcash show, right? It's everybody kind of showing up. Cabal, he had one inconsistent performance, but other than that, he's actually been a very impressive player. So I'm hoping coming into this matchup that everything is aligned for Tiger and they'll be able to take the fight to Tyloo. They were the only team that were able to beat them in the grand final, obviously, but that was with the new Tyloo roster. They were just a fresh team. So we can't really read into that too much, especially because a lot of people consider that an overperformance from Tiger. But I still stand by that they're going to make the grand final. And if they beat Tyloo, that's going to be an added bonus to my case. So yeah, I feel like they can do it. I feel like that there's a team right now that can do it. It's going to be Tiger, because we already seen Tyloo lose to Invictus, so it's possible.
Okay. All right. So basically what you're saying is this is kind of almost a preview of what could be the grand finals of this tournament, Dinko. But okay, let's talk about Tyloo, right? They looked like the better team against Invictus yesterday, but just the sheer individual misplays happening out from Tyloo, it's almost like they didn't give a damn because they've qualified. Do you think they're probably going to be maybe a little bit more serious here today? Are the shirts going to come off for Tyloo today?
I hope they're a bit more serious, because I want to get a good game to finish off the group stage, right? This is the one that, in theory, we should all be waiting for. Tyloo against Tiger, the big one of this group stage, because Tiger have finally been hitting that level of form. But yeah, Tyloo yesterday, like, they had really good individual moments. Like, think of that round from Dan King where he just goes off with the Deeg and gets them the round wins. And then they had moments that just looked silly. So it's really hard to know what to expect from Tyloo. And I think for me, Tiger are kind of the known quantity coming into this almost. I think their recent form has been solid enough. I think they've been pretty good. For me, it's more just a question of what Tyloo shows up today.
What Tyloo shows up today? I think that's a question even Tyloo would be struggling to answer at times. Tom, let's try and kind of like figure out which way the map veto is going to go here. Nuke is something, Train is something that's been banned by Tyloo right now in the first phase. They've been floating Nuke quite a bit. Is there a world where Tiger is probably going to pick it?
I don't know. I think they played quite well on it previously, so there's definitely a potential chance. The weird thing is with both of these squads, though, is that they both lost to Invictus. I don't know how that's happened. Like, I kind of almost just want to leave on that. Like, both of these teams lost to Invictus, and then Invictus went and just lost to other teams, and that's the reason they're not at the top. So, if anything, for Tyloo to win, They need to play more crazy.
Oh, okay. All right. Crazy eyes. Incredible insight coming in from Tom as usual. But we do have the map beat already, so you can probably take a look at it. You don't have to listen to us just making stuff up on the fly. And here we go. Tiger banning Vertigo. No surprises there. Tyloo once again. This is a new Tyloo. The ban train. Mirage comes out, which it's scary. The way Tyloo playing right now, they have lost to a couple of teams. They've lost to Invictus. They've lost to Wadzai on their best map. Nuke, though, Dinko, the pick from Tiger. Here's the thing. Inferno is a decider. We all know that's kind of like very 50-50. Tyloo's really good on it, but they also lost yesterday as well. So we don't know which way that's going to go. Nuke, though. I'm curious.
I'm going with Tiger on every one of these maps, honestly, right? I think coming into this, like
Mirage as well?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've seen Mirage be a pretty good map for Tiger over the past couple of days, and Huatsai, not so much. I think Huatsai, should I say? Tyloo, they lost to Huatsai. That was the thought in my head. Mirage has been a map where they have been looking real shaky over the past couple of matches now. So I honestly see a world in which Tiger could 2-0 this series. I think Nuke coming into this is a map where Tyloo haven't played it for a very long time, right? It's been their permaban for the most part. They've come into this tournament. They've decided to let it slide. And I think Tiger is the better team on this map. And I haven't seen enough from Tyloo recently on Mirage to feel confident about them. They didn't attempt any retakes in the last match. So if that's going to happen again on Mirage, well, I think Tiger are probably going to be in better form right now and they're going to take this.
Okay, so 2-1 Tiger from you?
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-1 Tiger. But I could see a 2-0 as well.
Okay, but you're going with Tiger. Okay, Hawker.
Yeah, Tiger are not going to lose a series 2-0. It's just not going to happen.
Okay, that's a little bit of belief, a little bit of faith in the Red Dragons. Hawker, your thoughts here?
Yeah, I can see where Dinko's coming from, but I still think if Tyloo just learn from yesterday, right? As long as they learn from yesterday. No,
moving on.
But they have to have learned something.
Naive child.
They have to have learned at least something because that Mirage game was close. And I haven't seen enough from Tiger to be comfortable in their Mirage. So I think we probably do go to a third map. And I think Tyloo edge it out. But I'm not confident in predicting Tyloo ever with what I saw from yesterday.
Well, I mean, it's more on the line for Tiger. But are you going Tyloo, though?
I will go Tyloo. I will say Tyloo.
Give me a scoreline. Let's make it a little bit more interesting.
I'll say 2-1. Like, I think Nuke is one that I don't have enough faith in from Tyloo yet. They've had a bunch of close games on it. They had a close game against Sigma on it recently, 16-13. So I think Tiger can win that one.
Okay. Now, Tom, just to, again, paint a little bit more of a picture here. If Tiger beat Tyloo, they're going to be moving on to the upper brackets, right? The upper bracket semifinals. They don't have to play the first games. They're just going to be waiting for the winner of, I think, the third and the sixth team. If they lose, though, they're going to be playing, they're fourth place right now, so they should be playing against, I think it's Bren or Checkmate. They're going to be playing a Checkmate. So it's going to be a Mongolian duel, if I'm not mistaken here, if they don't beat Tyloo. And they've already lost a Checkmate in the group stage. So there is something to play for here for Tiger. But do you think it's going to be enough?
I'll be honest. They haven't beaten a single good team on Mirage, so I don't know why I would ever predict them to win Mirage. Like, since July the 5th, they beat Vici. Then they lost to D13, Tyloo, D13, 0. Then they beat Bren and Sigma and lost to Invictus. Like, I have no reason at all to predict Tiger to win Mirage, other than the fact that Tyloo have looked a bit shaky. And I've learned in life that predicting against Tyloo on Mirage is a bad mistake. I have the same on Inferno. Like, sure, I think it's a better map, obviously, for Tiger than what we've seen previously, but I don't think it's a particularly good one either. Again, they lost to Invictus, they lost to Checkmate, they beaten after Sigma and Mazalai, and then again, that same series, they beat Vici. So I have no reason to predict them on that map. So for that reason, I'll go 2-1 Tyloo. I think they'll take Nuke.
Okay, they'll take Nuke. All right, so that's an interesting thing, right? Like, Hawker, Tiger do enjoy playing Nuke. By the way, I'm going to go 2-1 for Tyloo as well. I feel like they're just too strong for Tiger individually. Talking about Nuke, one thing we saw from Tyloo is this unbridled CD side aggression, right? They just seem to make you feel very uncomfortable. The T side, a little lacking, fair enough. Have you seen anything from Tiger so far in Nuke which gives you a little bit of faith in this Mongolian side, at least on Nuke?
I think just part of the reason for me is just that I haven't seen enough from Tyloo on it. But yeah, I think Tiger are good enough on this map. Like, It's in general just for me with this Tiger team. I think it's a bit of a shame the way the map pool kind of lines up against Tyloo, because you get these Mirage and Infernos coming through where I actually think individually Tiger are one of the closest teams to Tyloo in terms of skill. Like you look at some of their players in this tournament, they've actually been really solid with guys like Urkas, guys like Kabal we've been talking about. They could, I think, maybe even go for like a Dust 2 or something if they really wanted to. I actually think that could be an option for them. But they end up going for these Mirage and Infernos, which Tyloo are pretty comfortable on. So I do think that Nuke is good enough for Tiger. I genuinely think they will get the win there. I just think it's the rest of the map pool which shapes them up kind of badly in this matchup.
Anything to add to that, Denko? It seemed like you had something to say there.
No, I was just agreeing. I also agree with Tom's point about, not really having a particular reason as to why Tiger exactly should be favored on Mirage. I definitely predicted, Tyloo to not lose 2-0 overall. I think I seen a world in where it was possible. But I don't believe it's the most likely outcome, right? I feel like Tyloo should be taking Mirage based on even their performance against Tiger the last time around. I just wanted to paint the picture to let everyone know at home how bad Tyloo have actually been on Mirage, the fact that they have lost to some of these weaker teams. And I think the last time around when you looked at the previous head-to-head, a 16-4 loss for Tiger on Mirage against Tyloo, it's not the same team. Tyloo coming into this tournament are just a little bit weaker, more mortal. They've actually lost the series. They've lost maps here and there to teams they should be banging out easily. So for that reason, that's why I paint that picture. But I definitely see moving forward for the rest of the series, I'm going to side with Tiger. It's not going to be clean. It's not going to be easy for them, but I just feel like they're going to edge it out in the final two.
Okay, I don't know. Like for me, when it comes to Mirage, even when they lost to Quadzai, when they lost to Invictus as well, Tom, Tyloo still looked like the better team, right? They had more kills. They're looking like the better team. It's just that they, I don't know, like not going for the retakes. Go 20 seconds remaining, 4v4 with 2 AWPs. YOLO, let's go for it with 1 round remaining with no money in the bank. Like, what goes on in their heads, Tom? Like, it's a very hard question, I know, but.
I'll be honest. I think they're almost like some sort of feral beast where like they've been cornered yesterday. Like every other time they've been pushed into a position and then they've just fought their way out of it. A bit like the Incredible Hulk, like trying to lock him in the box. And yesterday someone managed to keep them in the box. Now that for me means that they're going to be angry today. Like I don't think that they're going to come out and lose back-to-back series. Like I would never bet on that ever with Tyloo losing 2 series in a row. Like it just doesn't happen. Like sure that they lose to like Lin Vision once, the next game they come out and they just smash the next opponent. So I have to think that Tyloo are going to win this just because they're probably going to win the whole event. That's what I'm going to bet on every single time. They may not do it cleanly. They might not do it smartly. But that is Tyloo.
They are indeed a hammer, a sledgehammer, just bludgeoning their way to victory. That does tend to happen. It's a bit of a split desk, ladies and gentlemen. We do have 3 of us, 3 more reasonable people who believe
I'm just trying to spice up a little bit. There's just believe in Tiger. I've predicted them to go to the final. I'll predict them to beat him in the group stages. If they're going to do anything,
you should be predicting them to win the final now.
Yeah,
because you've just said they're going to beat Tyloo.
Go for it.
This is no.
And
I'm not going to do that.
not in the final, so
they're not going to beat Tyloo in the final.
Is Invictus going to win the whole thing?
Tyloo are like a different team when they play in the playoffs.
Brent's gonna win PAL 2024. Boom! I said
the best chance. The reason I go for the prediction here, the riskier prediction, is the fact that we're in the last day of group stages. Both of these teams have already qualified for the playoffs. If there was going to be a time where Tyloo kind of slip up or don't focus as much, it's going to be in one of these games. They're moving into the playoffs. That's a different story. Tyloo turn into a different team in the playoffs, and they become unbeatable, right? So this is why I'm willing to go with a risky prediction now, but when I hit to the playoffs, Tyloo going to be winning every game.
All right, I do hear a word from a producer that the game is about to go live as well. So ladies and gentlemen, final game about to go live. It is going to be Tyloo versus Tiger. The last game of the group stage to determine which team is going to be going through as the top seed. And to take you guys through the action once more, it's going to be the beautifully bald Tom Biz and a beautifully Stephen Hawking-ish Hawker. That's what someone in Twitch chat called you, by the way. Twitch chat called you that. I'm just saying it. And I love Stephen Hawking.
It's because I'm so smart, guys.
Yeah, exactly. The specs, the hair, the genius. Like,
he doesn't quite have the machine, though.
It all works.
Not quite.
He is a little bit more elegant than Stephen Hawking, though. So, rest in peace. I love you.
Right,
I love you,
Stephen.
Stephen.
See you guys.
His voice is more robotic, though.
You know, sometimes I do pretend that I'm related to Stephen Hawking to see if I can get people to believe me. It's worked very occasionally. Normally when people are drunk, it's worked.
Was one of the people who fell for it Blair?
Yeah,
That's what it seems like at the moment.
Apparently. What are we
Dear
thinking
Lord.
about this, Tom? Are we thinking anything? Because, I mean, Tyloo, look, am I dumb for thinking Tyloo are going to learn from yesterday? That's my question I have for you.
Yes, you are. You definitely are for believing they'll learn from yesterday, because they've played so loose this whole tournament. It's like they genuinely don't care what happens half the time. Somebody has hands down made, like, I think if there's 5 worst players in the tournament, he probably has 3 of them. But at the same time, if you were looking at maybe the top 10 best, I would say he has a few in there as well. That's just how he plays this game, and unfortunately, Mirage is the epitome of that. We saw, or myself and Mitch saw them go in retake positions and consistently face. Like, they would run out and try and get the kills while the other team was still trying to retake. That's just how they're playing this game at the moment. And the fact is, they're individually skilled enough that they can win. Dan King, he's bound to do some crazy stuff as well. But this is the man that might be able to shut them all down. Urkus has been impressive throughout this tournament. Unfortunately, when he seems to do really well, they lose.
That's always a shame. And he's already got a kill at the start of this round, so hopefully they don't lose this pistol, because Urcast is still going, not landing the headshot onto this player, though, doing a lot of damage to the body. He still can't find it. At this rate, Urcast might be out of ammo soon. What is going on? What is happening here? All the kills coming in, but Tiger have taken most of them, and it's all up to Attacker to try and make this happen for Tyloo. It is complete chaos in this pistol round, but I think it's Tiger who are about to get the job done.
Yeah, I would actually like to know the pistol win stats for Tyloo in this tournament, because I feel like they haven't been good. I think they won a lot more second rounds. So I'm actually almost like banking on that being the case. Attacker is going to give this a damn good go, but Cabal is clinical with the headshot. And they're going to get themselves a pistol. And I think it's important for Tiger that they do get off to a solid start in this match. You don't want the momentum to get building. You don't want to allow that AWP to get into the hands of Dan King. I would say in this matchup, it's one of the most one-sided AWP battles we have, because 9 has been very, very hit and miss, and Dan King has been slaughtering anybody that gets into his path. So I would say that Dan King's heavily favored in that duel. When it comes down to some of the other players, like I think Dobu, when he has a good match, is very impressive. And I really like Cabal when he doesn't AWP. Now, that's been the issue. Like, his secondary AWP has been a bit iffy. Like, he's had some good rounds with it, but a lot of the time it's something they force for no particular reason, when he's probably one of the best riflers in the whole of the Asian region. So I'm hoping that we don't see them stick too much of that. As said, though, these 4 spy rounds is where Tyloo are truly terrifying. So we're going to see them on the Deagles. I would expect almost every player to pick one up. Maybe we'll see a little bit of something else from Attacker or somebody, because they've got a little bit of extra cash.
Yeah, I've looked up the stats for you, Tom, in this tournament. You're right that Tyloo, they just have a 55% win percent in the pistol rounds for this tournament. And when you consider some of the teams they face, that should probably be a bit higher, right? Like, they have basically the same pistol win percentage as Invictus and close to Bren even. So,
sorry, what was it? I didn't hear you say.
55% in pistol rounds.
I think Mitch said going into this tournament that their pistol win was something like 65. So the fact that that is a drop off for Tyloo. Like, obviously anything above 50% is high. Like, you would expect it to be roughly even. There aren't too many teams with a massively positive pistol win, because, well, it is a very 50-50 round. But yeah, for Tyloo coming into this tournament, they have some of the best players in the whole of Asia, and some of the teams they've been playing against have never played in a big tournament before.
I hate this from Tiger. Why do you have a USP on 9 in this round? Why has Dobu pushed ramp already? This is the sort of round you have to be ready for Tyloo with the Deags, with the Force. And they've given away an early kill. Now 9 doesn't even have a gun for this round. This is panic stations, Tom. I know it's only 1 kill, but it's already a concern.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. Like, the last thing you want to do in these sort of rounds against Tyloo is give them individual duels. As I said, like, I have more faith in them winning this round than the last one. and they should have a big disadvantage in this. Also, 9 not buying anything is my biggest pet peeve in all of Counter-Strike. I hate it when players do this unless you are 100% certain it's going to be an eco, and you can never be 100% certain in that when you're against Tyloo. They're slowly getting overwhelmed, but Cabal has done a good job rectifying things. Summer, he's going to go diving through, and now it's left all onto somebody. A man who can win you rounds, but I think this time it's not to be. Great work from Cabal, but it was needed, as that came very, very close in the end. But Tiger, they convert, and now, while Tyloo, maybe they buy a Deagle or two, but there'll be no Kevlar and very little in terms of nades.
Yeah, bit of a scary start, but they get the job done. That's the main thing for Tiger in this one. Cabal having to put up 3 kills here from short with the M4. Could have been cleaner, but at the end of the day, you're happy to just get those kills and move on with your life. And that's what they'll be doing. Ahead of this next round, it is once again Deegs out for Tyloo, and that same aggression coming in from Dobu. He's got up close, but Danking's been able to get that opening kill elsewhere. Aggression continues, but the MP9s are ready for it. So NCL and Dobu gifted some kills back, and now Tyloo are struggling, losing a bunch of fights here. Slowly with a nice shot, though, keeps them somewhat close.
Actually invested a bit more than I would have expected in this scenario. Nice shot from Attacker. Maybe it'll be worthwhile. They've already got 3 kills. Sure, 9 is going to trade things back, but these rounds have been anything but clean. And now it's left with Attacker. He's had a kill per round, so if anything... Oh, no, wait, he didn't get one in the last round. Never mind. He got one in the pistol, one in this round. If he can do anything more. Even just an extra player dropped, even if he eventually loses the round, they're going to have money to buy into the next one anyway. Although they still have spent a little bit more than I personally would have liked. It's going to leave them mostly with just over 4,000. Also, chances of an AWP relatively slim. Aka, though, the timing could be everything. Oh, he didn't quite check properly, and 9 will be given the freebie. Bit of extra money made for him. Arcus does actually have enough to drop over an AWP, if that's something they fancy bringing up in this round, which it is. And now we get to see the buy on the other side. As said, no AWP for them just yet, which is a bit of a shame, as I do like to see the AWP onto Danking. But it does mean the pace can be switched up a little bit easier, not having to wait for that AWP. And they've actually gone for the double AWP as well, which I'm not so much of a fan of.
Yeah, you were saying earlier, Cabal with that secondary AWP has had some issues at times, and he's caught already. Slowly, just rushing up short. Cabal not prepared, but 9 is. He gets aggressive into Palace, and at least keeps it even for now. Attack's been able to pick up that AWP for the Tyloo side already, but somebody just strays into the open, into the spray of Dobu, and Tiger are happily taking these fights. It's chaos all over the place. This is how Tyloo like to play, but it's not working out for them so far. They're losing these early trades.
Even still, they somehow managed to trade all of these situations back into an even one. The problem is, again, the last time or last couple of rounds has been a weaponry disadvantage. This time, it's an HP disadvantage. Both players desperately low, and on the other side, they're healthy as can be. 9 still trying to find out a little bit of information. The bomb being down in quite an awkward spot. I'm not really sure how they're going to manage to get out of this one. They do have a bit of utility, but 9 going to nail the first. Got to be careful, though. Maybe not expecting him to have an AWP on the other side. And Attacker is going to go running in, and Doble will close it. These rounds have been insanely close, Hawker, but each time Tiger have been able to get it over the line.
Yeah, that one coming as close as it can into the one-on-one. But Tiger are able to get the win. Important kill from 9 early there. And then somebody just straying into that smoke. Bit unfortunate. Only the one AWP getting saved from Tiger, remember. So they invested into that double AWP setup. Now you can already see that their money actually isn't good. They could really do with a clean round win here. But we've already got a timeout called from the Tyloo side of things. And, are they forcing? Attacker's bought a Galil. I mean, I doubt they can fully force here. I guess they're just going to buy down as much as they can because they've got that big losing bonus. Attacker, I think, should be okay-ish in the next round. And they can just keep this pressure.
It's max loss bonus, so he'll have 4,400 anyway. And well, a lot of the time we don't see Tyloo using most of their utility anyway, so... Obviously, the ideal we're normally looking for is about 4,900. It allows you all the extra utility you need. And that's one of each grenade. Depending on if you invest more into flashbangs, etc., it might be a little bit less. He's going to try and lead the charge. It's a raid boss Galil. Not something I ever really wanted to see. This position... See, the whole point is that the AWP watches top mid and the other guy watches lower. But this is working wonderfully. The AWP's going to be juggled around. Going to be chucked over to Danking, which, well, that's definitely the right decision. Now they're going to go rotating after some utility was thrown into the B site. The CT side has become aware that there's nobody currently in B. So they might just gamble stack towards this A site, which is where the bomb is currently going. It's heading in towards the palace. Bear in mind, there are still only 2 weapons in play. Attacker with 1, Danking obviously on the AWP. And the CT side have made a really good mid-round call.
Oh, is Dobu going to push, though? Getting aggressive into the ramp makes it so much more difficult for his teammates to help him here, but he's hungry for information, and it's cost him his life. Attacker with a 3rd kill on the round. That Galil has been putting in a shift, and now NCL is the only man here with an MP9. He's not even going to be able to deny the bomb plant. He's taken damage. At this point, Tiger might just have to think about saving. This round is so unlikely for them. NCL still looking for something. Cabal is the man who finally springs into action. But the time is ticking on this retake. They've got to go fast.
Yeah, and it almost seems like they're just pissing away their guns. I don't know how they're going to manage to actually win this round. And eventually Dankin goes, I don't need the AWP. I'll just 1-dig him to close the round. Attacker doesn't even die there. Now, bear in mind, he took 3 separate entry kill fights. One, the second going to be in the window. He didn't even realize the player was there initially with a little bit of help from his friend. And then a third one on the ramp as well. An incredible round from him. A deserved victory for sure. And this was the problem. This is what we were waiting for, if anything. Tai Lu and Force Buy rounds, they work. That's why they do them. That's why they make decisions that we sort of question if you're looking at a normal team. Oh, he might not be able to afford utility. He might not be able to get himself that extra gun. The reason they go for these plays is because eventually they always seem to sneak one through. And the problem is, I think the 2 rounds before that, there was only 1 player surviving for Tiger. So they have... well, as low as your cash can go, basically. Like, it's the full reset, no saved. Because of that, well, the best they've managed to come up with is a Mag 7. And you have to bear in mind that recently that was made... well, not recently, not too long ago, that was made cheaper. So the fact that that's all they can get, that's the best thing they can afford, it's a pretty bleak sign.
Definitely doesn't paint a pretty picture for Tai Lu, or for Tiger, I should say, ahead of this round. I'm sure Tai Lu will be very happy when they realize that they're about to push a B site where there's only a Mag 7 holding. As nice as this skin looks, the Mag 7 normally isn't that effective, but he gets 1 kill up close. Unfortunately, Cabal can only buy so much time, and I don't think the rotate has really arrived in time. Slowly could have been caught on the site there, but 9 is unable to move in quickly enough, and they are ready for the fights. Quick kills for Tai Lu. Should be a quick round for them at this point. Urcast only on 16 health is about to be hunted. That is a 2nd round win for Tai Lu, and as you pointed out, Tom, Tiger still have this poor economic position, and in this round, they really can't invest much of anything. Their loss bonus is only at $2,400, so this probably has to be a full save.
Yeah, and the worry for me is more so the fact that it's likely to be a glass cannon AWP unless 9 gets a kill. He is unfortunately below the marker by a wonderful $50, which is a little bit unlucky, but it happens. He's going to be coming out. Somebody just looking to try and pad those stats. Nice headshot from him. Oh, they are cleaning this up fairly easily. Urkus managed to get 2 with the USP. I'm not sure what's happening here. Urkus still just styling on him. And in fact, that almost gets him enough money to actually make things work. It seems like it was $100, but nonetheless, it's still not quite enough for 9 to get the AWP with Kevlar. So if he does want one, he'll have to go something a little bit more. This was really nice from Urkus, though. Like, considering they pushed into the stack, it's quite impressive. That max 7 kill was from the round before, wasn't it? I was really confused.
Yeah.
I was like, how did he get a max 7 kill? Only 3 people died, and they were all killed by Urkus. I was like, how's that happen? It's like, oh, no, PGO have thrown me off by putting in an extra kill from a different round. But there we go. It is going to be the AWP. It is going to be Glass Cannon. A smoke will be alongside it, and the T's are just blasting their way through. Nice shot from 9. He's been very good in this match so far. He has somewhat let his teammate out to dry, but that's almost worked in Dobu's favor. Been surprised. Jump missed. Second attempt will go through. Somebody has made so much noise, but I think the rest of the team are going to be fairly distracted. I don't know if they'll expect him to be in this ninja position, but 9 is ready for a cheeky play. A good hold on the A site, and only 1 man left. But Attacker, he's been damn good so far.
Sitting behind this box, and the more time that ticks away, Tiger might second guess themselves here. Great shot from Attacker. Transfers onto the second. He's got 1 more man, and he gets it. Attacker with the 1v3. He takes each fight 1 by 1, and they all go falling down.
What are you doing, Tiger? What are you doing? Like NCL at the end. Like, if you peek there, I think that's fine. But why would you jump? Like, you know that this man's going to switch his position. The second you jump, you're not winning that duel. It doesn't matter how much health he has. You've given him a big advantage by jumping up and having a few moments where you basically can't shoot. That's silly. And Attacker proving again that you can't doubt any member of this Tyloo roster. Like, he's not someone we've spoken about too much because he hasn't had the most insane performance. Like, he's been decent. But he hasn't been the attacker that basically just takes over a server and dominates. That's what we've got so far. He individually won them their first round, and he individually won them the round just gone. 9, he's hoping to try and get a cheeky Zeus, but the fact is he is not in the right place to really do anything. The money will at least be built up now for Tiger, so they are going to have a purchase into this next one. But they desperately need to start stopping this, because you have to bear in mind, like, Tyloo are definitely one of those teams where if they're feeling confident, which I would say they're feeling confident 90% of the time, but if they realize that they're better than you, you're done. Like, they will just start making plays that are unstoppable, and we've already had a couple.
Yeah, they will just keep pressuring you over and over again if they think that they can get away with it. Definitely one of the more unforgiving teams to be playing against when they're playing to their peak. 9 has had a good start to the game as well for Tiger, and he's one of the players that normally I think, oh, wow, how does that Zeus just do damage and not the kill? Okay, cool. Well, that's unfortunate for 9. As I was saying earlier, though, I think in general, 9 is one of the players I don't instantly think about when talking about this Tiger team, even though he's the AWPer of the squad. So seeing him start strong, that's a positive sign. But it's only the first 4 rounds that Tiger won, and Tyloo have instantly sprung back into this. At least it's now a bye for Tiger with the AWP, with Kevlar, with very good nades across the board. So this is another opportunity for them to get back on track here, as 9 is again wielding this AWP towards mid.
Well, 9 has been fantastic so far. He's been the real glimmer of hope, and he's continuing it in this round. 2 kills picked up already. Somebody, though, is going to be able to turn the tide slightly. A missed shot from 9 gives him another. 9's being pressured as well. Somebody just can't let go of that W key. I still think the kill switch needs to be added. But the fact is, in this round, he's turned it back. That was a 5-on-3, 1 man on the A site, and that 1 man has slaughtered the whole defense. The wind is firmly in their sails at this point, Orcar. I am scared for Tiger because I don't know what they are doing.
They need a timeout right now. They can't handle this aggression. Still thinking about the retake, though, so they won't be thinking about the timeout yet, because they have a chance. That chance is much lower now, though, because Summers landed that headshot from the Tetris position, and even with Cabal getting gifted that first fight, there's just no time. AWP recovered for a second. Somebody's got him in the back. This has to be a pause, I think, for Tiger, because they're just not ready for the aggression. They're just fighting 1 by 1 there onto the player who's already pushed onto the A site. They're just not ready.
This was such a good round from 9 as well. And then this happened. 1, 2, and then this is mentally insane. Like, what he is doing right here, you have to have a screw loose to do that. Just run straight towards the connector when you know there's an AWPer holding the angle.
He didn't even like counter strafe, right? He just kind of kept
that's
running.
mental. That's full on mental. But that's Tyloo. And the worst thing is he then runs all the way back around through mid, gets into the top. What? Oh my god. And manages to kill the guy from behind. And Summer decides, knowing there's a flank, to peek it anyway. Like, it's just insane. 9, he's managed to retrieve an AK for a matter of seconds. And they've done a lot of damage in this round, but... In fact, Wait, if Urkus was top mid, surely he had the bomb.
Yeah. I guess he wanted to flank quickly and try and get a gun, maybe, or something. But even that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Cabal sitting back in the 1v4. That bomb finally getting brought over to the A-bomb site. Not much to be done here. Maybe a kill, but even then, Tyloo are pretty rich right now. And that's only going to get better for them as they're likely to survive with 4. Somebody's pushing on 22 health. Like, what's the point in that?
I think we need to rewrite the song Footloose and just change it to Screw Loose. Screw Loose. Screw Loose.
Oh, I didn't realize we were getting a musical number today.
Oh, there's been a fair few.
Right.
There's been less as the tournament's gone on because, wow. I don't feel like singing.
That's fair enough.
But, well, Cabal, he's done some damage here. That's the one thing I think that it sort of almost puts a dampener on how good Tyloo have been over the last few rounds, is that none of them have been clean. Like, their money is still building because every once in a while they'll come up against Antico and just slaughter everyone. But this round they lost a fair few players. One of them to a Zeus, and that gave an AK over. So that's something at least. But ultimately, they have still won. Is that 7 in a row? I want to say that's 7 in a row.
Yeah, I think it was 4-0 Tiger. Yeah, you are right.
Yeah, it is.
The thing as well is, like, yeah, 9's been landing shots. Cabal's got a fair few kills on the board. I feel like there are the pieces there that need to show up. It's just the players that normally play so well haven't been hitting quite the same level. I mean, Urkast has 6 kills, but 3 of those were with the USP in that round, where he did a great job. He's not had the same impact in the gun rounds. It's another A exec. 9 tries to go forward, but this time, he's somehow alive. He gets away with it, and Dobu is still sitting on the site, waiting patiently.
Oh dear, that's gone very badly wrong. He's gone to try a wide peek out. And that's the A site under the T site control again. The thing is though, I would actually like to see Tiger play more retakes, because I think in afterplants, Tyloo play mental. Like they just try and get aggressive, they try and take fights. And well, that's probably what we're about to witness right now. Attackers just pushing forward. But the thing is, they've managed to gain all this map control and their money's so good that they're basically already on the hunt. Even though the bomb's only been down for 10 seconds, they are hunting. And that's just how Tyloo works. That's why money never really gets built up. Attacker, they weren't expecting him to push through the murder hole when they still had time to try and fight back that round, because it's not a clever play, but it works. And that's the issue. I think Tiger have been structured. They've been good throughout this tournament. They played well individually. The team they lost to are Invictus, who are none of those things. The team they're currently losing to is Tyloo, who again are none of those things. I think they're just struggling to play against something that is very difficult to play against.
So many rounds, it's just been that A execute though for Tyloo. I think you make the right point there. Maybe it is time to just start playing retake. Even if you just use the nades to delay the bomb plant, you can potentially wait out those smokes. And then I wouldn't be surprised if Tyloo kind of get lost at that point, kind of get confused and maybe make some mistakes and maybe push positions they don't have to. Looks like this round we won't get the old A execute that's been oh so common in this game. Instead, 9 has positioned himself towards mid. Urkast going for the fight into a ramp. That nade should do a bit of damage. 5 points of damage total. Not quite what Urkast was hoping for. Slower round for Tyloo. Finally taking their foot off the gas a little.
Honestly, for a second though, he was going to run through that smoke just to spite you. Oh, bit of counter utility. Attacker, somebody taking some damage. Solo peek from Attacker will hand Urkus the kill. He's been winning a fair few of his opening duels when he's had the chance. Smoke going to be falling as slowly catches off. Another one through the smoke goes somebody, and they are being picked apart. This one surely cannot go back the other way, although Summer has just managed to find a pick. He's been tagged incredibly low, so we're looking more onto Danking, who, I'll be honest, really hasn't done much so far. It's been the Somebody and Attacker show, and they have the bomb again. But because of that, NCL's gone running, and he's now been caught. This is a 5v2, and it's starting to slip away. Now, the player close on sight, there should be absolutely no way that Danking manages to get a kill out of Palace. So unless that player goes walking across, which they have absolutely no reason to do, this should be a very, very easy round, but the timing works out. There's still another player. 15 seconds. The bomb has to cross onto the site. They need to get rid of the man in the ninja position. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. And he's going to play it perfectly. Urkus just waits, but then the no-scope's connected. The bomb. Oh, he's not got enough time. Oh, thank God. Dear Lord. How did they almost bring that back? That was a 5-on-2 that comes down to a 1v1.
Absolutely absurd that Tyloo can even think about winning that round. That shouldn't even be a thought that crosses their mind. They should probably be thinking about saving there, but I guess they got the money, so they were like, you know what, we'll take fights, we'll spot the aggression, we'll catch some players who aren't even looking our way, and they actually make it a close one, and it could have repercussions. No real money, save for Tiger on their CT side. Cabal's pushing up close to this smoke, though. This is a great position to be in. They're running past him, and they're just not clearing it. Such a big mistake, but Cabal will make the most of it. 2 easy kills from behind, and Danking finally gets the trade through. But Tiger definitely getting the better of these early trades, and 9 also nails his shot. This is more like it for Tiger.
I like it, Dover's just going to go, you know what? I think I'm going to fall back from this position.
He's died there a lot.
Let's play a bit more passive. I've got the support of 9's AWP. 3 men on this site. Again, shouldn't be possible. And this time 9 is going to nail the first. It's left onto Attacker. He's thrown away his pistol, trying to pick up an AWP. That's not how it works. And it is going to be 6-8. Tiger finally getting back onto the board after what was an 8-round streak for Tyloo. But of course, with that 8-round streak, Tyloo managed to make a lot of money. So there's still going to be a purchase into this round. They played a little bit more silly over the last few. But I guess the main thing has been that Tiger have actually started to punish them. But even if it's just like situations where they end up in like a 2v4 or something, Tiger, I think, have now started to realize that, okay, we have to take those situations very, very seriously. Because anyone on this Tyloo squad can just bring those rounds back. Now this time, there's going to be an AWP aggressive in the hands of Cabal. Hoping for a timing shot, but isn't going to find anything, and just trying to make sure that there's nobody close. He's throwing out pretty much all of his utility just to try and make sure that they're not close. Smoke's being expended. Cabal actually opting to try and play around the edge. He's going to get a kill for free. Remember, this is a man playing with an AWP. Somehow he's managed to hold on to this position. AK retrieved, still stuck around the corner. Counter utility being expended, and actually a man's managed to get onto the site. I don't actually know how somebody did that. I guess that was through short. This is a really, really weird round.
What is going on? I mean, credit to Cabal for stopping them in the apartments.
Like, what are Tyloo doing? Like, they're just standing behind a smoke. They could have just mollied the close corner, and then just, like, he would have been stuffed. But instead, they just try and spam him through the wall.
We'll get him eventually, guys. Oh,
for God's
no!
sake.
Attacker lines up 2. Quick spray onto both those players. And they're actually not in position, really, to spot the site that well. If they peek into Attacker's ult, that could be another kill. That could be all the difference. Tyloo, though, have to make the move. 15 seconds left on the clock. Urkas spots that man. Still looking to see if he can spot the cross to the side. 10 seconds, 9 lands another shot. An attacker can't win this. I mean, there's 7 seconds, man. You have to try and plant, but the round's over. There's no way. Tiger do hold on, but what a confusing and strange round.
Strange half. You take the first 4 and the last 3, and it ends up as an 8-7. Not really bad for either side in the grand scale of things, but this is one of the weirdest rounds. Like, somebody just walks through a smoke on his own. The rest of the team decide not to do anything. They don't manage to kill one man spamming with a 5-7, and then they somehow get 2 kills because Tiger decided to peek off the back of a Molotov. It's
Yeah, how do you
really,
lose the
really
smoke spam with AKs versus the 5-7? How's that possible?
Oh no. Oh no, they didn't use any of their utility to kill him either. They just sat behind the smoke. Like, either fall back or use something that just Tyloo things, basically. They go onto the CT side. They have a 4-man stack of this A site. It should be very difficult for anything to get done, and that probably means it's going to go swimmingly. And while slowly he's been caught out, Attacker manages to trade one back. It's a bit of an awkward battle so far, and Attacker continues what has been a fantastic game from him. But he's the only one to do anything. And now it's left onto somebody, and they're just going to leave. Just see you later. We're going to go for a wander around to the B site.
Gotta give props to Tiger there, because they just ran into a full stack and somehow got away with it. Against Tyloo. Normally, you'd expect that to go against you every time. Even with Attacker getting 3 kills, Tiger are going to be able to get all the way over to the B site, and somebody hasn't moved a muscle. Free bomb plant here, and somebody is so far away. He hasn't got a kit right now. If there is a kit, it's dropped on the A site. I don't know if there even was a kit bought in this round. Somebody is now making the move without the diffuser, so he's just got to rush and just guess, Tom. He's just got to have his intuition about him and clear these angles quickly.
That's the weirdest movement I've ever seen, but we'll see if he can make this work. He goes jumping into the angle. Oh, God. You know what he looks like? He looks like a guy who's constantly playing strat roulette.
Yeah.
That's like, retake in a 1v2 while using jump every 3 steps. If there's a... Well, don't, like... Add, like... Well, I don't even know what the command would be, but, like, W+ or whatever, just so it's constantly being pressed. Or not even that, just, like, left click means move forward or something. It's just madness. Madness. They're going to force into this one. As we've already seen, they are deadly with these pistols. And now, the T's have to come to them. They've gone for the same 4-man stack that we saw in the last round. This time hoping for similar success. And they've got the 4 Deegs out, so, you know, that's all they need.
That might be all they need. Seen it work a couple of times already today for some of the other teams. Nade out. Tiny bit of damage done. Mid control has been taken by Tiger at the start of this round. They've used quite a few nades in doing so, though, so they might not be able to clear out all of these close angles. And that's the thing about the Deeg. I mean, sure, it's obviously good at range when you can land the headshots, but it's also very good up close. Just spamming to the body. It's so effective at getting those close range kills. And that's something that Tiger have to be aware of here as this clock continues to tick on down. 43 seconds for them. Somebody has strayed out into the open. If they can get this early kill towards B, they should be fine. Somebody, oh, he hears it. This could be a freebie. Easy kill onto the first. There's that second I was talking about. The shots to the body land. Now somebody's got the MAC-10, but more importantly, the molly's going to buy even more time. And with 25 seconds, Tiger are going to start to feel the pressure here. Urcast is down to 7 health. This has gone from bad to worse for them. 15 seconds, time against them. Urcast wins an all-important fight. They might be able to get towards the B site. Another kill goes their way, but they've lost the bomb, and that's it. There's no way Dobu can win this. Tyloo continue the prophecy of the 4 Deagles. They're going to win this round, and Dobu has to make sure he at least just saves this Galil. That's all he can do.
Hate this. I hate that this worked. I hate that he just runs out short with the Deagle and gets 2 kills. This was a sick shot from Danking, of course. And then I'm not sure what Urkus was doing. Like, if he had the bomb and just took so much time, like he would have had to run straight onto the site and hope there was no on window either. So,
What? Okay.
I don't know.
Sorry, 9 just had a armor and a Glock for a second there, which confused me. It's fine, he's got a P250. Cabal's got a dig, though, and he's already opened up this round. This is looking nice. Not so nice anymore, though.
Somebody's aggression, as usual, getting punished. Attacker channeling his inner flusher to get that kill. According to Starix, of course.
Yeah.
Oh. NCL with an opportunity, but nothing really going to come of it. And of course, this isn't like one of those like half buys either. This is everything invested. Now NCL's got into a decent position. Urkus is getting tagged up, so they're in a pretty awkward spot. Danking, oh, it's not pretty, but he almost baits him in. He's like, Summer, can you come help, please? Just walks into the corner, and well, by that point, they think they're up against a scout. 20 HP between 2 players, and they're on opposite ends of the map as well. Doesn't look like an easy round whatsoever. And is Urkus just going to push? Surely not. Surely he's going to wait for his teammate, right? He's not just going to walk into the site with the bomb, because that would be very, very silly. What?
Why does that work, Tom? Why does that work? Okay, it doesn't.
Does he
Okay.
hit the headshot? What is going on? Oh my goodness. 2 of the probably most... I imagine he must have been able to see his body or something and just guessed where the head was. It doesn't matter. Danking's a scout master. So it's going to be a bomb plant, but unfortunately that's still not going to be enough money for anything to really come through. I imagine they're going to try and find an extra rifle or... Yeah, there we go for Danking. So there should be one on the ground next to him. And they at least managed to retrieve a couple. And as you can see, the money is enough for a few pistols. Not really sure what Cabal's doing. I guess he didn't expect anyone there. How Attacker gets this kill is a joke. That one's a bit more basic. Wait, we didn't get Urkas kill? What was Urkas kill?
That was boring, mate. Compared to Danking, apparently. Well, not much for Tiger in this round. Summer jiggle peeking mid, looking for that early info. This is exactly what I was expecting, Tom, from this game, honestly. Like, I think Tyloo will eventually just about get the win. But it's never convincing with them, is it? It's always a close one. Somebody, solid spray. They should be fine from this point. Only the 1 kill coming in from Cabal. Bomb's been dropped as well, so I think Tyloo will be 100% fine here. Urkas Glock goes down, and Cabal should be following him to the grave. 27 health left. Tyloo up to the 11-8 lead, but we're about to get the buy from Tiger.
Yeah, this is where things need to change. Unfortunately, as well, we've got a couple of players. Like, NCL's normally one of the sort of lower fraggers on this squad,
Yeah.
but Dobu having a bad game at a bad time, basically. Like, this is where you want to see him step up to the plate. Attack has also been incredible. Somebody's been decent, but he's also lost a couple of rounds for his team as well, so I'm not going to give him anywhere near as much praise as Attacker, who's just been lights out. Well, this is exactly what somebody does. He runs into the smoke at top mid, and he's just going to sit in it. He's just going to sit and wait and hope that nobody predicts him to be here. There is some spam going through. The thing is, in a moment, he should be dead, because he's just going to be stood in the middle of top mid. Oh, he almost got a kill for it as well. Lunatic.
Yeah, he actually probably should have got that kill against 9, honestly. He got the drop on him there. Got a fair few shots off first. What are you thinking, Tom?
I'm just imagining playing as one of his teammates and just looking at him from across the room, just being like, "What are you doing?"
Oh,
Like,
if you played
why
with him
are
in
you
matchmaking,
doing that?
I mean, obviously he'd just kill everyone. But if he wasn't killing everyone, you would get mad. You just look at the
Yeah, I
kill
guess
feed
that's
every
the
round and
thing.
be like, oh, bloody hell, not again.
Well, yeah, I guess he's above 3 of the other members of his team
Exactly.
playing like a maniac, so Attacker can be a little bit annoyed. Oh, we are going to see the beginning of what is an execution again. It seems to be time ticking away for Tiger. They're getting into these situations in late rounds. Only 20 seconds left, and they've run the clock down so low that there's a fair few players here. Some is going to be spammed out, though. That's an important frag. However, the remaining players, they're going to run through. Are they going to deny the plant? Nope. Danking's just going to allow it to go down. He spots one man, and again, it seems like they're doing so much damage, but they're not getting the frags. Attacker tries his best, and just look how low they are, but 9. The snake in the grass, sat at the top of mid, waiting for his prey. Well, he'll bite down to just about squeeze that through. It was 3 players surviving, so money is going to be okay, but damn, were they low.
I'm almost convinced some of these players are playing without headphones, because I feel like when you hear the bomb being planted there, you know roughly where it's being planted, right? It has to be near that box. If you spam that and drop the bomb, you're in such a good spot, but Danking just doesn't do it. It still comes close for them in the round, but now Tyloo are down to very little investment. Not even the 4 Deags they would have wanted. There's a couple of P250s replacing the Desert Eagles in this one, and that is a solid nade. I'm not sure if there was some bullets landed there too, but somebody's down to 12 health either way. Tyloo have fully stacked this B side of the map, and I mean, we did see Tiger struggle in a similar round to this. This one's even less of an investment, but they might end up moving into the stack, and that's always going to be scary.
Yeah, that is one thing I always want to give credit over to Tyloo. Is it seems like in like these Antico rounds, they always like to try and do something a little bit audacious, which I like. I don't like seeing teams just go for these standard pistol rounds. Like they always try and switch things up. They always try and do something aggressive and silly, which in pistol rounds I'm fine with. The only problems I have is that they do this in rifle rounds as well. Now they've realized it's not B. Unfortunately, they've realized a little bit too late, unless Attacker does something truly incredible, which he's not going to be able to do. Slowly also has made a lot of noise, a hell of a lot of noise, you could say. And somebody rotating through this time is going to be shut down. Looking like at least a slightly cleaner round for the side of Tiger. They will get an after plant position slowly. Actually doesn't need to land many bullets. Urkas is very low on HP, but he's quick enough to take the jewel. And now Danking. Another kill would at least reduce the amount of money the T-side's making, but not this time. Nice anti-eco from Tiger. They work things out fairly quickly and manage to get a round with 4 players surviving.
Definitely nice to dodge the stack in that round. Tyloo back to the buy. Danking was dropped the AWP in this one. Danking's, again, always a curious player to me because I feel like he does play pretty aggressively, but somehow he doesn't die that often. You can see in this game, he's only got 10 deaths on the board. I guess when you've got that AWP, it is a bit easier in some of these early fights to just get one and fall back, and that's exactly what he'll do in this round. Aggression into ramp works out for him. No trade ready for Tiger. They weren't aware of the aggression, and this is still a good angle for Danking to be holding. Tiger aren't going to be too comfortable pushing here. Danking's still looking for more, though. Still seeing if there's a second man that's going to give him the fight. But Tiger are just taking their time and figuring out what they want to do.
They haven't budged. I guess NCO is really just expecting him to push all the way down. The thing that worries me is NCO is also the one with the bomb, so if they get caught here, they are in a fair bit of trouble. He is going to go peeking without the bomb, thankfully, but he still meets the same fate nonetheless. And now the bomb's actually got to try and push in on his own. Slowly he's caught the man trying to go towards the connector, and this round has fallen apart. I'm not even sure what the plan is at this point. You got 40 seconds. The rotation would take an incredibly long time. Cabal needs to be landing some shots, and they still haven't managed to get past the AWP or the sneaky player that's currently sat in the sandwich. I almost want to just see NCL save, but it's 9 save, but never mind. It's a flawless round. They literally took 48 damage.
That just looked like Tiger had no plan B in that round. I think they wanted to go straight for an A execute. They realized that they lost the first man because of Danking's AWP that was peeking ramp. They realized they can't go for the execute because Danking's got this good angle with the AWP. They weren't comfortable enough. And then they just didn't have a plan B. They never seemed to call anything else. They just kind of hung around hoping that Tyloo would push them. And you can make the argument that sitting back and just waiting for Tyloo to push you is actually a strategy in and of itself. But sometimes they're not going to push, and you have to have something in mind. And unfortunately, Tiger just never seemed to have that in that round. Timeout taken ahead of this one, so they'll have a chance to figure out what went wrong in that round and what they can do going forwards, because there are still guns on the board for Tiger into this one. Again, Attacker leading the way by far, 26 kills. Cabal over on the other side doing a good amount of damage as well. As we head back into round 23, Tiger going right back to this A site. So even though it didn't work last time, they're hoping this time they can deal with this AWP of Danking.
Oh, okay. Well, he goes for the same face. Oh, that's so wide from Attacker, but he's going to nail the shot, and slowly he's found another one. Nade goes through, almost caught. It does so much damage, and they got another one. They might even kill off 9. He's going to fall almost solely to grenades. This A-ramp push going similarly, even after the early picks that go their way. Now there's 3 players waiting for them on the A. What is that angle? What is that angle? Why are you up there? Get down.
Get down, good sir. It's an active war zone.
Oh my God.
And Cabal's got another. It's up to Slowly to save his teammates. That's a fantastic shot onto the first man, and surely he knows that Cabal is close. He knows that he's on Tetris. Now he knows exactly where that man is. And Cabal is so low on health. Slowly still just looking for this fight, making sure the bomb's still there. And there's the fight he was looking for. Slowly gets the kill. It comes close for Tyloo due to some peaks that they probably didn't need to take. But Slowly's there to bail them out.
They did not deserve that round at all. And not even slightly. Like, almost every single kill they got was just somebody swinging out and just taking a fight. The nades were nice, but what is that angle? Like, why are you jumping up on there? You might as well have let off a flare to tell them where you were. Dear Lord.
Well, speaking of somebody, he's already pushed into underpass. Against the pistols, he's actually gone back. I'm very impressed by somebody.
He's running up top, man.
Well, look, I appreciate that he didn't just push underpass because they knew he was there.
Oh, that's not aggressive enough. No, he needs.
Oh,
look,
what?
Look where he is. Look where he is. This is a pistol round. The man doesn't care.
Go on, give him your gun, somebody. Yeah, give him a chance. Yeah, there you go. Give an M4. Why not? Give him a chance in the round. It's a 2v4, so they should still be fine. No Kevlar either. Oh, Nine's looking for this opener. Slowly might be better served falling back here, but he goes for the fight. Still looking to see if he can spot this angle. Oh, and he's not able to. Great shot from 9, but the CTs have fully rotated. There's no way NCL's winning this. He gets 1 kill, but gets traded. Tyloo up to 14, and it's not been a vintage performance from them, Tom, but they are getting the job done right now.
Oh, this is Tyloo in this tournament. That's what this is.
Pretty much.
That's what we're watching. If they do win, there's still so many plays in there where you just don't, you're never going to understand. The fact is, their own economy is suffering. Like, Slowly doesn't even have enough for any utility because of how many players they're losing in every single one of these rounds. Although I will say, Danking could have dropped him a FAMAS and didn't. So, whatever, I guess. He doesn't have time for that. He's too busy pushing the top of mid. He's pushing all the way. He's got...
He gets away with that so often, doesn't he? Again, I don't understand how Danking's only died 11 times, Tom. You know?
I feel like it's because in anti-eco rounds, his teammates move too quickly.
That's probably true.
For him to die. Like, he can't die because somebody has already pushed everything on the map so they know exactly where everyone is. Whereas in buy rounds, he gets aggressive because his teammates, excluding maybe somebody, are not going to be as aggressive. And a lot of the time, he actually wins his fights as well, and then tries to reposition. Like, he's still mental in the fact that... he's paid off some sort of demon for his soul. Like, there's no way. Like, he must bathe in 4-leaf clovers to get away with that.
Watch him shut them down in this round as well now. The perfect
If he
timing
doesn't die
earlier.
by the end of this round, like, that's just a joke.
Well, the B site looks to be the end goal here for Tiger. 24 seconds left for them. Somebody's sitting back for once. Slowly gets absolutely owned on short. And now somebody lines up 2 easy kills on the mowdown. Dan King still waiting patiently with this ult. Flash comes through. He can't land the shot. There's only 10 seconds though. Tiger need that bomb plant. They need it now. And Tyler are about to start pushing. Dan King gets another kill on the trade. CZ out as he rushes towards the bomb site. But Dobu's already repositioned. He's got cover from behind him. But he really wants this fight as soon as possible. Instant headshot. Dobu into the 1v1. He needs this, but he's not going to get it. Dan King does it again.
I can't be bothered. I knew it would happen as well. It wasn't even like a difficult prediction. I knew he'd be the one to survive. He pushes top mid, then he pushes into underpass. This is also frustrating for me that somebody, when he plays passively, just gets a really like comfortable double kill, and then obviously this at the end, just it's both impressive and irritating. And their money is still screwed, by the way. They've gone for a double AWP setup rather than buying Summer a gun.
Yep.
The money for the T side is not much better. Could be some counter utility, which actually catches Cabal. I don't know if he actually got spotted there. I don't think he did, but he's going to try and run the gauntlet. This seems like a very risky play to be making. It actually works out, though. Somebody caught with his pants down. Now, the rest of the team are going to try and push in. Slowly, it's gone as well. In fact, it seems like the whole team might just be falling apart here.
Surely Tyler have learned that this is not the time for a retake. Oh, they have. They're saving. I mean, their retakes were so bad yesterday that they realized a 3v4 is not going to go their way. That's the thing, Tom. This game is honestly on. If Tiger win 1 or 2 of these next rounds, they can reset that economy. They can come right back into this. The only thing I would be scared of is that Tyloo are just wizards with the Deagles. And King holds back, gets an easy kill with the AWP. Don't peek this angle again. I guess if, even with the AWP, I wouldn't do it. I think Tiger should just need to save these 3 guns at this point. And it looks like they will. Taking some damage from the bomb, but they're fine. A gentleman's agreement at the end of the round to save what they can, but Tyloo is still worse for wear from this one. Even with those saved guns, some of their players are going to have some pretty scrappy guns.
I've never seen so many UMPs. I feel
Why not
like
the
everybody's
MP9?
moved away. Yeah, like back in the day, maybe they're still just watching like old Flusher demos from like
Asian
when he
CS is
actually.
just like 5 years behind in everything.
Yeah, it's just like Flusher used to just play UMP instead of rifle because it was as good at a point. So they've just gone, Flusher does it. It's like, have you watched any of him recently? It's like, no, I don't have time. I've got a match every single day. So they've just decided not to bother. Like, they don't even have time to put clothes on half the time when they're playing matches, so.
I don't want to know how you know that.
But that's what Blair was talking about.
okay.
Like, there was the shirtless pictures of the guys at Tyloo while they're playing. Open up for slowly. Are they going to expect attacker in this quarter? Of course not, because what a shot from him. A second as well. He's like a... What? Okay, everybody's getting wrecked. This left all onto Mr. Dan King. Is death number 12 coming? Should be.
Oh, it is. Dobu takes the fight. Dobu starting to show up. Urcast having a 3K. We're starting to see some of the players we wanted to see from Tiger get involved in the action. A loss bonus for Tyloo was there, that they could just save 1 round and buy in the next. I'm not confident Tyloo will do that, though. I wouldn't be surprised if they just buy Deegs for no apparent reason. Oh, wow, they've actually saved. I mean, sort of. I think their losing bonus was 2,400, so it's still not going to be perfect, but they've taken the save call. Which, it's baby steps for Tyloo, right?
Was a little bit dicey with the first, but everything else has gone quite well for Tiger. It's weird because this match, even though Tiger are obviously a strong opposition, it's become just the what are Tyloo going to do this time match, which almost sort of suggests just how good they are. Like, Cabal's currently on 31 kills,
Yeah.
and this is the first time we've mentioned it. Like, he's having an incredible game, but the fact is they've lost so many silly rounds. They've got players that are really struggling, and well, Attacker still has more ADR than him. I'm not really sure how. But it's like some of the rounds that they lose are mainly because of just silly errors. And well, one of them was Cabal running through the whole of the B site with a Mac 10. Here we go. Seemingly crunch time, although who really knows?
Wouldn't Tyloo be better off here just saving to get a perfect buy in the last round? That's all I'm thinking. Because, like, you haven't got any nades, guys. You haven't got a kit. And now if you lose this in the last round, you're going to have, I guess, SMGs. I'm a little scared. But then again, you've said it before, Tom, that Tyloo sometimes don't need nades. They just push and win. So that's what they'll be hoping for. Is 9 with us? Are you with us, sir? He's still in spawn. He's back. So we are live into round 29. An all-important one. If Tyloo lose this, we could very well be going to overtime because their money will be in the bin and somebody's already been caught through the smoke. Man advantage for Tiger, and they're looking to make the most of it. Straight onto this B site, slowly goes down, and the Mongolians are making it happen. Danking up close, gets 1, gets 2. The AWP unable to do much more though, and it's Tiger winning the early B trades.
Oh, so risky from Attacker, and his teammates nowhere near. Summer looking like he's just going to opt to save the rifle, but wow, it will be one weapon within a sea of the opponents. Yeah, Tiger have started to grind things out, but it's still like, it just seems like the B site is definitely vulnerable, but I guess that's because you have somebody playing there and he is a loose cannon. But also, we haven't seen the best of games from Slowly either, struggling a little bit more than we'd normally see. And yeah, as said, Summer's just got to try and save his gun.
We already know what's going to happen here though, right, Tom? Like, they're going to win this next round with bad guns. It's just written in the stars at this point. As much as I would love for Tiger to win and take us to overtime, that's what I want in my heart. I think they've been doing a great job at coming back into this game. As you said, they've done a good job at exploiting the weakness on that B site. Tiger have been doing things that are making sense. Their individuals have started to show up. And yet, for some reason, in the back of my brain, I just feel like Tyloo somehow steal away this last round.
Yeah, probably like somebody getting a 2K with a deagle or something stupid.
Round 30
and
it
again, doesn't have a deagle. What are you doing, Summer? I guess that was a pretty good spawn for 9, but Summer's decided that this was a good time to try and rush ramp. An interesting one for sure, and already leaving them at a round disadvantage. A player disadvantage. They actually have a round advantage, even. Danking only going to be on the scout, but sometimes that could be enough.
Yeah, we've already seen it. A couple of nice shots he landed over on the B side of the map earlier. The aggression into the B apps is really useful in this position. Somebody's aggression has allowed them to stack heavily towards A. They've got a couple of rifles here. The scout of Danking isn't too far away either. The issue is, Tiger will probably go for a full-on exec onto the A site. And Tyloo might struggle to cope with that.
Molotov going to be dropped down.
Why? Okay.
This is a player out of position. Danking's going to get right up in their faces, looking for the AK, and he's found it as well. They know he's round this corner. Knight with the Tech 9 is going to kill off one more, and it's looking like it's done. It's left all onto somebody. He's been a menace, but this would be one hell of a clutch. The first goes his way, but he's tagged desperately low. There's no way he wins this round, and it will be overtime. Tiger have dragged it all the way back. And it seems like they might just have the momentum to take this over the line.
Cabal putting up numbers in regulation. 35 kills. You pointed it out towards the end. He has been having a fantastic game. And now that some of the other players are showing up for Tiger, now that they seem to have started to figure out some of this Tyloo aggression or this Tyloo CT setup, they stick on the T side into overtime. They've got a chance to keep this momentum going after winning a bunch of rounds in a row. And again, that B site has been a constant problem for Tyloo throughout that half. Somebody's got that secondary AWP positioned in towards mid. No one willing to fight him at the start of this round, though. Straight into overtime with no questions asked, no time to waste between these two teams. And if this is a kind of early matchup, of a matchup we might see repeat in the playoffs, this is a nice way to get it started, isn't it, with an overtime?
Yeah, for sure. Especially with, again, I feel like Tyloo have just made a lot of mistakes and they've allowed Tiger into this match when they probably shouldn't have done. Like, there was 4 rounds in a row to take us to overtime after, up until that point, what had been a pretty weak T side. In fact, it had just been Tyloo pretty much styling on their opponents, but... Oh, we're here now. Minute gone on the clock, and not too much ground actually gathered by the T side. Double up setup invested into as well, and somebody maybe setting up some utility for attacker to try and take mid control. They've spotted nobody, and they're actually going to Molotov off the underpass. That will section off this offense, but they've gambled on B. That's peculiar because in my eyes, you don't take B just through the apartments. So to gamble in that direction seems like an odd one. Maybe they just rely on Danking. He's going to start things off. They've held the utility. Run through it is NCL. That's hella risky, but now they have the chance. They haven't cleared under Balk, though. An attacker, he's dropped the bomb. There's not even enough time in this round. He's just going to try and slow them down with a flashbang. They need to run onto that bomb, and it isn't going to be happening. Somebody closes it with an AWP, and Tyloo, they're up to 16.
Yeah, again, Dankin gets aggressive and gets that early bit of information, right? Gets that early kill. Make sure that Tyloo can rotate over a little more quickly than they might have otherwise. And it still didn't look too comfortable to begin with, in all honesty, because Danking was trying to watch the ramp. He was hoping his teammate was maybe watching Palace for him. That wasn't really the case. But it was all good for Tyloo in the end. The rotate arrived. They do a good job at locking down that A-bomb site. Tyloo back into the lead, at least for the time being. Still a buy for Tiger here, but a couple of their players are already out of money, which is something worth considering if they were to lose this next round. And another slow start to this overtime round. Tiger happy to just take their time. It's a very passive B hold from Tyloo right now. Look at the mini-map. There's one man on B, he's in kitchen. If there were a push onto the B site, Tyloo would probably have some problems, especially considering the retakes we've seen from them previously. I don't know if they'd be able to retake that B site, but we'll have to wait and see if Tiger do decide to make that play.
This has been one of the problems for Tiger, is I feel like a lot of their slower rounds just plays into the hands of Tyloo. Sure, Tyloo get very aggressive a lot of the time, but the problem is the amount of times we've now seen the bomb get dropped or left in silly circumstances, or even just hesitation has been enough. Somebody's actually going to switch up his position, though. And he's the only defender of B. I don't know why he would give up this spot when he's got 4 other teammates around, and he's missed the timing, but he might catch the bomb. That would be the thing. He's caught the bomb. This man's so lucky, it's actually unbelievable. He looks away just in time to catch the bomb, and now they have to run back and get it. Again, the clock's going to be ticking. The leg shot then connected, and Cabal gets dropped.
That's it.
And now the flank coming in from attacker. This is already done. I don't actually think I've seen a luckier round than that from anybody in the history of Counter-Strike. To look away from the initial play and then look back just as the bomb crosses. That wins the round.
Yeah, the misplay wins them the round, basically. Which is, one way to do it, I suppose. I mean, there's the kill from attacker, just a gap in the smoke. They were hoping to flash through, but weren't ready for it. Somebody drops the bomb, and then it's really difficult to get back up into the apartments, right? The bomb actually ends up being left all the way in there. I think it got juggled back by some of those players who picked it up and then died. Either way, last round of the T half of overtime for Tiger, and there are 2 players without AKs. 9 has a Tech 9, Dobu has a Galil. Many players missing nades as well, so Tiger might just have to let loose in this round. And honestly, I'd be all for it, Tom, because these first 2 rounds in overtime have been so slow. I think, like you said, it's just played into the hands of Tyloo, who've been happy to sit back and just win these rounds. I'd prefer to see some faster play from Tiger in this one, especially when you don't have a perfect buy.
Yeah, they've got some utility missing as well, which if they are going to eventually go for an A execute, it's not going to be easy. Yeah, they've just thrown out all of their smokes, and they're going to run through one of them. Oh no, that's the CT smoke, but still, bit of a peculiar one. And they have managed to get a kill on the back of Dobu. Attacker will comfortably trade that back. Urkus with another, and a nice shot from Urkus. He's looking to try and bail them out again. And CL, that is too close for comfort. But they have managed to find the pick. Push coming out from somebody. I think he knows that at least one of these players is low. Go jumping back into the window. There is a player around connector, so that the footsteps will be heard. They know he's here. It shouldn't be a difficult cleanup whatsoever for the remainder, especially with connector being covered off. Rifle retrieved, and, well, no one's going to expect Cabal to be up there. 17-16, Tiger eventually eke out a round, but that was not a particularly convincing T-side.
No, the round they do win ends up being the one where they had the weakest of the buys. Just ends up being a brawl, basically, on this A site. Urkast here getting a couple of important kills, which really turn the tides of the battle and keep them in with a chance of getting the win in this first overtime. They would still need a flawless CT half for that to happen. Dobu's picked up the AUG, which is always fun to watch out for. I doubt he'll be using the scope on that, because it's got that lower rate of fire while scopes now, right? So that makes it a little bit more difficult to use, but some early mid-aggression has come in from Tiger. They've actually taken away that area of the map early, but that's because Tyloo are all sitting around the A site, ready to exec, and we might see Tiger play for retake, Tom. That's what we were asking for them earlier. Let's see if they do it.
Oh yeah, they're sat back. Bomb's actually yet to go down. They're going to go for the boost. They'll be spotted by somebody, though. And now they know, or should know, that there is going to be a second player within CT. Slowly waiting on a close angle, and NCL, it feels like he walked away just the moment he could have got a kill. Peek from Slowly's risky. In fact, they're all fighting. We're back to this again, Hawker, where they just peek every damn angle in their after-plant positions and just hand kills away. They've given away back into this one. One by one, they're falling, but the time is ticking away. Somebody with another pick, a third, and then he leaves it on to Danking to close. Again, a round where they had it in the bag and then just seemed like they wanted to play under a little bit more pressure. Even still, though, it is again map point, but we've already seen them have 4 of these and not managed to close.
You could see why playing for retake could have worked, though. As you said earlier, Tom, that they do go for these fights that they probably don't need to. And luckily, somebody gets some great kills there. Cabal is going to be so frustrated if they lose this game. He's at 39 kills, but they've lost the early fight. Somebody with a quick fire double, and that might be what wins them this map. 3 more kills is all Tyloo need to get this win, and I'm sure they'll be looking to take them quickly.
Oh yeah, probably a bit too quickly. I imagine there'll be some fights coming in once they get the bomb down. Cabal's been spotted on short. Dobu, I think he's looked away at the wrong time. It doesn't matter. Nade into the corner should be enough to finish off 9. And now it's left on to Cabal. They've taken the long road. They've taken a route that's a little bit longer than you might have expected. But Tyloo are ultimately going to win the map. You love to hate them. That's or hate to love them. Depends what way you want to put it. But honestly, that was not a good showing from Tyloo, but somehow they managed to make that one work. I kind of want to bring Blair in because I feel like he could have about 47 points of just different things that they shouldn't have done but managed to make work.
I do, but I'm not gonna. I don't think we have enough time. I don't think we have enough time to really break down why Tyloo shouldn't be doing the things they do. But hey, they get the win, Dinko. End of the day, there's someone get the win, even with somebody not looking into apartments and having the luckiest round of his life.
Man, Luck just
I don't
surrounds
know
this
how they win
team.
it.
Tyloo is the
I know.
luckiest team I've ever seen in my life. The fact that Danking gets away with the half of the stuff he does is ridiculous. This guy makes some of the most risky plays and walks away alive and unscathed and wins clutches for them. Tyloo,
This was
It's
amazing.
painful to watch them win, actually. They make so many mistakes.
Why'd he jump?
And yeah, there were so many little rounds like that from Tiger that, as well, that they could have ended up putting them in a better position. This was ridiculous.
whole W
This was
gets
the
an up.
point. This was the point in the game where I was just like, all right, here we go. Here we go. This is Tyloo. This is one of the games. This is one of the days where they just get everything to go their way. There were so many ridiculous moments, but Tiger, I mean, they did have a very slow start individually. I think you pointed out, Tom, the fact that like NCL was so quiet on 2 kills for quite a large portion of the game. Dolby was really quiet. They did all start to wake up a little bit later into the game, obviously, but I feel like it was too little too late. The Tiger I was talking about, the Tiger that we've seen over the last couple of days, they didn't come in swinging. They weren't the team to show up and enter the server in round 1, and that just allowed Tyloo to get going a little bit early into this.
Yeah, they did. I do have an answer for a question you raised while casting, Tom. Why does Danking have so few deaths despite the plays he has? It's because he wins those duels. He just wins every single goddamn duel. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Tom?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I don't really have anything to add to that. It's annoying. It's the same with somebody. Like there was a round. It was I love the he got 39 kills and lost.
I know.
That's unfortunate. The weird thing about that is Cabal, like a lot of those were just like mid rounds where I feel like obviously he was the main man that seemed to be punishing a lot of the plays that were being made by Tyloo. But yeah, what I was going to bring up is the naivety of Hawk Array goes, oh, what do you mean, Tom? Look, he's just peeked underpass and then he's fallen back. And before he can even finish the sentence, somebody's then run up top mid and pushed in behind them in apartments. Like, he's mental.
He is, but someone who wasn't too mental and yet put up a hell of a showing. You can't take it away from him. Attacker was actually very, very solid as a player this entire map. It felt like Hawka, and I feel like he was the one kind of like sane person on that Tyloo side.
I think Slowly's like somewhat sane as well. Somewhat sane,
True.
right? He's kind of more in the middle. I honestly think, Tom's point of somebody maybe playing with strat roulette, I'd almost like prefer that, because I don't want to believe that somebody actually thinks these plays are a good idea. I'd rather live in a world where he's just like being forced to make these plays against his will, and he's like, oh, I don't want to push this position, but I have to because strat roulette told me. Like, that's what I want to believe. But hey, man, he still actually played pretty well. Like, kills wise, somebody was up there.
Honestly,
have you seen the show Luther?
Yeah.
Has anyone watched Luther? Where there was
I've
like
heard of
those guys who like they made all their decisions based off the roll of a dice. Like that was how they committed their crimes. Like I think that might be somebody. That's why everything he does, he's like, do I push this? And he has a dice where it's like a 50-sided dice and all sides say yes except one. Like, I said yes again. We'll see you guys later. Like that's the only rational thing that I can come up with.
I feel like strat roulette would be actually an improvement for some of the rounds I've seen from Tyloo, personally speaking, but that's just my opinion. There you have a little bit of a head-to-head between Cabal. I feel bad for the man, F in the chats for him, 39 kills, yet they lose on Mirage. However, considering how shaky that was from Tyloo heading into Nuke, which is a map pick from Tiger, one might imagine Tiger potentially taking this map and bringing us to map number 3, or will Tyloo wake up and just completely stomp out Tiger and make it a quick 2-0? We're going to be finding out. But before that, we have a short break.
Welcome back to the PAL Fall. This is obviously our battle for, what, first place? I think. Not really sure how Perfect World work out everything, but I'm going to assume this is for first place. And it was a relatively close map to start things off. Obviously, more like we felt like Tyloo were actually losing rounds rather than Tiger were necessarily winning them. But, well, we're going to wait and see whether or not that was the case. We're going to head into Nuke, a map historically not really played by Tyloo, one that they've pretty much avoided for a long, long time, mainly because it's a very strong map for Vici. And we've seen them lose it twice over the last couple of weeks. They lost to Beyond 16-14 and to Vici 16-10. And on this other side of things, Tiger have actually proven to be a pretty decent Nuke team, winning it 4 times in a row, including a victory over Vici and Beyond in convincing fashion. So if anything, this should be theirs to take. But if there was ever a map that I think Tyloo might take a little bit more seriously, it's this one, just because they're still trying to add it into their pool.
That's true. This could be some good practice for them, especially because even one of the wins they got against Sigma was 16-13. And against Sigma, you shouldn't be going that close against them realistically. So they could do some more practice on this map for sure. You've got to think, though, especially with how they were playing on Mirage, I don't think they're a team that is that well suited to playing Nuke, in all honesty. So I do feel like Tiger should be in pretty good stead to win this one. Then again, they almost won Mirage and it still slipped away from them. And that almost feels like what always happens in the Asian scene, right? We get a team that can compete with Tyloo but can't beat them. I want to see if Tiger can be that team to step up to the plate. Heading into Nuke, this should be their best chance for it as they start on the T side.
Yeah, wanting to get off to a strong start, and that's not a bad way to go about it. Somebody caught in no man's land, and now it's up to Slowly to try and bring things back. Peeking with 12 HP. Risky, but it's because he was trying to sell a bit of a fake for danking. Hasn't worked out. They 3-man stacked that position, and they are getting slaughtered. Only attacker remains, and could be dead here. He waits for Urkaz to peek up, but Cabal comes through and finishes the job anyway. Tiger 1-0, a convincing pistol round, but this is where things get tough. Slowly doesn't waste a second before he buys.
Instantly in with that force buy. This was a round, though, that Tyloo probably should have got way more done from. I mean, that molly missed into hell. They didn't clear danking that quickly, but still, some shots landing from Tiger fairly fast, and that's what allows them to get into ramp and gets them into the round win. I was looking up those pistol stats earlier, Tom, and you were also right about the force buys, in that Tyloo have the best force buy win percentage on the second round in this tournament. I think it was 33% was the number, which is pretty good for those second round buys. So let's see if Tyloo can do it again in this one. We've got the Mag 7 out as well as some pistols for them. Tiger taking a chill pill at the start of this round.
Well, I'm not sure 33% is high enough. I think they're going to want to try and up those numbers a little bit, and this one be one hell of a way to start. I suppose you've got to include rounds where they actually just go straight USPs in those as well.
That's true. I don't know how many rounds Tyloo do that, though.
Probably not a huge amount, but maybe every once in a while. We are going to see just the walk outside. Smoke will fade before the last player gets across, but obviously the plan is not to have the last player cross. As Urkaz is just going to hold outside, lurk behind, and try and catch off anybody who wants to make a fast rotation. If anything, this is a round where when the bomb goes down, they should just save, although Slowly has managed to get into position. He's going to try and sneak his way across and play a bit of an off angle, although I say that, this is an odd angle to be in. Like, he's somewhat in a peculiar position, but there's not one that I ever thought would work, and ends up having to just keep spinning around trying to take battles. The remaining players should just save. There's absolutely no reason to fight this. Chances of you winning this round are none, and more importantly, you want to have something to face into the next round with.
Absolutely. The correct call looks to be made. Okay, I mean, Urkaz did not slow down there, and somebody eventually was able to get the kill he was waiting for. Danking, are you really going to go down the vents? I guess he's just waiting in case there's someone that's going to come to him. Close range with the CZ. But nothing of the sort will be happening. Tiger are getting to largely safe positions. Danking even dies to the bomb. Cool. He was sitting in the vents. I don't know why, but hey, it's one less gun for them.
Oh, 2-0. Still going to have the Mag 7. Attacker's also going to drop over a Deagle, so everybody will have something going into this round, and the AWP will be coming up for Danking in the next. That's where things should become a little bit tougher for the side of Tiger, but this is where they want to be building up some cash. The only worry is because there's still all this weaponry available to them, you could be seeing a bit more damage. It's going to be the same play again. They're just going to go running straight towards Secret, but it might be a bit more of an elaborate ruse this time. Trying to almost show to Tyloo that, okay, we're doing exactly the same thing. See if they react accordingly. Somebody's just gonna...
Don't think about it too much, Tom, because he probably didn't.
I don't think he thought about it at all, but that's just me. I might be wrong.
You know, one of the other options for somebody is maybe he's just someone who's very spiritual and just trusts his instinct and trusts his gut always. Unfortunately, his gut isn't always right, clearly. But hey, the push into the A site looking okay. As soon as I say that, though, Danking gets another kill. And Tiger have been slowed here significantly. This could actually go the way of Tyloo if Danking can land some more shots. Attacker's got one with the Mag 7. The bomb is in no man's land. It's out in the open. And Tiger have got to work on getting that back. Thankfully, they've got that kill they were looking for. And Attacker still has the Mag 7. So he's not got the best gun to try and deal with this. The AK is a lovely upgrade for him, though. Bomber now going to move into the A site. And Attacker hears it. He's got the information. Tiger surely have to be aware roughly where he is, though. They're planting on the other side of the site. Attacker's still waiting patiently, trying to clear all these angles. It's a tough one, though, and Urcast gets him from above. A close round, but one that Tiger do win.
Yeah, you mentioned like maybe he's spiritual. I honestly think the only spirit that has ever been involved with somebody is going to be Absinthe. That's the only one that makes any sense to me. Down it by the bottle before the match starts, and you won't remember anything that happened. And hopefully, eventually, I will never remember anything that you've done either. But we'll see. Faster play coming out. I like this change of pace, but the Molotovs are going to deny them. Finally, some utility available for Tyloo to try and slow down some of these plays. And Danking's gone on a very hefty rotation early in this round. Moving away from the ramp now that's slowly set up, and he's going to try and reposition himself. Try and do some more damage elsewhere. Still, though, the T's are set up ready for what seems to be a take of this A site.
Step being made. Slowly not going too far. Again, one of the more sane players on Tyloo. Rarely push too far and rarely make that mistake. It's much more of a passive player, which I think Tyloo need at times. Danking has been able to get a kill with the AWP, and wow, Summer blinded, still gets the headshot. Trades continue onto this A site, but Attacker is raining down some shots from above, and Tiger just haven't made the progress they needed. They're nowhere near the bomb site, and the rotate is arriving. Attacker's even got another kill, and now 9 has 3 players against him. He was landing some good shots at the start of Mirage. He's got to do it with the AK this time. He gets that first man. Now somebody might have to slow down, and slowly is the man who comes in for the flank. Tyloo on the board thanks to the first gun round.
I hate him. just peeking up and down the ladder. Oh god. Oh. I'm hoping they manage to save Danking's AWP, because it is definitely something that is going to completely change their outside hold. Now, the T's didn't have an insane amount of money, so they might actually have some struggles going into this one. In fact, they do. A Deagle, a Galil. They do have that AWP to face off against. Danking does this regularly. He goes aggressive outside, and it is very 50-50. And Dobu's going to say thank you very much. Free AWP for me. Oh my god. How's he getting away with this? How? No, he just got 2 kills back in a trade. Dobu does nail him with the AWP eventually, and slowly just won a battle on 1 HP. This is ridiculous.
Outcast already onto the B side of the map. The smoke is not for this side, but the shot from Dobu is. There's still another man at ramp as well, but Dobu's going to go for the bomb plant. The push through the smoke. Oh, Summer, you thought he went through. No, he didn't. Slowly still sitting in it, and they get both the kills they needed. Not sure exactly what Tyloo were going for there, but Tiger will take it. They win the 2v2, and Tyloo's money is instantly in the bin again.
Just the places he dies. That's the thing. I feel like if you looked at heat maps for players, like his would just be everywhere and anywhere. Slowly as well, like walking through the smoke there was very, very risky. I think he either had to go for it or just wait and try and make a play afterwards. To just walk through it like that was a little bit mental. These outside smokes are causing some real problems though for Tyloo. It's the bare basic ones,
Yeah.
but a lot of the time teams can't even hit those.
Yeah, the basic smoke shouldn't cause you this many problems, is the thing.
It's almost a kill coming up. They still have to worry because there's a couple of other players down here, and this is the adaptation Tyloo've made into a round where they only have pistols, is to just gamble a little bit more. Of course, somebody's already managed to push forward into the lobby. Why not? Might as well just expect it at this point. And Summer is going to try and hold into Mini, but realistically, he should be dead fairly quickly. And the flashbang, they're definitely aware that there could be someone here.
Oof, good shot from Dan King. Oh, he's got a second.
No.
Hello. Tyloo knocking on the devil's door in this round. They've brought it into the 2v2. And Dan King smells a gun. He's got an AK into his hands now. Oh, the flank. How is he not dead? Finally, Cabal gets the kill he was looking for. And somebody is left in the 1 versus 2. Pushing up close and personal, 5-7 in hand, but Cabal is ready and waiting. Tyloo are so good at making those rounds close, but at least Tiger are holding on this time.
Yeah, and a 5-1 start on the T side is always going to be beneficial. We've seen some questionable T side halves from Tyloo throughout this tournament, so going onto the T side of Nuke map, we've not really seen them play. I'm not going to be expecting a whole lot. Not the greatest of starts for a few of their players as well, and I definitely feel like they're a little bit less comfortable on this map at the moment. Somebody spamming through. It's going to be almost an even trade of damage, but they've missed a player jumping down into the vent, which could cause some real issues. Urcast is just going to be waiting there. Doesn't have control of the bomb, of course, but if they are to make a play outside, he would be the player able to hold off any rotations. It seems like they might go for something into ramp, but they've still got Dobu waiting, and a fairly structured T-side coming out so far from Tiger, and I'm liking it. They're looking very good.
Yeah, I agree. It's been solid so far with these plays. Just kind of exploiting the weaknesses. That is not a solid peak, though. NCL goes out wide, and Dan King was more than ready. Smoke goes down from the T side. I don't think that really helps them too much, though. They can get up close, so Dan King is going to be falling back. And remember, Urcast was down the vents earlier. That's something I think they're still not aware of. I don't know if they know that he's still down on this B site. I mean, Dan King's got his back turned, but Urcast can't get into position. So 33 seconds, he might have to break the window, and that would give the game away. The bomb's still up on the A side of the map, though. What's the end goal here for Tiger? Now they're going to come down the vents and try and get to B.
Now this will be the realization. Dobu's caught off slowly as well on the wrap, and Urcast should have a free kill onto Dan King.
Dan King cold.
Teammate does go down in response, but it shouldn't matter too much in the grand scale of things. And Urcast even going to retrieve an AWP for the afterplants. CT side in a very awkward spot. The retake probably not going to be coming in, especially with Dobu's position. He's been fantastic already. Just causing real issues. An attacker, he doesn't have a kit. He should just be getting out of there at this point.
Okay, Urcast. That must have been a scoped kill as well. It didn't show the no-scope thing in the kill feed. So that must have been a nice shot. Much improved, though, from Tiger on this map. You can already see it. And partly because Tyloo are getting lost in the rotations in some of these rounds. I mean, look. That was the perfect time for that to happen. As soon as I say they're getting lost in the rotations, you see that. Yeah, quick kill from Urcast. Quick flick with the AWP. And trouble is brewing for Tyloo. I guess they can buy pistols again in this round. The thing we've had on Nuke, though, is that I feel like they haven't had as many of those set plays like they had on Mirage for these sorts of rounds, where you kind of want Tyloo to do something a bit crazy as a team, maybe go for some lobby aggression, maybe stack a site. They haven't done that as much in these sorts of rounds, so I'd like to see that here. They've got 4 nades as well, so we might see the artillery strike go down towards Yard. This could work.
Oh.
Or it could not.
It does some damage, but unfortunately the response is far worse. They are just trying to push, but again, it seems to be fairly individualistic. It's slowly taking some aggressive spots around the ramp. Well, the T's are just patiently waiting. They've realized they're up against pistols. They've realized that the CT side are trying to be a little bit more proactive here. And this is where these slow defaults from Tiger really can work quite a lot better. They're just countering anything that Tyloo is attempting. Dan King's going to be caught pushing. Somebody is... You can see he's tempted. He wants to go pushing out of Secret. His inner demons forcing him to try and make a play. Slowly does manage to get a kill, but I think he's realized that retrieving that gun is next to impossible. Unless somebody does something truly incredible, I don't see a way that he doesn't die. And yeah, there you go. I knew he'd peak eventually. I was just waiting for when it would be.
It's definitely a safe bet that somebody's probably going to peak. That's the AK they were looking for. I am a bit confused as to why Cabal was on the ladder as the push came in. You either just go up the ladder or you just don't. And he kind of got caught in between the two. Slowly he's being a sneaky boy. Up close with the CZ. Caster's got his back turned right now. Oh, slowly. Isn't looking the right way, though. Yeah, he's about to be dead, surely. Oh, Caster's let him go. I guess he's only got the CZ, so you can afford to let that happen. And now Urcast on the hunt up close. Oh, okay. Where was that from? Was that through hut, I guess? Well, Urcast had a free kill. It was stolen away from him. And Summer's not even 100% safe at spawn. Urcast is going for this.
Yeah, their money's not crazy on the T side, but it'd definitely be worthwhile removing an extra gun. Summer.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, even gonna flash into it. This is beautiful play from Tiger. Like, the fact is that when the way Tiger are winning at the moment is genuinely enjoyable as a fan of good Counter-Strike. Like, obviously, the Tyloo game, the victory they had was crazy, manic, incredible individual prowess.
Oh my
God. But this is just clinical. That's pretty nuts as well. 7-1. T side as well. Tiger, well, they're pretty much cementing our thoughts that Tyloo probably should still stick to their ban of Nuke. I just wonder how much worse Train truly can be that it is worse banning out. Like, sure, they haven't played it much obviously recently, but last time they played, they beat Beyond, who they didn't manage to beat on Nuke. They went close versus Vici. Like, it just doesn't seem like a good choice for them.
Are they trying to boost? What are Tiger doing here? No? I guess they're just all sitting in that same spot and just hoping that they don't get naded. Fair
Maybe
enough.
they're waiting to see if somebody's going to peek out of Secret again.
Yeah,
I think they're that set that somebody's going to get aggressive that they're happy to just sit outside. That's how ridiculous that this has become. They're just like, oh, we can just wait.
Yeah, you might be right, honestly.
Or they might be looking for someone to try and get down the vent. They have lost Cabal, so that has failed. Yeah, I think that was the plan. Wait for somebody to get down the vent, and then they had a player in the backlines. Instead, it's gone wrong for the first time in a while. That's such an aggressive peek from Summer, but he gets 2! Oh, dear Lord. There may have been a firing squad on the other side, but, well, he's found a gun and he shot back. 9 and Urcast. At least wanting to make this one as costly as possible. They've got money for the next round, but after that, it might be a bit of a tougher task. They're going to try an entry into this A site from a couple of different angles. There's actually nobody here. How have they got 5 players alive and they've got no one on A?
That's a mystery that I'm not sure I'll ever be able to answer. Somebody with the drive-by. Cast 1v5. Let's
Oh, for...
I was about to say, let's see what you've got. You got nothing in that one.
I love how that's a 5-on-2 and somebody doesn't wait for any of his teammates and just runs in and domes both players. Yeah, I thought that was the case. They were waiting for Cabal. This is just silly. This is silly. Like, I don't know how he manages to get away with that. But this, look, there's no one else retaking. He just goes in on his own. Oh.
I guess that's the solution to the Tyloo retake problem. Just somebody kill everyone. I'm sure that's reliable. I'm sure that will never go wrong. Oh, I like this from Danking. I like throwing this in every now and then. You are very vulnerable to Silo. You've got to be ready for both those angles. But Tiger just fully stacked into ramp and slowly's gone through the smoke. This is so risky. He goes down early and there's no one anywhere near this position. That is a huge problem.
Oh, they've managed to bypass him. Somehow somebody's managed to get wallbang kill, but Danking's been traded out in response. And now they're actually just going to go doubling back in the other direction. Cabal's found an entry and the A site is firmly under the control of the T's after plant position. And it almost seems like that last round was just a blip on the radar, Walker.
I've got a question slowly going so aggressive there in that round. I think it's fine to do that if there's someone close by, if there's someone in heaven, if there's someone near that can rotate and plug the gap quickly. But there was no one anywhere near ramp. Losing that control so early, it just puts you in a terrible spot. And, oh, another flash. Lovely stuff. Tiger are just setting up these flashbangs, setting up all these rounds, making very few mistakes. Somebody's still going to get a knife kill, though, Tom, because he's just a crazy man. Oh! Okay. Oh, he's dead to the bomb.
Oh, that's a little bit of sweet karma, isn't it?
Imagine if he didn't even, like, get the kill. Like, the bomb just blew up as he was trying to get the knife. That would have been perfect.
Well, they're going to have enough money to buy into this round anyway. Yeah, this is the problem. Like you mentioned in the last, like in the post, you're like, oh, maybe Slowly's one of the ones who doesn't go too aggressive as well. Never mind. Do you know what? This reminds me of when we were watching After. Also, no, sorry, not After. Huatsai. We were watching Huatsai play this map, and it was just Ronan just making ridiculous plays where you're just like, well, that's not very clever. And just hoping that his individual aim is enough to get him through. That's what Tyloo are doing. They're trying to pug Nuke. Like, who tries to pug Nuke?
Even when I'm pugging Nuke, I don't try to pug Nuke, you know? I try and do smokes.
It's not going well. 8-2. I'm almost. There's a part of me that's glad that Tiger have just come out and just shown their stuff, especially after a long series. They could have taken the first map. Somebody, oh, he knows there's a player here, and he's gonna miss. It's 9 to take him down. He's having another very good game. He was decent at the beginning of the last map, obviously overshadowed slightly by Cabal. In this case, though, it's a similar scenario. He's performing very well. It did take a long time to get onto the board last time, but realistically, this is a very, very different scenario. This is not a team that looks like they're going to come back whatsoever, especially not with 9 rounds on the opposing T side, but this round is still technically doable. Wraparound is coming in. They've got counter Molotovs to expend. Doesn't seem like there might even be a retake here. Looks like they're just going to give it up.
Summer's still close by. Here's that AWP shot, a bit of information. Yeah, Summer, there you go. You've realized that your teammate's not with you. Good job. Get out of there. Attacker is nowhere near the action. Oh, he's gonna get caught, isn't he? He's gonna get caught. Yeah. Yeah. Cast is already here. Nice proactive play. Tiger just seemed to be one step ahead of everything, right? Like when Tyloo were trying to save, they're getting flashed. Tiger are instantly ready. When Tyloo are trying to get better guns, Cast is already there. He knows the AWP was dropped there. He knows that he can just sit there and wait patiently. I think this series so far is perfectly summing up the strengths of these two teams. Tyloo, they win Mirage, very close, but they do probably have more skill across the board. Now you head on to Nuke, and this is a map that clearly just... okay, 9, that was crazy. This is just clearly a map that doesn't suit Tyloo's strengths whatsoever.
Well, let's see if they can at least try and...
Stop trying to get your hopes up,
carry
Tom.
on, Hawker. Carry on.
Oh, I will, because Dan King has delivered a delicious double kill. Eagle headshots landing for him, and Dobu. Okay, buddy, don't whip out the bomb when you're about to take a fight. Obviously, no way he could have known that, but still scary, and it's going to go against them. It's going to go against them, Tom. Unless NCL can be the hero. He has been very quiet in this series. They might not know exactly where he is, especially considering Attacker isn't even looking this way. Attacker's been able to sneak into that position, though, but he's still got his back turned. Easy kill for NCL onto the first. No bomb in his hands, but a minute left on the clock. The nade should do a bit of damage to Slowly as well. Again, he can just continue to look for these fights, but Dan King slowly slides out. And that is the most Tyloo way to win a round. Of course, they win with the pistols. Why not?
That second shot is utter filth. This as well, ridiculous. And just a Tyloo round, isn't it? There's always one. Something always seems to happen. And especially after somebody decided to just running wide peek out. Not a round I really wanted to see them win, but it happens. Money's actually not that great again for Tiger, and now you can see the confidence start to rise from Tyloo. And while they've managed to trade effectively initially, but 9 is going to get the trades back in response. And that seems to be all this game is about. Tyloo doing something incredibly aggressive, and then Tiger just trying to rectify things. It doesn't seem like they have a plan, doesn't seem like they have particularly good holds, and they definitely can't retake.
Where are Tyloo right now? Are they all on A? Yep, they are. Dan King dropped down from heaven to come to A. Now he's going down the vents because he's realized, oh wait, there's a B site. Oh. He's starting to clear out some of those angles, but now Attacker's pushing into Hut. Like, I don't know what they're really thinking.
He's going to have heard the gun dropping on the floor.
Yeah, it's
so
actually working okay.
He knows that there was somebody in the lobby. But then again, the T's look like they're about to go back outside. Now, they'd be doing this likely without any smokes, as otherwise that would give away their position completely. Summer's now going to go wandering as well. It seems like both teams are just trying to figure out where the other is, and Summer, this is what I mean about getting a bit lucky, but Urkus is prepared, and now they're going to start running the gauntlet. The thing is, Dan King is here. He could drop the bomb. He could end this round. There's still another player there. He's going to throw a counter Molotov and actually push over the top of the other one. He gets caught for it. 9 from behind.
Time.
And they're going to just about have enough time to get that bomb down. I think it's within a second. Oh, that is very lucky indeed. An Attacker, he was ready to just run away, run for the hills, but gonna have to try and clutch this, and 9 just goes walking in, beats him at his own game, and Tiger take a 10.
I'm loving the performance from 9 so far. He was someone that wasn't really on my radar fully. I think he's their 4th highest rated player as the AWPer on this team, and yet he's just been the best player for Tiger by far, it seems. I mean, Cabal obviously on the first map was killing it, but across both of the maps, 9 has consistently been putting in work. Now Tyloo. Oh, I mean, what is this buy, Tom? It's there's an AWP, there's an M4, there's a UMP, there's an auto shotgun, and a FAMAS. It's almost just like it's a collection of random guns. It's like, you know, those biscuit assortments you get. There's always some in there you just don't like. That's what this is.
Yeah. Well, with me, that's more celebrations. You know, you get your bounties, your Snickers. Bleh.
I agree. Both of those are bad.
Oh,
Glad we're on the same page.
Danking, he's been caught out. Managed to start off the round, but again, they managed to get into this B site almost for free. And again, all it really takes is patience. I guess that's what we're looking at this point, is whether or not Tyloo can actually just hold. And the answer is no.
Freebie site. And a free round for Tiger. Make that 11. Assuming nothing stupid happens. Which is never a safe assumption when Tyloo are playing. I think I've got another good analogy for Tyloo, Tom. They're like that problem child at school who has all that potential. You know they're a smart kid. And they're just doing dumb stuff all the time and just kind of ruining their future, you know? It's sad to see.
See, that's funny because you remind me of the teacher that would tell the parent, and they're like, he's got so much potential, potential. Like, I think he could be great one day, but he just needs to pay more attention in class. Which is basically just, I couldn't be asked to actually give you a reason for anything. I remember one of my teachers once. So my dad was basically the parent that teachers didn't want to see. Like, one of them actively tried to run because he would just ask them difficult questions that they didn't know how to answer. And one of the teachers tried to go on the offensive once and said, like, Tom hasn't been turning up to my lessons. And my dad went, that's because he dislocated his knee a few weeks ago and wasn't able to walk to the other site. Have you been sending him work? And the guy went,
Oh, when they go in with so much confidence as well, and they just get owned like that. Oh.
Yeah. Well, the guy also painted his shoes gold, so you know he was a weird guy. He was a music teacher, so you know.
Right. That makes sense.
I once walked in after class to his classroom, and he was knelt down in front of a speaker, just playing his bass guitar, like with the speaker in his face, and I just like slowly closed the door and walked back out again. I'll leave it be.
That is, I think, the only good option there.
I think he got fired eventually. Either way, 11-3. Tiger dominating Summer. Probably going to be the man to eventually peak this angle. Oh, and you know you want to. You've got a teammate supporting above the hut. Attacker. Ooh, it's not the prettiest of sprays. Oh. More eventually, Attacker's actually going to burn to death. Summer did peak, but it seems like Urkus was maybe caught sleeping a little bit there. They've still managed to even things up and have plenty of time to play with. Look at Danking. He's all the way around the back. He's walked all the way around. And he's not going to get anything for it.
It's still a doable round, especially if somebody's landing shots like that. It's a 1v1 slowly, drops down, and Tyloo win the round out of nowhere. A stunning round to win, and yet even with that, they still only get full rounds from their CT side. So you can only get so excited. But hey, at least that was another round on the board, Tom. I still don't think they're winning on Nuke, but maybe they can put up a fight.
Don't really know how they won that one, if I'm being brutally honest. I love how Attacker just stands in the fire. Oh, God. Well, just, I guess, trading slowly as well. Should not have got that kill, but it happened. It's fine. Now we go on to the T side of Tyloo, with Tiger currently with a hefty advantage. Okay, Dobu. Headshot through the smoke. The fallback as they try and wrap into this B site. Nice work from Cabal and Urkus, leaving just two men standing. Urkus with another one, and somebody, he's left alone. Oh, NCL didn't expect him to actually double back, it seems. Slightly asleep as he rounds the corner. A smoke now picked up for somebody as well. Not much of a chance. It's a small one. And Urkus is now going to be waiting. There's no way he expects this. He still gets the kill. What? Insane reaction time. Dobu, though, in another off angle, will do enough to kill him.
Sometimes I do wonder if you put someone else's brain in somebody's body, what would happen? How good would that be? Because some of the shots he lands are so good. Dobu at the start of the round as well, getting that through the smoke. A really good read again from Tiger, by the way. Look at how many players they have on B. They're just instantly ready. It really looks like they've put in some good prep work for this one. And just in general, we've been talking about Tyloo a fair bit, but we've got to give a lot of props to Tiger in this one. You know, they haven't had to do anything crazy, but they've just looked consistently solid. Very few mistakes being made. Really good utility for the most part. And they've gone for another chance in this round. After winning the pistol, they should have the better buy, but they are up against the Deegs of Tyloo, which can be deadly, and they're already proving it. The 4-Deeg prophecy continues. They're starting well in this round. It is back to a 3v3, though.
Yeah, Dan King looking to try and wrap back. He does have the bomb, so if he drops it in heaven, that could be a big problem, but I think instead he's going to have a free kill onto Dobu. Cabal. Got a kill elsewhere. Attacker. Oh, the timing. He's left on just 3 HP. Needs the instant Deeg. It isn't going to get it. It's left all onto Dan King. 1 versus 2. M4 in hands. Armor alongside it. He's going to go pushing back into the lobby. But just as he does, his opponent goes wrapping back around. Maybe looking to try and gather up and play this one together. It might actually be worth just going down the vent. Trying to reset this round in a completely new scenario. But instead, going to try and bait out a push by fake planting the bomb.
Oh, close range, and he still wins the fight against Cabal, but now he's going back to the A site. Smoke gives him some cover, but NCL is close by. Dan King fakes it out, goes for the fight, but NCL just needs the one shot to the face, and he delivers. Much better map for NCL so far. He has been having enough impact. He's been getting a few kills on the board. The rest of his team have all been shining bright. And Tiger are truly roaring now, roaring to victory here on Nuke. They've got a 13-4 lead, and Tyloo won't be giving up that easily, Tom. They've gone for another force buy.
Of course they have. Of course they have. It's almost the same as the last one. I guess they have a couple more Mac 10s. I do wonder going into the playoff stage if they will still float Nuke, because it doesn't seem like a map that they really know how to play at all, unless they're playing against such weak opposition that, well, they basically don't know how to play either. And then it just comes down to Angels again, which, well, that's where you never want to be facing off against Tyloo. Few flashbangs coming through, but it's still going to be the kills coming up for Dobu. Had it being a much better map. He was quiet on the last one. Now we're starting to see the level we need to see from him if they're going to be able to beat Tyloo in this series. Dan King, he's had a few rounds here and there, but ultimately it is going to be another 14-4 for Tiger. I don't think we've seen Tyloo get slapped this hard in a long time. Now, they did lose 16-7 to Huatsai, which is still the upset of the entire tournament. But this is looking far worse than that.
Tyloo have put themselves in a position now where they are just forcing every round. They've sealed their own fate. And they might not get a full gun round on the entirety of this T side of Nuke. Hey, all right, in that this is a rarity in the Asian region for Tyloo to get beaten this badly. Oh, that's a great nade as well, Urcast. While Blind gets the kill with the HE grenade. Utility has been so good. Urcast in general has been excellent on this map. And he keeps on going, getting a 3rd kill from that position, putting the pain onto Tyloo in this round. And slowly he's trying to sneak on in. Finally, Urcast has been dealt with. Damage has already been done, especially with Summer falling. Slowly only has 10 health. This round has to be over.
Yeah. Oh, Cabal not quite realizing fast enough where his opponent's going to be. He's at least being able to make this one a little bit more costly, but of course with Tyloo consistently force buying, their buys are not really going to improve too much other than the loss bonus. And without a bomb plant here, wouldn't be in a too good a spot at all. Slowly has to be careful how he goes about this one. He's going to try and sneak back in towards the A site, but see them waiting. Oh, what a turnaround from NCO. Even landing the headshot. 15-4. Spy's still going to suck. AKs at least, but two of the players without head armor. And barely any utility, which again is not something you ever really see on a normal map of Nuke.
Yeah, who knows if Tyloo would even know the nades, to be honest. Not a map they really play too much of. NCL at the end here. What's this turnaround look like? Oh, pretty good. 15-4, this could be it. 9 opens up the round. Urkas there alongside him. Another attempt from 9, not successful this time round. Danking's been able to sneak all the way in though, and 9, well, he was ready. He landed the leg shot, but Danking gets away with it. Cabal surely will get this kill though. Turned into a 3v3. Still anyone's game, but somebody is sneaking onto the B site.
Oh, not anymore.
No.
Gonna walk straight into Cabal. It seems like every sneaky play he goes for just gets caught out, and Attacker and Summer, all that remains of Tyloo, they at least have an advantage when it comes to the weaponry, but again, no utility available. It's awkward for NCL, but he's still going to win it. An Attacker, oh, he's in no man's land, all the way outside, and just looking to try and wrap back in. Gotta be careful. It looks like he was going to check, but Cabal on an off angle. 16-4, probably the biggest slaughter we've seen from Tyloo in a long, long time, and I'm not going to lie to you, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed watching them get pummeled into the ground and finally punished by a team. Tiger have taken map number 2. Blair, do you share my sentiment? Did you enjoy watching them finally get punished?
Some people might even say they got nuked. And yes, I did indeed enjoy that. It was nice to see Tyloo finally getting punished there. But honestly, in all honesty, like, I have to agree with both of you. You did mention how Nuke is a map which used to be permabanned famously by Tyloo for years back to back, and it's only recently they're letting it through. Maybe it's them kind of like, feeling it out, seeing how good they are in Nuke. But I feel like it's a good rude awakening, Dinko, that Tiger just reminded them. Just because you're playing the map doesn't necessarily mean you're good on it, because that CD side was atrocious from Tyloo.
Yeah, I think it's playing Nuke is actually a realization from Tyloo that their map pool is actually weak. We've seen that on Mirage. I mean, they still win the map, but it's very, very close. It's not as clean, it's not as clinical as it has been before. Inferno, I mean, it's still it's the best map that they're playing on right now. But Nuke is one of the maps where they tried to pick it up, tried something new, realized that they needed to add it to the pool, and well, it's not going well for them against Tiger. I don't think they look particularly good on Nuke anytime we ever see them. They play it very differently. It's wild. It doesn't actually make sense. They just approach it with the Tyloo mentality. There's no thought out Counter-Strike coming through on this map, and Tiger punished them, and I'm glad they did. This is a team like I rate on Nuke. I think they're a decent team on this map. And the thing is, with Tiger, they're not even one of the top teams. Like, we wouldn't consider them to be a Vici on this map, right? But I think they've gotten so much better on this map over the last couple of weeks, and we've definitely seen Tiger come into their own on this. And finally, a team punishing Tyloo in a very convincing fashion. How often do you see Tyloo get beat this much? I can't even remember the last time they were beaten this badly on a map.
I just think in general, just solid stuff, really. Like the nades.
I pulled off a Mitch. I do apologize. No one heard that. What I was saying was, Hawka, what did you find interesting from Tiger? I pulled a Mitch there. I muted myself.
Oh, you forgot the analytical bone bit.
Yeah,
being tickled.
That was the fun bit.
Yeah. I missed.
His
that
bone
was a
got
good
tickled.
one.
That's what Blair said.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, his bone got tickled. But did anything in particular tickle you?
Yeah, just the solid nade usage, which you rarely see in the Asian scene. So many flashes that were great, so many nades that were on point. Simple executes outside, but effective executes outside. They didn't really put a foot wrong with their nades throughout this whole game. And also, Urkas was obviously great. 123 ADR there. He was fantastic. But I think that the key to unlocking this Tiger lineup is when 9 plays well. when he's firing with the AWP as well, then you all of a sudden have a team with a lot of firepower. And we got to see that. We got to see all those players showing up. I think Tom pointed out Dobu had a much better game as well. We saw those players that we needed to step up, do it, and they delivered.
They did indeed. And heading into Inferno, Tom, quick thoughts if we go to a very quick break. I mean, this is a map where we know how good Tyloo can be. I mean, right now, I might even say Inferno is Tyloo's best map, but they have looked shaky. Some of they have lost, this map to certain teams they really shouldn't be losing to. Do you feel Tiger can potentially take the series away? Can they get to 2-1, or do you think Tyloo is just too much to handle in Inferno?
Potentially, they showed that they can at least bring it close. I'm not going to say that this is a whitewash, but as I said about the first map, they haven't proven to me that they can beat top teams. Tyloo have been dominant on this map for a very long time, and they don't know how to play Nuke. They do know how to play Inferno, as simple as that.
Well, we're going to be finding out if that's going to be the case here. Tiger, they win this, they get top seed. They go straight to the semifinals. If they lose, though, they're going to have to play the opening matchup. So there's a little bit on the line. But before we head into the final deciding map here, the final map of the group stage in PAL 2020, we will have to go for a short break.
We're into the last map of the group stage, and what a way to end it, Tom. Inferno, Tyloo versus Tiger. This has the potential to either be a great map or one that I'm just going to want to erase from my brain. I don't know which it's going to be, but it will probably be entertaining either way.
Yeah, it's been a weird one so far. Like, Tyloo in the first map showed that there's still definite vulnerabilities, but still managed to get things over the line. Then the second map for them was an absolute atrocity, while Tiger looked utterly fantastic. Now we head on to Inferno. Statistically, best map for Tyloo, but they've had some slip-ups. It's been proven that Checkmate have been able to take them down, and I think Invictus have done it as well. So it's definitely not looking like the clean-cut Tyloo that we've seen in the past. At the same time, something I've learned in this tournament is that if it goes to a third map, Tyloo always win. And I predicted them 2-1. It's gone almost exactly in the fashion I thought it would go so far. So I'm just going to believe that Tyloo are going to do the job once again.
I agree with you, and I think the most likely outcome is it's not going to look pretty. It's going to look like Mirage, but there's a reason why they have great win percentages on both these maps, because they always seem to eke out the win. Whatever the hell happens, they get the job done. And I expect to see a lot of just the same sort of aggression from Tyloo. I mean, some of the rounds, again, from somebody, I'm pretty sure a lot of the time you see him pushing Banana and just wanting to take fights, and that can go well for you, but it's more likely not to go well for you. And the thing I'm excited about here for Tiger is they looked really well prepared on that nuke. If they've got that same level of preparation on Inferno, which is a map they probably could have expected to come through as the third map, then maybe we're talking.
Yeah, there's two sides to the story, really, because they struggled when they played against Invictus, who are a very loose, aggressive style team like Tyloo. But at the same time, they also came into this tournament saying that they were preparing for Vici and Tyloo. Well, they beat Vici, so now they're just looking to get the final piece of the puzzle. I think they've had slip-ups versus teams that I don't necessarily know they would have been fearful of. So, if anything, this should be theirs to take. But the worry is preparing for Tyloo is not easy. Like, they don't play a traditional brand of Counter-Strike. They don't play the same time in any round, let alone in any match. So unless you're picking up on specific tendencies, which everybody should be able to do for somebody at least, it's one of those things where I still think that, yeah, sure, everything in my mind goes towards, okay, this should be the time that Tiger managed to beat them. At the same time, that's what is the power of Tyloo, is that they can come out of any situation on top. They can win any series. And thus far, they've proven that with victories over every other team, excluding one, which was Invictus, right? Invictus was the only team that they've actually lost to. And that was a huge surprise because Invictus haven't looked good this entire tournament. They've lost to Huatsai and Bren, for God's sake. Huatsai got one win, and that was over Invictus. Like, it doesn't make any sense, the matches that have gone down with Invictus. So I don't know. I don't know if that was Tyloo giving them pity points or if it's just one of those things where they had a bad day. They're going to come into this one confident on their own map choice. I don't think they're going to be too bothered about going to 3 maps because they go to 3 maps in almost every single series. And Tiger, they've got to make sure they don't take the foot off the gas, because if they come into this one going, we just 16-4'd them, like easy game versus Tyloo, you'll get slapped, because this is a map, well, one thing I want to highlight, it's a map I actually enjoy watching somebody play most of the time. He still makes some plays I don't agree with, but his secondary AWP on Banana is one of the only secondary AWPs I think I specifically like on this map. Like, the only other team I can think of that always goes for a double AWP is the MIBR that disbanded, and they disbanded. It didn't work. So I don't think there's many other teams I would specifically like to watch a double AWP on this map on, but Tyloo make it work.
Yeah, I've got to say as well, touching on the Tyloo versus Invictus game that they ended up losing, that for whatever reason seems to be a matchup Tyloo do struggle with. Like the last PAL when we went into playoffs, the Tyloo Invictus series was razor tight, really, really close. They nearly lost that one. I think one of the maps was 16-14 in a really close series. So they have, for whatever reason, had some history struggling against Invictus. I don't know if that's something that's just a matchup thing. I don't know if it's just random, because Tyloo can be random. But on Inferno, I'm with you. I think somebody makes more positive plays than negative ones, probably. He seems to get away with it more on this map than a lot of the other ones. So I think I'm still... I was going to say I'm still feeling good about Tyloo, but I don't know if I can ever feel that good about Tyloo based on what I've seen.
Yeah, that's always the thing. It's like, it's mind over matter, isn't it? It's like everything in your body tells you that Tyloo don't play Counter-Strike, and yet they win most matches. That's all I need to know. I'm going to go purely off a statistical basis and say that they are a lot of the time the team that gets things over the line. Of course, in the grand scale of things, this isn't going to make a huge difference. I believe that there'll be a slightly easier matchup for Tiger if they manage to win this game. Tyloo aren't going to care. They will beat any team in this tournament that comes up against them. Sure, as said, Checkmate took a map and so did Invictus, but I don't think that's something that is going to be really thought about by Tyloo. They're just more going to be looking at this as like, oh yeah, no, we're going to go into the playoffs and smash everybody. So obviously, if they can get an easier road, and that's the thing though. It's like, we talk about an easier road. An easier road might be someone like Invictus, and that's the only team they lost to. Checkmate might be an easier road. They lost a map to them as well. So it's almost impossible to say what Tyloo want at this stage. Probably just the trophy in their hands, the money in their pocket, and the RMR points in the bank.
Yeah, that's got to be the overall aim. I'm not sure they care too much about how they get there. Got a knife round going on. I assure you these players don't have the weapons above their heads. They're just going for the knife round right now to see what side they're going to start on. I don't even know what side would be best for Tyloo to start on. Maybe just the T side so you can loosen up and just make your plays. I don't know. I don't know if it makes a massive difference, honestly. I think Tiger ended up winning it, so they get the choice. For Tiger, I maybe prefer them to start on CT, just so that they can get that out of the way almost, right? Like, make sure that you get that first half out of the way, allow Tyloo to make their crazy plays, and then head into the second half, maybe being a bit easier to deal with. And, well, they have gone for the CT start. Standard stuff here as we're into the last map of the group stage. And we're going to kick things off with some buys coming through for both teams. NCL picking up the kit over on the Tiger side of things. And Tyloo are taking their time on their buys. Taking a lot of time, in fact. But they will be picking up some utility on Danking and Summer.
Yeah, 2 smokes can be used pretty much anywhere on the map. So like most of the time you'll see them used for CT and to section off the coffins. Good start for Slowly already, though. They are going to go barreling in towards the site. There'll be no one actually holding onto the cross. They seemed like initially they were waiting for the smoke, but the smoke is yet to fall. It finally goes down, but by that point, they've already overwhelmed the majority of the players. NCL has at least been able to catch one. This is where the push comes in. Slowly, P King, he's going to go down. 9 has found another one. The over-aggressive stance of this CT, or this T side has been a problem all the way through, and they've lost it. They lost every single battle. NCO and 9 clean up the whole lot.
Normally, the B site is a really easy one to lock down as well. That can maybe be a bit different on pistol rounds, but still, not a single kill for Tyloo after it started so strong for them. That was somebody just readjusting, but there's the aggression. We've said it so many times. Sometimes they will just push in these post plants when they probably don't need to. And they're unable to win that one. However, it's the second round force fire that we're always so scared of. Tyloo have got the guns out, plenty of Galils, mostly Galils in fact, and then the MP5 of Danking, which I just don't really like. I don't like the MP5 personally, but maybe he knows something I don't.
It's for wrong'uns. The MP5 is for wrong'uns. That's just a fact. That's why Banks likes it. Either way, we are going to have, yeah, pretty much Blair's favorite game of who won the pistol. Although I guess if the T's had won the pistol, the CT's buy wouldn't be this good. So it's not that hard a game to play. Also, there's a big 1 at the top. Come on, Blair. Work it out. These are going to be wrapping around onto the arch side, and they have smoked off any angle. The nade is nice. There's around 100 damage, and well, push continuing forward. They're going to go through. They're running through the smoke. They're going to kill off NCL. Caught him with his pants down. The full rotation has come in. However, from the CT side, they have a stack on this site, and one man still lurking around the arch side, and that one man is actually going to get a highly impactful kill. Summer He's found a pick back, but this is that wraparound from Urkus. And he'll end with 3 kills, money made, and Tyloo in the gutter once again.
Oh, if they ended up going B there, that actually would have worked out beautifully for them. But no way Tyloo could have known that. Then again, moving into the A site, it didn't look too convincing from them. They never got even close to that bomb site. Tiger locking it down. Prepared early. Attacker again goes down to $1,100 buying the Deeg and the Kevlar. It's a pretty hefty investment from some of these players. Somebody down to just $1,000 as well. But the Deegs are generally pretty powerful for this team, so maybe it'll work. Danking up close, gets the spam to the body. And the opening kill foul for Tyloo. We'll slow things down. Tiger are pushing up Banana here with one of their players. It's Urkas taking that control. Danking goes for a bit more, but if this kill happens on Banana, Tiger could be in trouble when the kill comes in. Summer gets it, and now the B site is open for business.
Gonna have to use an HE to cross it. Don't even need it. Slowly just hit another one. Oh, Tyloo, you can't keep doing this. It's not fair. These are games. These are rounds. You don't deserve to be winning. You've lost the buy round. You lost your force. Then you invest into some deagles, and you win with 4 players surviving, and you steal away the hard-earned weaponry of Tiger. You're like Robin Hood, except you steal from the poor. And oh my goodness, it just doesn't make any sense.
That's the thing, man. Like, playing against Tyloo, you're not only playing the game, you're not only playing the warfare in the server, you're playing psychological warfare as well, because you've got to not tilt when you lose these rounds. And it's hard, because you know that this shouldn't happen, but you've just got to realize, okay, look, that's going to happen to us sometimes, but Tyloo are also going to throw away some rounds like that. So it can balance out. Hopefully, for Tiger's sake, they can figure that out as this game goes on. AWP out for Urcast in this round. The buy comes through for Tiger, but it's a very topsy-turvy buy. 2 players get rifles, and then the rest of them have very little to work with. So they need to make sure these rifles are correctly positioned to give them the best chance.
Oh, great flashbang from NCL, and Urkus, he's a bit cheeky. He hangs around and waits for the repeak, and they've got back a big advantage in this round. Rotation's going to come in. 9, he looks down!
Oh, he's tying his shoelace.
Oh, that is just... I don't know what he was doing there. You're in such an aggressive angle. Flashbang's going to be going over the top. They know that there's a man in the pit, or they should do at least, but they've lost that duel anyway. And Dobu with the 5-7's going to come up with 2. And Cabal breaks back. Tiger with one of their own. And well, I guess the T's are going to force again.
NCL couldn't find a gun to save at the end there, but I don't think they'll care that much. They win the round. And I'm already excited about this utility from Tiger. It's a very simple flashbang, but it's one that's very effective. It's timed right, and it helps them so much to get back onto Banana. They're already contesting for that Banana control. They're already ready for some of the aggression from Tyloo with some counter utility. It's good to see, and they've decided to put this CT smoke down at top Banana at the start of this round as well. As you said, though, Tyloo still have a buy, and it's not even a forced buy, really. It's almost a full buy. They've got plenty of AKs, plenty of nades, plenty of chances to win this round, and they're already using some of those smokes on the A side.
Oh, good timing. Flashbang as well from Dobu. This is looking pretty good. Of course, Dan King gets a kill with a deagle, but they've only got 1 deagle this time. And yeah, they're getting slaughtered. Cabal's having a fantastic round. Something I've sort of raved about is this man's rifling. Somebody, there's nothing he can do. Great start by Tiger. They beat him back all these different force buys, except one. And yeah, now it has to be, well, another basic deagle round coming out from Tyloo.
I hope Tiger can stay on top of this utility game as well, because if Tyloo are going to keep pushing like this, the utility is the perfect way to counter it. They're going to be in the open. You're going to be able to flash them. You're going to be able to nade them. And we're already seeing that be so effective for Tiger here. Early timeout from Tyloo as well. And they're really not going to get much in this round. The loss bonus is up there at 2,900, so they probably could buy a little bit. But then again, you're already 6 rounds into the game. You probably just want to get some more gun rounds out, considering you're 4-1 down. A couple of Deegs bought at the last second. And uh-oh, Tom. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? The 4 Deeg prophecy might be about to come through again.
Yeah, they've got no Kevlar this time, so it should be almost impossible, but no, that's just what... I think Tyloo like those odds a little bit better.
I was about to say.
Nice work from 9. Summer's been having a particularly poor series. It doesn't seem like he's getting up to anything much at all in both maps. Even in the first one, he wasn't great. And in this series, it seems like they can't just walk over their opponents. Slowly. And connect with the Deeg or attacker, however, will. He's trying to hunt down the second man of Dobu. Rest of the team not supporting him, though. They've gone back around to the arch side. Somebody getting aggressive, but this... Okay, that's interesting.
It's painful. They could actually sneak to the B site, though. Oh, NCL is now looking back. Dan King's ready for it. AK recovered. They're so low, though. They're so low. Tyloo need headshots. Otherwise, they shouldn't be winning any of these fights. But as they go to the B site, they can isolate Urcast. It's the AWP, though. It's long range. This would have to be a stunning shot, and Urcast is ready, gets the first kill, and now slowly tries to close the distance, but time is not his friend right now. There are players flanking him. Urcast is still playing the patience game, slowly up close, doesn't land a single shot. And Urcast plays it well to win the round.
Oh. 5-1. Tiger, they've eventually got the start that they were looking for, and with some extra money built as well. Interestingly, Urcast has opted to keep the AWP. We're yet to see one in for 9. Nade's out into mid, gonna do a hell of a lot of damage to attacker as well. Does seem to be just based off position at this point in time. And Urcast actually gonna be using a cheeky little boost, but the flashbang is going to be set up. Attacker just catching every single nade humanly possible. Is mine lagged, or are you hearing all different sound?
Oh yeah, the sound is confusing me. I've just ignored it. Okay, Urcast. Good shot. Good kill onto the second man. Urcast is really dishing out the damage with this AWP on the B side of the map. And Dan King's still going for further fights. I don't know about this, but it works out for him. He gets a kill back for Tyloo. And now, what will the rotations look like for Tiger? They've got to figure out where this bomb is headed. And right now, it's moving towards the B site. Or is it? Dan King turns around. Summer's still setting up nades. I don't know if Tyloo have even decided what they're doing. I guess they're going to end on the B site. But the time is ticking.
Yeah, 30 seconds left, and they haven't got any ground at all. They don't have a flashbang, so they can't even pop themselves through this. It would just have to be a bare peek in, and with somebody now going down, it's left onto Dan King and Summer, and they're running out of time. There's surely no way they can win this round. NCL forced back, and it might at least give them an afterplant position. The shots from Dan King are clean, though. He still loses a lot of HP in response, down to just 5, and Summer, it looks like he's going to take a risky peek here, pushing his way through. He should be dead for sure. Somehow wins the duel, expects the repeat. Dan King has somehow found his third, left into the 1v1. He can't quite close it. Urcast is there to save the day once again. He's going to pick up his AWP before he defuses, and will eventually get them their 6th.
I think Urcast had enough, honestly. 10 kills on the board, quad kill in this round. He stepped up over on Nuke as well. We know that Urcast is the kind of player who has the experience to be able to compete against some of these Tyloo guys. We're starting to see that in the server. Solid AWP shots, but that's what Tyloo are going to do sometimes. They're going to give you those fights, and Urcast will be happy to take those all day long, and then he switches it out to the AK. Takes down a couple of softened up players, and now we're even seeing the double AWP set up for Tiger, and I think that's a decent idea. Considering how Tyloo play, they're gonna give you fights, and as long as you land your shots with the AWP, that should work out okay for you.
Well, an early trade will mean that NCL's out of this round. Because falling back, they've actually started just setting up 3 players on the B site because the A site pushes have been so poor from Tyloo. It looks like they haven't quite come back from what was the Nuke game, and it's only been that round 1 with pistols that ends up going their way. A repeak though. No, Molotov a little bit late. It's going to allow for the push to come in from at least one of the players. Cabal about to round the corner. Molotov goes in to counter him. He's left blind as well. He's currently holding on to a double AWP on the attacking side, which I'm not sure I'm overly in agreement with. And somebody switching to the back of side. Looks like he's just going to try and hold into CT. I do wonder, though, if Tiger might just have to make the decision here to save as their money not in the best of states, considering they've won that many rounds in a row.
Yeah, the investment into the 2 AWPs might be part of that. Oh, Tyloo, you don't need to save 2 AWPs here on Inferno on the T side. Don't do that. Okay, they've thrown one away. Thank goodness. Just the 1 AWP being kept by Tyloo, which is good to see. And Tiger, off the back of these 3 save guns, will get another buy together. Cabal can drop for the 1 man who doesn't have the money. Tiger certainly still in the driver's seat. Only 2 rounds so far for Tyloo. Sporadically 1 over this half. Gun rounds are out, though, and I hope we see more of the nades from Tiger, right? Because Urkas there just went for the dry peek onto Banana, and there was a player behind him with the flash. Maybe if he gets flashed in, he wins that fight, but going for it dry is always going to be a risk when you're against this Tyloo squad full of skilled players. Banana fight's already about to go down, and Danking spots it over the top of the flames. Good opening kill from him, and Tiger are having second thoughts about that Banana control.
Yeah, again, they're going for this 3-man early stack, and Tyloo are seemingly yet to realize that they're putting so much pressure on the B site. They're also getting aggressive into the apartments. A push through Arch here could be devastating, and it does seem like Tyloo are setting up outside in that direction. They've got the smoke ready to go over. Attacker's going to get caught. This is where they should be making their move. 9 has also got another kill. They're trying to clear out these remaining positions, but they're too little too late, and Urkus is coming barreling down middle behind them. Cabal holding in the pits, forced out by the Molotov, slowly is waiting, but here comes that flank. The footsteps are heard, but it's too little too late. Even a TK coming in. Somebody, though, he's trying his best to hold on. Now, he does have the bomb. Looks like he's going to try and sneak his way back down middle. NCL, he's not spotted it yet. He will start his run. 34 HP. Going to get an afterplant position, and unfortunately NCL has actually gone in the wrong direction, so it's going to take him a while to actually get into position here. He'll now realize that this is going to be a play towards the B site, but an extra 10 seconds gone off the clock, and somebody looking to get into a more aggressive position. He is low.
Oh, steps being made. This has got to be the advantage. NCL finally whipping his gun out, but he's just not ready for somebody. I'm not really sure why he had his USP out at any point there, but he's not ready for the angle. Tyloo with another round on the board, and Tiger's money has finally run dry. Has to be a save here. There's the shot from Danking to begin with. Never easy to see over the top of those flames, and then in the midst of all the madness, it was Tyloo who came out on top after all of the shenanigans over on the A side. And 5 USPs for Tiger, being very cautious in this round. 9 wants to be able to have enough money for the AWP. The rest of them also don't have much money spare. So they've just got to do what they can with the default pistols.
Oh, okay. Danking feeling very confident that he doesn't need to check any angles. Attacker's got to be careful as well. Now, they already know that there's another player here. An AK retrieved as well. Attacker goes down through the smoke. this is starting to get worrying now. Somebody, he wide peeks as a ridiculous play, but he gets away with it. And NCL looking ready to try and make a push through the smoke. He's not going to get anything done. They've done well for this round at least. I think Cabal at this point, you should just be saving the AK, but instead he wants to try and take some more weaponry away from Tyloo and goes down. Now, this was a 6-1 scoreline. I kind of want to remember this for later in the game if Tyloo do manage to turn this back around, because Tiger, they fought tooth and nail to keep those rounds in their favor. And it has started to slip away. They're going to get a purchase here at least, but the T's do have the excess of utility. 9's AWP also being bought up, but the question is he going to keep it for himself? Because he hasn't used it anywhere near as much as Urkus has so far.
And that's a perfect time for Dave the Drone to show us that Urkus has got most of his kills with that AWP. Exactly what you were talking about. I think this is a good time for a timeout for Tiger. They've started to let it slip slightly. I just think that the difference has been the utility. I really think that's the difference here. They haven't been able to use the utility anywhere near as effectively in some of these recent rounds. And 9 is the man going with the AWP this time. He had a good spawn for top mid. He hasn't found the fight he was looking for, but Tanking is just running up Banana. And you've got to think Tiger would have some nades there. That's what I was expecting to see. I was expecting Tanking to just run into a molly, run into a nade, but he's just got the Banana control really easily.
A slightly more standard passive hold coming out from Tiger. No real aggression other than 9. I guess on the B site, they don't feel as confident without the AWP to back it up. Because of that, they're going to start giving more space over to Tyloo, which that's always dangerous. They do like to go for these fast executions once they have the space available. And Danking, wow, he's realizing he can push the boundaries more and more. They do have the utility going down. It could leave Urkus in a pretty awkward position. Somebody as well is starting to make his move around onto the A site. They potentially could have a wraparound here unless 9 is there to stop them. And they managed to get past his angle. They're now starting to hesitate a little bit, and with Summer finding an initial kill, now 9 falls as well. There's a reaction coming out, but somebody in the meantime is causing problems as their push already comes in. Through the smoke goes slowly, so risky. And now it's left onto Urkus to hold the line. He dinks one player up, but he doesn't convert. And Dobu, oh Dobu, this looks like a save if ever I've seen one.
Such a rough angle for Urkus there with the M4. You never want to be having that headshot angle where you need the double dink to get the kill. He even lands the dink, but can't convert. Yeah, I think I prefer Tiger to be more assertive on Banana. Giving that up, it makes it too easy, in my opinion, for Tyloo to just be able to execute onto that B site. And it's getting hard to fight for Banana because the T's are starting to get better and better at using nades to get that Banana control early. I think Inferno has become more and more T-sided, it seems, over the last few months. It's starting to become more balanced. Slowly dies to the bomb. Okay. Dobu's been able to save the AK as well. And we can move swiftly on to the next round and pretend that never happened.
Hey guys, do you think our economy's getting a little bit too good? Should we just like throw away 2 guns at the end of the round?
He just loves spending money, Tom. He just loves it too much.
Oh, that's just so frustrating if you're NCL that he just pops through the smoke like that. Even at team dink, I thought I heard 2 dinks, but I was like, oh, maybe I just imagined it.
Yeah, I was thinking if it was through the wall or something, or I don't even know.
Well, just some pistols alongside the AK-47. That 6-1 lead is slowly sinking. They have managed to win a round with SMGs, though, so it is possible, especially with how aggressive Tyloo likes to fight angles. Fantastic flashbang again, but unfortunately, it's not going to net anything. NCL trying his best to delay them as long as possible. Another flashbang forcing them back, but they had one of their own. And they've made this anti-eco look very, very easy.
Oh, I do exactly what Urcast did there all the time, where you just have so many players to choose from, you end up choosing none of them to kill. You kind of just shoot in the middle of all of them. That's a shame. I think he probably only could have got 1, maybe 2 kills. Still would have been nice, obviously, but not meant to be. You said it earlier, Tom. It was a 6-1 lead. It's now a 6-6 scoreline. Tiger have really struggled to continue their early success. And I do think a big part of it is just that B site. That's been the big problem area for them on the map. Dobu looks like he'll be able to save that AK. I think he can sit in the flames and be fine. Yeah, he's okay.
I rate it. I also like the fact that they're going to get the secondary AWP back in. Because I think that was one of the biggest successes. I said that I like seeing it on Tyloo, but thus far, Urcast has actually put up some pretty decent numbers. It also allows them to have a player that's a tad more aggressive, and then he's there to refrag if he goes down. It was a nice little setup. They're going to go for this 3-man stack of banana again. Deep smoke to try and delay the Molotov if it was thrown. It was not. Slowly already going to be forced into a bit more of an awkward position. They've gone for this boost once again. Now, this has been something they've utilized already. Dobu, be careful here. Looks like he's about to come under some pressure, but Summer seemingly just being patient as his teammates do eventually look to try and take control of Banana. Somebody, on the other hand, just trying to pressure a bit, and I think Dobu might have spotted out Summer there. This isn't as sneaky a position anymore, and they're going to reclaim apartments for their own.
Lots of nades used on Banana from Tiger there, but they actually double naded a spot that they had already mollied. There was already a molly up at the position that they double naded, so they didn't do damage. They might have done damage if they'd have thrown it just into Banana, but that didn't happen, and now they have no nades left to defend the site itself. NCL on the elevated position, no CT smoke even. It's so ballsy from Tyloo, but it's gonna work. Somebody gets 2 kills. Now they smoke CT when they've already crossed to the site. It doesn't make sense, Tom, but it works because that's Tyloo's way.
That is pretty much the mantra. That's what's hung upon the wall. Danking, though, flashed out of position. Somebody aggressive, and now it's left all onto Summer. We've seen him AWP already in this tournament. It was phenomenal, and he's looking to show his stuff once again. 20 seconds left for Dobu. He doesn't have a kit. I imagine there's one down on the ground, and he's just going for the re-peek, but Summer actually gets caught in the bullets. Kit will be picked up anyway. Had enough time either way, but just makes sure. 7-6. Tiger just about take back the lead, but of course, with the amount of money, it's going to be a buy straight back from Tyloo.
Yeah, and Tiger's money actually isn't 100% there. Cabal's already gone for an MP9. There is the AWP out for 9, but they won't have the double AWP setup. Here are these shots from somebody. Just kind of jiggle peeking CT and pinpointing the position of the player. Somebody gets 3 kills, but it's not enough. Tiger back into the lead, at least for now. And the buy for Tiger isn't too bad. Just the FAMAS and the MP9 in the mix. Ranking's already on Banana, though almost getting the chance to land that shot. Gets back through the smoke safely and slowly is going aggressive. He's going for fights. There were 3 CTs here, but they've all been forced away by Slowly's pressure. They've all gone back to the site itself. And Tyloo just taking Banana every round.
Yeah, it seems like the fear is gone, and it looks like they're about to put some pressure onto Urcast. He should be able to get one. The timing! Oh no, he goes to try and throw in some utility, and now NCL has a mountain to climb. He's only going to get 1. The B site has started to struggle, and that was just bad luck for Urcast. That's got to be frustrating. Attacker also caught with an aid in hand, but of course, he's part of Tyloo, so he'll get away with it.
It really has been that B site that's been exploited by Tyloo, it feels like, throughout this half. Or at least the Banana control it has been. Obviously, that round, unfortunate timing for Urcast. But plenty of rounds where the players come in. And Tyloo haven't even really been executing onto the B site in many of these rounds. I would expect them to just go for the smokes and a couple of mollies, and then normally you can get onto the site pretty comfortably. But instead, they're just going for contact plays a lot of the time, and they're working. They've got 7 rounds on the board. 2 guns saved for Tiger means that they can scrape together a buy in the last round of the half. They should get rifles across the board. Might be some FAMASs in there. Yeah, this is that contact play onto B. Too fast, too quick. And Tiger had to bow out of that round. So all tied up heading into the last round of the first half. Let's see who's going to take the lead from the first half of play. All right.
What are you doing? What is that? Is the one of the dumbest things I've seen in a long time. It just ran through a hell of a lot of fire. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Kabal just got a molly. He
Oh,
made
he's
himself a molly.
traded an HE for a molly. He's also picked up an AK because of it as well. There's going to be a fast play into this A site. Slowly has already taken down Dobu. That leaves a lot of positions available. They're going to go pushing in as well on towards 9, who's in a very good position here. Danking needing the trade, but they have to be wary about that wraparound. Slowly again is going to finish off Cabal. He is going to get closed down. 9 having a huge round is left to Attacker to save them, and he's got the first. He spots out Urkus. He's got time to play with, and he doesn't even need it. Tyloo go from 6-1 down to win the half 8-7. A fantastic resurgence from them. And now we get to see if they're going to take this in half number 2.
Absolutely. Brilliant comeback from Tyloo to get to this point. But this is where I wonder whether Tyloo are going to be exploited. This is where I would expect Tiger to have done some prep and maybe to find some of those weaknesses that we have seen in Tyloo's CT side. We know that their banana hold has been suspect at times. We know that they've had some issues on this map. Even though it's a map they play a lot, it's similar to Mirage in that you're never 100% confident in them. And if Tiger can make the most of that, then they've put up enough rounds to keep themselves in this game. It's anyone's game heading into the second half, and the early banana play coming through for Tiger. They are lining up some nades on towards this B site by the looks of things.
Good start for Dobu. That's somebody down. His wide peak not working, and slowly just going to hide in the back corner. They will check this for sure. Maybe not checking it well. What's Dobu's just lost his mind, but he manages to get the kill anyway. 3v4. Smoke for Summer, but that's the only utility they have to try and get back into this one, and they're going to have to hit some pretty tasty shots if they will. 2 players into Dark as well. It's something that you're not really going to expect if you're the CT side. I think the only way they really clear it is either they go wide facing in, or if they forget that they already cleared it, which I think is more likely for Tyloo. Doesn't seem to matter though. They are slowly being picked apart, and now Danking's the only one left. Tiger, they're going to convert the second pistol round. So that's now both pistols in their favor. They're ever going to win this, well, this has to be the time.
And already you're seeing some of the issues I have with Tyloo's banana hold. It's not as obvious in this round, but look, somebody fighting alone aggressively, slowly the more passive one sitting back, they're not working together. Tiger are able to isolate the fights, and I just feel like in general, I don't see Slowly and somebody being on the same page on that banana position. I wouldn't be surprised if Tiger do exploit that. They've done it in the pistol round. We'll see if it continues into the rest of the game, because Tyloo have gone for the force buy into this second round. We know how deadly they can be with these weapons in play. This time it's Slowly pushed alone at sandbags. Somebody has a flash this time. This makes a bit more sense, but they're going to clear it before the flash is thrown. Somebody blinds them, but it's too little too late. And now somebody's going to do something stupid. No?
Oh.
All right.
I have a
jinxed
feeling
him.
that they've plugged in a second keyboard, and then the coach also has an S key that he's just pushing at the same time just to try to counter out the strafe of his push in. Genius. It's something I've been wanting for a long time. They've got a 3-man stack onto short. Now, I don't know if this would be expected, and actually the smoke somewhat denies them pushing in here. That smoke has almost forced them to go back in the other direction towards banana, and they might soon realize that this is clear. Now, NCO only has a Mac 10. If he goes down on Banana, that's absolutely fine. But the fact is, they've actually just gone back to throw a fake smoke. Now, the players on the other side aren't even going to know that that's been thrown because they're not close enough to hear it. The spam starts coming in. Somebody, he's here with the 5-7. He gets one, looks for a second, but he can't quite nail it. And now it's left all on to Danking. But he has retrieved an AK. The pig! And he sprays all three! That is unbelievable from Danking. Just 6 HP. And again, there is no round that Tyloo cannot win.
Lady Luck is smiling upon Danking today. The heavens align for him. Hell, Tiger align for him. They all line up. The AK spray comes through. Let's look at this again. How does that happen? How are they all lined up like that, Tom? It goes perfectly for Danking. And I think Tiger need this timeout after that because that is a shot to the heart. That is a real heartbreaker for them.
Yeah, I don't think there's many things that can mentally prepare you for that. Like, it's just horrible. Bear in mind that Danking's normally an AWP, currently a 64% headshot, which makes no sense. Then again, Doba, I think, was on 71% with 14 kills, which is pretty nuts. Not really a bad performer in this server, other than, I guess, Summer, who I said at the beginning, he's not been having a good performance. If he did, I think Tyloo would probably win this, well, not easily, but more easily, I guess you could say. The buy they've gone for is not a good one. In fact, the buy on the T side is almost as good. Sure, they've got less utility, but we have a load of SMGs. Danking. As if he's got away with that. Cabal knew he was there. Cabal actually was watching. He knew he was there and still didn't manage to even come close to winning that duel.
Look at the map control, man. Tiger have T-spawn.
This is ridiculous. This is like, and they know that this is likely going to be a force buy with some pistols in it. Like, I can't think of a worse play to be making from Tyloo. And while they're going to get punished for it, somebody's already going to go down. He's the man that, I guess, takes the joke too far. Nine's going to be chilling with his chickens. He actually connects a headshot there. That was just through the corner of the wall. Danking, maybe he should just switch to rifling at this point. The guy has been unreal. XM in the corner. That's terrifying. This is something that they have to check for. And it might just be a slaughter. No, because it's the instant headshot. Yeah, you don't want that, mate. Or
really? There's no way. Okay. Back to the glow. Snap back to reality. Oh, and we got it.
Yeah, Danking's gone peeking again. They're just throwing these rounds away. Attacker could be the snake in the grass, though. There's only 20 seconds left. They have to go moving, and they have to do it quickly. He might be able to just recreate the play from the last round. They're not going to be checking. Two sprayed down. Urkus gets the trade eventually. And now it's left all on to Summer. As said, he's been having a pretty poor game. He doesn't have a decent weapon. He's left with an MP7. Facing off against the AKB. A hell of a clutch to win. He's not going to. Urkus comes up big. Exactly when his team need him the most. He's going to get 20 kills so far this map. And he's going to equalize things 9-9.
He's had enough. He's absolutely had enough. He is done with Tyloo's shenanigans. He wants to just win this game, and he is putting in a shift to do so. Gets the AK, gets the clutch at the end here, had to win the 1v2, had to hit the headshots instantly, and he delivered. Now, Danking's got an AWP, while everyone else has pistols. Can Danking do something ridiculous again? He's peeking Banana right now. I must admit, I don't know if Tiger are going to be ready for an AWP in this round. That could throw a spanner into the works, depending on how they play it. Right now, Danking's sitting at top Banana, though, and there's no one from Tiger anywhere near this position. Looks like a slower start to the round from Tiger, which makes sense. They know they're up against what should be a fairly inconsistent buy, probably a weak one. So they'll just slowly look to start to take this map control.
Last cannon AWP. Or pistols. Why not? And King knows he has to be proactive in this round, but should be dead. He's actually going to be able to fall back, and he's going to land the second shot as well. They've got to be careful here. Facing this man is never a good idea. It's never recommended. He's shown it in the last round, even with the AK. Now they're going to rotate a second player in. Now, there's no weapons that can be retrieved. Somebody's going to be on spot with a Deeg as well. And there's only 30 seconds left. They have to go pushing now. We need to see a rotation as well. The remaining players of Tyloo have yet to move a muscle. The shot through is not going to connect anything. And somebody is just going to be hiding in this corner. He's managed to avoid a lot of the flames, but they are going to shoot him down. Not allow for anything more. They are going to end up in a 3. Oh, never mind. They're going to go pushing. They're going to try and deny the plant. And they managed it as well. Slowly gets 2 kills. Attacker gets the last. Tyloo! How? How did they make these rounds work? That was a glass cannon AWP and 4 4-sport pistols. This game is a mess. You said at the beginning we're either going to get like a good game or one that makes us lose our minds. I've lost it.
I'm glad you've lost it, because I feel like that's what's keeping me sane right now. Oh boy. You know what gets me as well, Tom, is that for some people, they might be tuning into their first Counter-Strike game ever, and they might think that this is what Counter-Strike is. Let me tell you, none of this is normal. Tiger have had to force buy. It's not a good buy for them, but it's all they can do at this point. Their money was so bad. They've just bought pistols, 1 MAC-10. And the banana aggression is already coming in from Tyloo. They've taken over that area of the map, so they've got the information. They can be well prepared on this A side of things. And there are only a couple of nades for Tiger, so I assume Tyloo have got to be ready, and they should be able to shut this down. Yeah, it's 4 players on A.
Yeah, you'd think this would be enough. Danking's going to start it off the run through the Molotov. How are neither of those kills through smoke?
I don't know.
Come on, CS. That's slowly's breaking the game. But 11-9. And unfortunately for Tiger, the Force by War, no surprise, has been won by Tyloo. And I think this is where things get scary for them, because they now have to eco. Then the buy that they come up with will be mostly just AKs and not too much in terms of utility, or they drop down to a Galil.
Those were through the smoke. They were. We just saw them on the replay.
I think the thing is, if you can even see like slightly around it, it just doesn't count them. I think it's fairly random. No, Nine's just...
His mates are in spawn. I guess they're taking a timeout here. They've got Glocks only. Who cares?
Maybe a toilet break?
Maybe. Wait, are we... Oh, maybe we're just not live, because this wouldn't make sense, right? Oh, no. I think we might actually be live. I have no clue, Tom. I don't... That's the thing. I genuinely don't know if the round is live or not, and that basically never happens.
Maybe they're just trying to confuse Tyloo into thinking the round's not live, so then they win it.
Big brain stuff.
You type in the chat, not live, and then they go, then they start killing each other, and then they go, oh yeah, no, it was live. I said not live. Aha!
Gotta wait for the admin to say it.
Oh, nade through. That's going to do a hell of a lot of damage, and a flawless round for Tyloo. Now they've had a chance to talk things over, maybe calm themselves down a bit after what was a few back-to-back rounds, like the triple spray down AK from Dan King in the 1 versus 4, or of course the run through the smoke that finishes them off with the CZ. Spray 2 people down with the CZ is really not easy either, so that's got to be really frustrating, because they basically put a man in front to defend that player. But this is what I mean. They've got a Galil. The utility's actually not too bad, but there's a few Molotovs missing here and there. By the looks of it, they're going to try and just run the gauntlet straight down mid, waiting to see if there'll be any peek, but I like this from Tyloo. They're adapting. They're re-aggressing. They're taking different portions of the map. They're going to try and set up in the apartment, something we haven't seen them do too much. Spam through from somebody's fairly risky. He is just going to fall back eventually. There's not a whole lot of map control gathered by Tiger, though. They sort of have banana. I don't know how slowly loses that battler, because Just out of the corner, and the Molotov's not deep enough. It's not actually caused any problems. Somebody's still fighting, and he manages to correct this spray. He's still going. He's the only defender of B. This man is a lunatic. He's insane, and he's got 3 kills. It doesn't make any sense, Hawker, but this man seems to get away with murder.
I have no words. It almost looked like as soon as he had to reload, he realized, oh yeah, falling back is an option I have. Oh, I can actually... And now he's fallen all the way back to CT, where he's going to get smoked off, and he can't hold the B side. All right, well, they're playing for retake, I guess. Careful, somebody. Now, careful. They've seen you push this smoke before, or at least they've seen your teammate do it. And yet, I don't know if they're ready. I don't know if they're ready, Tom. They've got to be watching for this. Flash comes through. Somebody almost denies it, but the bomb goes down in time. It's a 1v2, and NCL has no ammo left. Somebody gets a quad kill. Tyloo take 13 rounds, but with the bomb plant, Tiger's money might look okay.
Yeah, it's still not an ideal situation, but it's enough. This is the problem with this map. I think this is truly the map where somebody gets away with more and more than he ever should. Like, he gets a 4K in this round where he maximum should have got 1. Like, that's the fact. He should have got 1 kill, and then he should have been traded. But Tiger don't do a good enough job, and he just seems to do things that other people are unable to achieve. It still comes a little bit close, but obviously the money at this point for Tyler is ridiculous. Dan King on over 10K, Attacker just under. Sure, there's a few players with less cash, but we've also seen the fall off. Like, 9 not having a particularly good game. NCL still down there. Cabal not fragging quite as well. It's mainly been Urkust and a little bit of Dobu. And in fact, they're not even going to decide to force this one. They've gone for a hero AK, some pistols, and some utility, and 1 MAC-10. Now, they kind of need to get a bomb plant here, otherwise Cabal's by... Well, it relies on a kill, basically.
They've got the utility to maybe be able to get towards a bomb site. Bit of early utility being used by both teams. Apartments play looks like the call. Attacker was playing up close. I'm glad he's second-guessed himself there, because falling back means there's no way they're going to get that gun easily. Banana control's been taken again by Tyloo. That's been the issue with these A plays, but this time it's faster from Tiger. They're trying to beat them. The problem is, somebody is going to be so fast on the flank, and the players on the site itself are already shutting it down. All the kills for the CTs. Dan King styling on him. How does this man get away with it? How do any of these players get away with it? I'll never know, Tom, but Dan King does a great job.
Runs through a smoke with an AWP. Well, there is a reason you never doubt Tyloo. 14-9. We need to see a turnaround from Tiger. They have been struggling as of late. They had a great start to this game, 6-1 up. They've won both pistols as well. It's just been the trouble they've had versus weaker buys, versus force buys that have caused them problems. But that's what happens when you play Tyloo. Like, we can't say that's not normal, because that is normal. That's how they win every single game. Is they lose some silly rounds, and then they win some even sillier ones. You said that maybe it evens out. At the time, I didn't get the chance to, but I wanted to say, Hawker, it doesn't. That's why they're a top team in this region, is that the silly rounds don't balance out. They always come out on top. Maybe Invictus is the one team that can weather the stupid round balance, but Tiger don't seem to be up to scratch at this point. And they're going to set up their execution, ready to hit this A site. Dan King has been phenomenal. He's been someone they've really struggled to break down. 23 kills. As they do look to make the push. The flashbang coming through. He nails the shot. 2 kills come in. Both blind. And now this push onto short is becoming more and more troublesome. It's already set up for a retake as all CT players wait outside. Dan King just spamming away, hoping that he'll land something. Eventually forced to reload, but there's no utility left for the T's. They just have to hit their shots. They have to try and hold on. They're being flanked from apartments, short, and all the way around from arch. And the CTs still have utility to spend. The peek comes in. Nice work from NCL. Attacker gets tagged low as well. Somebody gonna have to try and make a play. Danking's hit a shot through the wall. It's expected though, and they're bringing this back. Slowly left to try and turn. It's now onto Attacker. 12 HP. Dobu sat still, and he almost lets that one slip. But they managed to hold on this time. A 3-on-5. Tiger finally get one of those rounds back. But it is still too close for comfort, and their money might suffer because of it.
I don't know why you'd ever pull your knife out in a 1v1, but hey, Dobu got his gun back out in time. Oh, lovely spray through the smoke as well. And that, like, it nearly cost him. It nearly cost him, but hey, it's okay. Last time out from Tiger. They've got none left. They've been beaten mentally in a bunch of these rounds, and oh, Tom, the money, the buy, it's all over the place. Mac 10 for Urcast. Their top fragger has a Mac 10 right now. They've got a couple of AKs. It's a double AWP setup for Tyloo. I mean, somebody's got that secondary AWP. You talked about that earlier. He can get away with a lot. Danking's already been doing some great damage with his sniper. Tyloo just 2 rounds away from victory. And Tiger's money is on the back foot. If they lose this one, it might all be over.
Wow. Interestingly, we're actually going to see a change up. It's going to be somebody facing into middle, clearly feeling confident. The flashbang, well, should force him back. What's he doing?
Get your stress ball out,
The only
Tom.
good thing about this is that Summer now gets an AWP. And as said, like we saw earlier in the tournament, he was incredible with it. He's just shot his teammate in the back. What is going on in this round? Tyloo, this is like watching the Chuckle Brothers. Like, just, it's some slapstick comedy. Oh, no! Tanking. He's gonna go repick. They're insane. These guys, what are you doing?
I love that. I feel like I was the one that was losing it yesterday, and now Tom is taking the hit for the team. Thank you, Tom. I don't know if he's going to be back anytime soon. I think he needs a moment to recollect, calm himself down, deep breaths.
The only word you can use in that situation is bellends. Like, that's the only word that is appropriate for what they just did. Re-peeking with an AWP. Like, and it's not even like you can go, oh, maybe he didn't know that he got into the underpass. He was watching the underpass. That was so he knew that they were there, and then just Danking just decides, let me go for a no-scope versus 4 players. Like, just absolute lunatics. Like, it is painful to watch. Attacker, he's just about going to survive. I genuinely, like, you know when Twitch chat like types about like throwing, and most of the time you're just like, oh, that's ridiculous. Like, what do you mean? That's not possible. That wouldn't happen. And then you watch around like that, and you're like, you know what? I don't agree, but at the same time, I can understand your point. Like, that was one of the silliest attempts at a round I've ever seen. Like, shooting your teammate in the back, re-peeking everything. You pull in a double AWP setup, and then just basically just hand them both away within 30 seconds. I don't understand what Tyloo were trying to do in that round. Now the T's have a double AWP.
Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't want to tilt you even further, but double AWP setup, T side of Inferno. Maybe the worst map I can think of to have 2 AWPs on the T side. It's up there for sure. Attacker smoked down to the apartments. Tiger have taken top mid control, or at least they had. Now they're backing away. They've left the bomb pretty far behind, so it looks to be a slower round. I think we all needed this. Slower round, chance to calm things down. And Tiger
I think
can
I need
just
some
walk up banana.
psychedelics. That's what I need. So I can space out. Oh. 40 seconds left. See, they've tried to sell a fake, but the problem with that is if you're selling a fake, your opponents have to understand what a fake is. And I don't think Tyloo do. So they've just left all 3 players on the A site. They're ready for this push to come in. 25 seconds on the clock, and DanKing's going to get the opener. He's been superb, and he's looking to try and style on them again. The last round was a blip on the radar. The cockiness went to his head. And he's already managed to find a couple. The bombs dropped on Arch. This round is already done. There's nothing they can do about it. And 9 is looking to try and save things here. They don't win when they have a double AWP set up, 4 rifles for utility, but give them an SMG and a few pistols. That's absolutely fine. DanKing will slap them back into the ground, and Tyloo right back where they needed to be.
Oh, why does somebody get the kill at the end as well? He was mid-air. He was mid-air with the MP9. Good shots from DanKing. Got to give him props. He has been very good. 28 kills, is that? Yep, 28 kills for DanKing. He's been slapping them about with that sniper. And Tyloo just 1 round away from victory. DanKing still going. NCL taking a fight down mid. Why? I don't know. But DanKing gets him with the AWP, and it's only 4 more kills required to put an end to this. Urkas gets one of his own, though. It's into a 4v4, and somebody is still pushing down Banana. Oh my goodness, that was a risk, but it's one that works out for him. Somebody. No, stop, please, stop. Why does it work every time the MP9 gets the kill and Cabal is in a 1v2?
Well, the B site was open for a moment. The defense has been split. Cabal not been having his best of games. I mentioned that he's probably been one of the most impressive riflers in this tournament so far. He needs to bring that up once again. Attacker. Interesting choice. The balcony is one that if they go through apartments, it becomes quite awkward for him to actually defend this angle. Like if you're a solo player, the most sensible spot is the pit. Only thing is maybe he'll manage to catch Cabal off guard. 20 seconds. If Cabal checks this angle, he might have a kill for free. But instead, he's going to jump back into the pit. And now this is the perfect position. It's played into the hands of Attacker. Molotov going to be going down. He doesn't actually connect the shots. And this will leave an afterplant position in favor of Cabal. Incendio, you're going to stop him pushing in the CT side. They're actually looking to try and play this one together. Attacker will close it. And it is going to be Tyloo topping the group. Dinko was wrong once again. As usual. And that means Tyloo have won.
I'm not sure that's the main takeaway, Tom. I think the takeaway
it's my main takeaway. It's my main takeaway. That's all that matters.
Tyloo get the win. Look, again, it wasn't pretty, but we know that Tyloo don't like to get pretty wins. They just like to win whatever way they can. And they did that. I mean, Dinko, Blair, you guys, again, have to try and break down what you just saw. Blair, what are you thinking right now? Can you talk me through what's going on in your brain?
No,
you can't.
Tom, someday, a wild prediction will pay off, right? I still stand by.
Listen.
I may have been wrong, but the real loser here is definitely Tom for doing that.
The real loser here is Counter-Strike. Hey, Tom. What is wrong with DanKing? What is actually wrong with him? Like, help. I thought somebody was bad.
His own teammate.
Somebody's like a genius compared to DanKing. Somebody's like a bloody, I don't know, like device compared to DanKing. It makes no sense. I'm broken, man. I was laughing. I was crying watching this game. I don't know. Hawker, help me out. Break that down for me. Try to like help us understand what the hell happened there.
You're asking me to do an impossible task, Blair. You're asking me to do something that isn't possible. It's impossible to break that down. You can't.
I'll try. I'll try, Blair.
All right, okay. All right, then go on.
At the start of this game, it did feel like Tiger were coming in hot from Nuke, right? I started to get a little bit excited. And then I feel like there was just some individual moments that broke them. Some Tyloo moments that you just cannot explain. It Dan King 1v4, that's ridiculous, right? The amount of kills that this guy was getting, he shouldn't have been able to pick up. It just is ridiculous. Dan King has a brilliant series in this series, and in the tournament, he hasn't exactly been a great player, right? He's had a few up and downs. He's been having a few quieter series. Somebody in particular is a player that's actually had a quiet tournament and underperformance, I think, from him. And this was a big step up from him. He had a lot of impactful moments. He was up to somebody things, and it were working out for him. A lot of those haven't been working. So I feel like Dan King showing up and getting a good performance alongside steadily there, Attacker, who is actually playing good across both maps now, is very important for Tyloo. Yesterday, they didn't really have that, right? They didn't have the star players showing up. It was actually Summer who was getting a lot of the impactful multi-kill rounds. And finally, we get to see Summer return to the bottom of the scoreboard where he should belong on this Tyloo team. So I feel like this was actually Tyloo returning to some sort of semblance of themselves. You know, it wasn't exactly a clean, clinical performance you want from Tyloo at all, but it was good enough to get over the line and good enough heading into the playoffs to at least have some faith in them now with Dan King, somebody, an attacker that we're going to get to see some good Counter-Strike. Well, I say that with a huge asterisk, but better Counter-Strike out of Tyloo.
I mean, look at his face. He's got that face where he's like, you think I'm going to give you respect? I mean, that's a face of a guy who just does not give a damn, right? He's the sort of guy who's just going to keep re-peeking again and again. Oh, 4 players pushing me up banana. I'm just going to peek around the corner and no-scope all 4 of them. But he is entertaining. We can't deny that. Over 100 ADR, 9 multi-kill rounds, clutches, quad kills. That's some ridiculous moments from Dan King. Unfortunately, not able to drop the 30 bomb. My question here is, Tom, is this all a ruse from Tyloo? Because the last 2 games have been messy even by Tyloo standards. Is it all a ruse? Are we going to be seeing a different Tyloo once to hit playoffs? Are we going to be seeing playoffs Tyloo?
I don't know. Like, it depends what you mean by playoffs Tyloo. Like, are they going to win? Yeah. But they did that anyway. Like, they lost a few maps along the way, even got smashed in one of them. But that's the thing. You asked me at the end of the last map what I thought was going to happen. And it happened. Like, that's it. Technically, they're the most predictable team in the entire tournament, based off the fact that they are mentally insane, but they still managed to win every single match, bar one. That's what makes them Tyloo. That's been what they've been like no matter who they play against for years and years with different iterations of the roster, except maybe for a few moments with Ben Tet, where it was basically just Team Ben Tet. That was the only difference. In this situation, yeah, it was expected. It was just hard to watch.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Again, though, surprising results, right? Tyloo, they lose 1 game in the entire tournament, in the entire group stage to Invictus. Same as a previous event, same as Pal Summer as well. So it's kind of funny how things do play out. Let's take a look at today's results, though. We've had some pretty close affairs. So of course, we had the game of the day was Checkmate versus After Gaming, but Checkmate, well, they took them down, destroyed After Gaming on Dust 2, close affair there on Inferno, and then of course the first game as well, Vici just making it very easy for themselves in the first 2 maps against Wadzai, who unfortunately able to get just 1 win. Of course, we just now witnessed Tyloo going with 8 wins, just 1 loss, as we should be taking a look at the group standings, the final standings, as we do end the group stage of PAL 2020 over here. And we're going to be taking a look at it right now. There we go. Tyloo on top, 24 points. Vici coming in second. So Tyloo and Vici have now gone on to the upper bracket semis. Then we have Tiger, Invictus, Checkmate, and Brent, who have also qualified. Unfortunately, F's in the chat for Beyond, who were not even able to get out of the group stage. It sucks for them, Dinko.
It does, and they deserve it, that's for sure. I mean, they played terribly throughout this tournament, other than, I think, the first 2 series, but then again, they didn't get wins in those first 2 series, so that's a little bit unfortunate. I feel like this team are probably mentally broken at this point, Blah. I don't know if they're going to be moving forward with this roster. Maybe they will stick together and they consider this a bad patch of form, but they were definitely nowhere near the Beyond we know they're capable of being. The positive takeaway for them is Olivia's still God tier. Someone save him.
Someone save him. We'll probably be hearing some news. I feel like there has to be a couple of changes in that lineup, but now that we're at the end of the group stage, 3 weeks, 15 days of non-stop Counter-Strike action, and now we only have the playoffs remaining. 3 days of Counter-Strike action is going to be taking place on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and we have the brackets for you guys. It's going to be a double elimination bracket. Everyone gets a chance. Here we go. opening up on Friday. We're going to be starting things off with Invictus, and they're going to be facing off against Checkmate. That should be a spicy affair. Checkmate, they have been the Mongolian surprise for all of us. And then we have Tiger versus Bren. Should be an interesting game. Bren have looked pretty decent. Tiger have shown a pretty good form as well. And the third game of that day is, of course, going to be the winner of that matchup. And they're going to go up against Tai Lu. But not to forget, if you look at the bottom left corner, there is still going to be a battle for the 5th place, because there is a lot of money on the line as well. So even if you do get eliminated in the 5th and 6th place, you're still going to be battling it out for a little bit of extra cash, which of course everyone would be favoring. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be the brackets for the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday next week. And team reaching the grand finals over there, you can see one that is a best of 5 finals, and a team coming from the top are gonna have a 1-map advantage. And Tom, if you're even if you're Tai Lu, and even if you don't give a damn, and you're like, it's double elim, we're gonna get 2 lives, I'd assume they would like to have that 1-map lead going to the finals, right?
I don't know. They seem to like playing more Counter-Strike in this tournament. So although I would assume so, they might just do it for a bit of a laugh. The only thing is, on that top side of the bracket, I don't think that there's anybody that could really beat them. So I guess Invictus are the ones, but I don't even know if Invictus will get through Checkmate the way they've been playing so far. So it's going to be interesting. Obviously, it sets up nicely for Dinko's storyline of Tiger getting to the final, because they will have to fight all the way through and get past Vici on the way. So it makes the bracket interesting. They won't have to face Tai Lu and obviously lose again, and then they can do that in the final instead.
I mean, Vici haven't even reached the finals of a single RMR yet, Hawka, which was something I think Tom brought up, and I was like, yeah, you're right. They haven't reached the finals at all, and they're a team all of us would consider as the best team who plays good Counter-Strike kind of in the region, which is kind of crazy.
That's Checkmate.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, if we get Tiger versus Vici, that's the best chance we have of a series that makes sense, of a series that actually looks like Counter-Strike. And I'd actually love to see that heading into the playoffs. I also am a little bit scared, because there is a lower bracket, that Tai Lu will just almost like take a series off like they always seem to do. Like, I could absolutely see them losing against Checkmate or Invictus. That could happen, but knowing Tai Lu, they will just bounce back and win. That seems to be what they always do.
Imagine how terrifying it would be for Tai Lu to drop to the lower bracket. Like, then you're like, oh, great, we have to face Tai Lu now in the lower bracket for elimination. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it from us here. It's been 3 long weeks. Again, shout out to Dinko, Tom, Hawka. Thank you for definitely giving the entire desk an upgrade without you replacing Mitch. But that's about the end we have. That's about it we have over here. We're going to be done with the group stage, and now we're going to have a little bit of a break here. 5 days. Is it 4 days? I think it's 4 days. But Friday, bright and early, we're going to be kicking things off with the playoffs here in the Perfect World Asia League Fall Edition 2020. Long name, gets a little convoluted at times. But once again, thank you everyone for tuning in. And also thank you and shout out to PGL for making this entire process so smooth and easy for all of us. And that's it from us. Good night. GG, well played. I'll see you next week.
my wings, all I needed was the room.